Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The boy walked into a ruined structure. An enraged beast looked at him. The monster's mouth opened wide, showing fangs. Magic circles appeared in the sky and a beam rushed through them to the ground. The fighter looked ahead and thought that he was giving orders. The man knelt down and a magic ring formed under him. He lowered his head and threads of energy rose up. The red-eyed man had a snowflake in his hands and he commanded the ice to cover the earth and embrace it. He frowned, thinking that it would plunge him into eternal sleep. An ice figure appeared behind the man and he shouted about permafrost. The pillars that supported the roof were covered with a thick layer of ice. The beast bared its teeth, preparing to attack, and made a terrible sound. The woman blew on her palm and a frosty stream of energy rushed towards the enemy. Mana rushed out of the magic circle and the enemy's body froze. The hieroglyphs on the mark shone, emitting blue light. The magician raised his hand, palm up. He frowned and watched the result of using the spell. The action took place in the House of Magicians. Skyscrapers towered upward and it was said that here was the most skilled family of magicians Korea, and even within such a family of geniuses he was called an outstanding talent, and it was noted that it was so until one moment. The man stood in front of the window and asked his son about what he knew. Hale smiled, agreeing with his father. He looked at his dad and promised to achieve a result worthy of the name of their respected house, and that he would definitely graduate first in the top students of the Obelisk Magic Academy, and then become the greatest archmage in the world and lead the House of Magic to new heights. The man looked out the window, saying that he had a talent that surpassed his brothers and no one could compare with such talent. He turned around, saying that he had high hopes for him and asked him to reach the heights of the interactive magic world and let him prove himself at the summit of magical arts. The hero held onto the decoration on his neck and agreed with his father. The elder stood facing the window while he promised to do a perfect job, and it was said that in order to become the greatest magician in the world, he swore to surpass not only his brothers, but even his father, the greatest magician in this country. The action moved to the academy 2 years ahead. The teacher showed a notebook and asked the students to gather, saying that they had a pass, and asked Sayuk to just work as usual, noting that he had nothing to worry about. The guy moved his hand to the side and asked who could be worried here. He stood in front of the guys and said that the last place would be taken by Hale anyway, and said that that wretched person does not even understand the basics of magic. The hero looked away and he asked how he even moved from course to course. The white-haired man put his hand on the back of his head and said that he was a useless blockhead who was unable to use interactive magic. The hero looked forward and it was said that modern magicians were rare and valuable assets. Sayuk stood in front of the screen while the beast looked at him and asked him to begin, informing him that the practical test was beginning. A fire sphere appeared on the battlefield. He threw up his hands while the teacher said that this was great, because he met the time limit for eliminating the monster, to which he replied that it was easy, as always, and the protagonist said that modern magic had evolved significantly with the advent of artificial intelligence, and all modern magicians carried implanted chips inside themselves, facilitating the use of even the most complex spells. But he could not master it. The lion stood in front of the guy and the teacher said that they started, while he said that first you need to concentrate mana in the heart, namely in the source of his magical powers. MC looked at his hand and thought that after that you need to form a magic circle, sequentially passing 8 steps. Hale covered himself with his hand and the enemy grabbed his hand. Sayuk grinned, asking what he thought was magic. The hero turned around, while he said that the guy was just a relic of the past, namely an outdated magician who could not cope with interactive magic, and asked to know the place, saying that it would be better for a scumbag like that to give up magic. The protagonist stood in the arena next to the place of the blow, and the teacher said that the time was up and it was a fail. All the students looked at him and laughed. MC clenched his fist on the floor and thought that this was another failure. Hale examined his palm, thinking that he at least slightly improved the speed of transformation. The man turned away and it was said that on the day he was declared a loser, his father had given up his high hopes for him and even sent him a pill that would destroy the magic circle in his heart, but the boy couldn't give up on his dream. Books filled the room and the protagonist said that he had chosen the traditional spell casting method, which had long been abandoned, to continue learning, but the big drawback was that you could only learn from ancient books. MC leaned on the table and asked why it was impossible to convert all these old books into an electronic version. He looked around, noticing something strange. There was a textbook on the table that was different from the others, and Hale asked if he had bought such a book. The boy kept his thumb on the lock. The traditional mage examined the contents of the book and said that it looked pretty worn out, but there was something valuable in it. There were hieroglyphs on the paper, and he asked what was written there, noting that the handwriting was hard to read. The hero smiled, thinking of Ray, assuming that he was the author, and noted that he had not heard that name for a long time. The first greatest magician was depicted in the painting and was the first emperor of the magical empire by Tenio. The boy was lying on the floor and he remembered that when he was younger, he often came across his name in memoirs. The protagonist was frightened, noticing something strange in the book. A blinding light appeared from the textbook and the boy turned away, wanting to preserve his sight. The printed edition hovered above the floor, while the boy covered his face with his hands and asked what it was. MC looked through his fingers, recognizing the light. The pages of the book began to turn over and a voice was heard from it, asking to be heard by someone with an identical nature. The hooded man held the textbook and introduced himself, saying that he was bequeathing this book to him. Hale covered his hand with the back of his hand and thought that this book was talking. He remembered standing with the chipped ones and thinking that he didn't know then that being a scumbag was actually his big advantage. The man looked at the guys and said that those who failed the practical test today would go to extra classes. The hero looked serious while the student asked if someone had failed the exam, to which he received the answer that he knew that it was the one who hadn't gotten along with the artificial intelligence, and the loser thought that it was him, who had no choice but to suffer from his own helplessness. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought that he was reborn. The action took place in the building the next day. The students were sitting at tables in a large dining room. MC was looking at an object on the table and writing something. The blonde-haired man looked down and asked why he was sitting alone again. The red-eyed man looked back, asking if it was him again. The student put a tray on the table and noted that it looked very tasty. The orange-eyed man ate rice while it was said that this guy's name was Sunshine, and despite his sloppy appearance, he was very strong, but he didn't finish. The mage grinned while a magic circle appeared behind him and he said that this man was an experienced sorcerer, one of the top 10 in the academy, who reached the third circle at the age of 18. The blonde-haired man reached for the guy's food with sticks and asked to give it to him if he didn't eat, to which he asked him to eat his own, and it was said that only this student could be called his friend in this worthless school life. The red-eyed man frowned. Sunshine ate, saying that if he was bothered, he could just point his finger, and he would deal with him. Hale looked away and said that he found some strange book yesterday, to which he asked with his mouth full what book. The textbook was lying on the table, and it was said that in this unusual book all the pages after the third were empty. The hero began to eat, and said that it seemed to him that this was the Book of Ray, if of course, this was not some kind of joke from the guys, and said that when he opened it, light poured out from there and a kind voice was heard, to which he asked that the object was enchanted, noting that it was impressive and asked what that voice said. The protagonist raised his hand and said that the voice said that it was an inheritance and hesitated, asking what was similar to that or something, saying that like, someone who is not similar could not even open this book, to which the interlocutor noted that it sounded quite intriguing and asked if he could try to open it. MC lowered his head and said that something strange was said on the last page, but did not finish. Hale got scared and said that he would die along the way, to which he asked again. He looked up and said that it was written here that you need to make a magic circle not in the heart, but in the heart. Sunshine grinned, saying that this was no longer funny and asked what the magic circle was in the brain, noting that someone clearly wanted him dead and asked him to listen and give him the book. The action took place in a dorm and night fell on Earth. A friend reached for the book and asked what this book was, and if it did not open, it meant that he was not like Ray, to which he replied that he should try. The guy took the book and trembled, trying to open it. He gave the book back, saying that it did not open and did not give in at all, asking if there could be some kind of seal here. Sunshine put his hand on the back of his head and said that he gave up and asked to forget all this nonsense, and then said that he would go and wished good night. Hale looked towards the door that his friend slammed. The hero opened the book without much difficulty. He looked at the book and thought about how he calmly opened it. The hieroglyphs were shining and he asked if this page hadn't been blank before. Ray stood under the sun, holding the book, and said that his successor, if he understood correctly, was trying to use magic by creating magic circles in the heart. A group of people stood against the backdrop of a night city, and he thought that this was a natural way for an ordinary person. The protagonist frowned, asking what he meant, that this was the wrong way. The book flew up and MC was scared. Fire burst out of the book, and he said that if the guy accepts his will and is ready to become a disciple, then the first thing he should do is destroy the magic circle in the heart. Hale was scared until the energy reached his brain, and he ordered to make a magic circle there. It fell to the floor, and he said that after that the hero will be able to open this book again. The protagonist was angry and said that this was too much of a joke, because he continues to insist that he should create a circle in the brain. The man was holding his head, and it was said that mana, the source of magic, is harmful to the brain, and if it gets into the brain, it will lead to a mental breakdown, and in the worst case, to irreversible brain death. MC put his hand on his head, thinking that no matter how you look at it, it looks like a demand to commit suicide. The guy went to bed and asked who would sign up for something like this. The book was lying on the table. The sun's rays fell on the building. The teacher looked back and asked Hale what was going on. The hero held out the book and asked if he could look at the book again, to which he asked again. The textbook was decorated with gold ornaments, and he asked if it was an ancient manuscript. The teacher looked at the pages and said that it emanated an aura of antiquity. The protagonist frowned and he asked what he wanted him to check it, to which he asked to try to open it. MC stood next to him and said that he wanted to know if it was sealed with magic or something, to which the man asked again, and the guy said that there had been some very strange rumors going around among the students lately. The teacher put his hand on the book and said that thinking about rumors when it came to his academic performance was not the best idea, and he noted that he would take a look, but in return he would ask for a promise that he would study harder. The teacher examined the item and was silently meaningful. He handed it back, saying that there was no trace of magic in this book and asked him to stop being interested in fables, to which he thanked him. The sky was dotted with clouds and the guy thought that he hoped for at least something and noted that neither sunshine nor the professor could open this book. The red-eyed man smiled and an idea appeared in his head and he thought that there was a possibility that everything was real. An ancient book lay in his hands. Hale sat in a chair and looked at the object on the floor. He was holding a bag with pills that his father had given him. The pills were in space and he thought that if he swallowed them, his mana circle in his heart would disappear. The man looked down and asked him to forget about practice and at least become an outstanding theorist. The hero looked down, thinking that one way or another, he was not going to give up magic. He had pills in his hand and his hand was shaking and he asked him to stop, noting that he was already on the sidelines of life. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and forced himself to swallow the pills and he decided that if he was going to die, then die. MC held his hand on his face and sighed. The guy fell to his knees and said that the mana circle tied to his heart was collapsing. The magic circle split into parts, and he thought that this pain was the end for him as a mage. Hale grinned while his brain was engulfed in energy, and he thought that there was no way back and now he would cross the taboo, launching mana into the brain. The book was lying on the floor, and he thought that the previous him would die so that a new mage would be born. The body was shaking and the guy thought that after the mana flowed into the brain the pain dulled, because it was eclipsed by a new one, or something unbearable, that it seemed that he was about to die and he thought that this is death. Mana was in space and drops were dripping on it. A hand touched his ear and Hale was asked if he heard the mentor, while he thought that it was a voice created with the help of mana. The hero was in space among the fragments and spirits of mana, which whispered to him, and he believed that they were one with mana. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he heard voices, namely laughter, singing, as if he was blessed. MC woke up lying on the floor near the book. He stood up, examining his palm and asked that he was alive. Red-eyed looked towards the opening book and became interested. The guy looked at the page and said that there were now symbols on the empty pages. Oilin froze after the mentor congratulated him, saying that he had finally taken the first step and he thought he heard the voice more clearly. Ray stood opposite Idard and said that this book was called that. There were drawings and symbols on the page, while he said that from now on the writing of his legend would begin, using a notebook. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes, while he was told that he was bequeathing all magic to him. The magician stood next to Hale with a book, and he asked that he could not address the successor from the future like that. The hero smiled and tears ran down his face, while he said that he was now his student. Rays illuminated the building and the action took place several days later. The teacher was at the board and explaining something. The protagonist looked at the textbook and thought that there was something new again and never knew that studying magic could be so exciting. The book was lying on the table, and he thought that Idard contained so much hidden knowledge. Magic circles surrounded MC and it was told that firstly, he learned that mana has its own will. The man held his head and for most people who put mana into the brain, this turns into a clash of two consciousnesses, which leads to brain damage, which is why mana is considered destructive to the brain, but they are different. He looked down, thinking that their thinking blocks the will of mana, so they do not receive damage and assumed that his brain is not subject to the will of mana. His hand touched the back of his head and he thought that this is why he is resistant to interactive magic that is built into the brain with chips. The professor looked at Hale and called out to the students, interrupting the guy's flow of thoughts. The man looked around and asked if they remembered about the midterm test for the second years and noted that this time a new rule would be added. The hero looked ahead and asked again in his head. A smile appeared on the professor's face and said that from this year on, anyone who fails it will be expelled. The blond man narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He turned away, saying that this new rule was proposed by the House of Magicians. Sayuk smiled, saying that finally the defective will be eliminated. The teacher looked up and sarcastically said that one of them is already on the edge. The red-eyed man looked away and looked thoughtful. People were walking along the street of the evening city. There was a sign for a training center on the wall. The protagonist looked towards the sign and said that renting a simulation training ground in the city was too expensive. Rental prices appeared on the screen and the guy asked that they charge 200,000 won per hour here and realized that even that was hard to afford. MC entered the room and the employee said welcome. He looked at her and asked for an hour, to which she asked that he would train alone, to which she heard a positive answer. The woman handed over a card and said that he had room number 14 and wanted to say about the instructions for controlling holograms, but did not finish. Hale looked away and asked not to bother, saying that he was in the know. The saleswoman looked away and thought about the fact that this guy was from the House of Magicians and noted that he was from a famous family that was incompatible with interactive magic, and she felt sorry for him. The hero was in the room and the system said that the simulation was starting and called Wolf Crushers. The creatures stood next to the guy, surrounding him. Their eyes were sparkling and glitches were visible in their fur. The protagonist extended his hand and said that although these were low-ranking monsters, 10 at once, it was quite difficult, and the average elimination time at the wolf test at the academy was 12 minutes and 32 seconds. The book was on the table, and MC was going to test what was written in it read every day and believed that there was no better way to evaluate the results in practice. He lowered his head, talking about his new mana circle. Heo raised his hand while the mana formed an 8 of mana and summoned an infinity circle. The creatures rushed to attack. A powerful blow occurred, which erased the simulation from the site. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he said that it was incredible and thought that he had always had such power, and this could not be. The mannequin stood in front of the screen, and the guy said that while the others were using interactive magic with the help of a magic circle on the heart. Energy flowed through the protagonist, and he thought that he was using a magic circle in his brain, causing mana to circulate throughout his body, and thanks to this circle, his dormant power was released. MC spread his arms and a red magic circle formed in front of him. He opened his mouth wide, and the mentor asked the student not to be surprised by such things, because he had a whole path ahead of him. Ray stood behind Hale, saying that the Circle of Infinity is the very basis of the magic style, and noted that he was able to cast spells as he imagined them in his head. His hand reached for his hair, and he said that this was only the first circle of the Bitinio magic style. The magician extended his hand forward, standing behind the hero and calling for the call of the heart. The protagonist left, and the girl thanked him and asked him to come again. The cleaning lady stood at the door of the 14th room and talked about wanting to go home. She opened the door and was interested in how the failed geniuses were training there. The girl froze and looked down. She was looking at the screen and thought that Hale had passed the wolf test in 6 minutes and 37 seconds and noted that this was a record at the level of international competitions, and asked how this incapacitated guy had such a record. The woman hit the device, saying that the piece of iron was acting up again. The hero looked ahead and smiled, thinking that a start had been made. The protagonist stretched out his hand towards the magic circle of infinity. MC looked at the book, thinking that the endless circle was a serious test for him, and noted that what was described in Idred was different from all the basics that he had studied before. The book was open, and Ray was saying that the mana in his arms, legs and heart could be subjugated to his will. Hale looked down, thinking about what this meant and wondering if it was possible to understand anything from such a vague description. The book was lying on the table, and it seemed to him as if some thought was eluding his understanding. People of different eras clutched their heads, and he thought that the teachings of magic said that there is a certain wall of enlightenment, that every magician, facing his limit, as if crashing into an invisible wall, and this fact was relevant at all times. The hero meditated, thinking that for now he should focus on pumping mana through his entire body, as it was said in the book. The protagonist was embraced by energy, and thought that this was really all he should do. There was a clock on the main tower of the building, and he said that when he came to, he realized that he had been pumping mana for 10 hours without a break, and in theory, he should have been exhausted, but the strange thing was that he did not feel tired at all. MC walked through the city and thought that it was already morning. Sun-chan showed his palm and greeted his friend. He hit him on the back and asked if something was wrong, and noted that he looked sleepy and asked if everything was okay. Hale lowered his head and thought that he had to maintain the circulation of mana every day now, but it was not easy, and he thought that he really wanted to adapt to this mana circle and effectively implement it as soon as possible. He remembered how he had created the second mana circle when he was a child, and thought that at that time, his father had placed his hopes on him. The hero was enveloped in mana, and thought that now in his brain only he did not know how to advance further. The man put his hands in his pocket and looked away. While he thought that for magical progress, it was essential to overcome the wall of enlightenment, and he remembered how his father had once said one thing when he still had hopes for him. The protagonist froze, thinking about what he had said, that the ideal was nothing more than shackles. Dad looked away and remained silent. MC opened his eyes wide, and thinking that the ideal was an illusion created by human arrogance, said that it was a lie. Hale sat on the bed, being enveloped in energy, and thought that he felt it. He closed his eyes. The guy looked at his hand and talked about the mana in his hands, fingers, his heart, head, moves as he wishes. Behind the hero, who held the flame in his hand, was an open book, and the guy thought that freedom of imagination is the key. He grinned and believed that it allows you to embody spells without any formulas. The chipped one pressed the screen. Releasing a spell, and interactive magic accelerates the speed of casting a spell, but at the same time a monotonous pattern is embedded in the spell. Hieroglyphs were written in Idra, and the protagonist thought that while the rain method is unbridled, like thought itself. MC held a firebird in his hand and understood that he can freely change the shape of magic. Birds flew next to the guy, and it was magic free from algorithms and formulas, and noted that this was only the first circle and it mercilessly spends stamina. Hale clenched his fist, saying that the very possibility of using this incredible magic was fascinating, but did not finish. The book was in space, and he said that after he overcomes the wall of enlightenment, he will reach the greatest heights. The sun illuminated the building of the educational institution. The man leaned against the wall and said that the hero had guests, and asked to follow him. The protagonist sat at the table and asked again. They walked along the corridor and the professor said that his father came to visit him and MC thought about it. The sign of the reception room hung on the wall. The man looked out the window and asked to come in. The teacher stood in the doorway and said that he brought his son. The dark-haired man looked back. Hale stood in the room and said that he and his father had not seen each other for a long time. The fair-haired man leaned over, saying that he would go. The relatives sat opposite each other, and the dad said that he saw that he still had not given up on attending classes. They looked at each other and the father talked about what it meant that he did not accept the pill that he sent him, to which the hero replied that it was so, but something happened recently, but did not finish. The protagonist frowned and said that he had achieved something in magic. The interlocutor closed his eyes and said that he had achieved something and asked if his son was still chasing empty dreams. MC looked at his father from under his brows and said that he intended to become the greatest magician of the generation. The relative seriously directed his gaze towards him. Determination was visible in Hale's eyes. The man closed his eyes and said that he had already lost a whole year. He looked ahead and said that it was time to finally accept reality. The hero listened attentively to his dad, who said that no matter how hard he worked, even if he achieved something in the future, as long as the guy's body was incompatible with interactive magic, nothing would work out, but did not finish. He frowned, saying that he would not succeed. The interlocutor leaned back, saying that at least he had an extraordinary talent left, and asked him to simply give up meaningless ideals and study theory properly, noting that this would be the best use of talent. Hale opened his mouth and said that as he said last time, but did not finish. The hero put his hand on his chest, saying that he would never give up magic. He got up from the couch and said that ordinary life tempted him, especially in his shadow. The protagonist showed his fist, while Ray stood behind him and said that what he wanted was to lead the house of magic. The man frowned, asking him to become a great magician or to become the head of the family of magicians. This is not something that can be achieved by desires alone. MC smiled and said that he will prove it to him in practice. The father crossed his fingers and asked what he would prove and barely move from course to course and be on the verge of expulsion. That's it. The guy stood in front of the interlocutor and said that next time he would be in the top 10. He frowned and said that if he failed, he would leave the academy and devote himself to theory, as the other wanted. Hale put his hand on his chest and said that if he succeeded, he wanted him to recognize him as small and give him the appropriate support. The father put his hand on his forehead and said that apparently his so-called successes had completely turned his head. He stood up, throwing on his clothes. Dad looked back, saying that he hoped that all this was not empty chatter. The hero looked seriously in his direction. The action took place several days later. The professor held the device in his hands and said, "The final exam format has been officially approved." The students looked at each other and one asked if there would be team battles, to which the other replied that she would prefer to fight monsters. The blonde guy gave a thumbs up and said that there would be one-on-one battles, in other words, a fight between students. The protagonist rested his jaw on his palm while he said that the tests would last for 3 days. Sayuk grinned and looked away and the professor said that starting from the 16th round, official representatives of the Magic Tower would be invited as observers and asked them to give it their all. Hale showed his fist and thought that it was time to show himself. The action took place in the academy. People were standing in the room and talking about duels and how even people from the Magic Towers would come and this was a big game. The hero looked away, thinking that the academy was on edge because of the upcoming midterms and since the tower representatives were coming, he would attract the attention of the media. People were standing on the honeycombs and he thought that the Magic Tower was an international organization of magicians, created by a dozen of the best of them, and their power was not inferior to the power of an entire country, and all the students of the academy were trying to join them. A burr appeared in front of the protagonist and called him out, saying that he was defective. Sayuk showed his palm and asked how he felt there. MC looked to the side. The green-eyed man stood in front of the screen, raising his hand up, while he thought that he was annoying him, but at the same time he was coming out on top among the second years. The white-haired man approached the object of hatred and said that it seemed to him that in the first duel of the midterms, his opponent would be him. The offender smiled, asking if he could taste defeat. He approached his forehead and asked him to be sure that he would set a record from 5 years ago. Hale looked at the bully. The green-eyed man frowned and said that 5 years ago, this guy had lost to him dry then. The child stood next to the loser and someone said that the hero had won and noted that he was known as a loser then. But as soon as it turned out that the protagonist was not compatible with interactive magic, he pestered him non-stop. Sayuk looked back sarcastically, saying that they say that whoever fails the midterm exam will be expelled and asked if that was true. MC was calm and meaningfully silent, while he asked that maybe he should knock him out so that he would not witness the failure. The white-haired man raised his hand, standing next to his friends and asked him to get ready to cry into his pillow and Hale thought that this guy was his first opponent, and he should not miss such an opportunity, because this is a great chance to show his skills in the midterm exams. The hero smiled, asking why he should be afraid of him and thought that he would use him to the fullest. Sayuk frowned and asked again. People were standing at the door. The green-eyed guy looked away and asked if that defective guy really thought he could handle him. The white-haired guy stepped forward and asked him not to deceive himself, and asked if he still didn't understand his place. The protagonist lowered his head while he was saying that he had completely lost his mind. MC put his hand on his jaw and said that 5 years ago, he also barked at him, but failed miserably. Hale lowered his eyelid and said that he still hadn't learned anything. The boy was shaking with surprise and didn't believe what was said. The hero smiled and asked if he was still offended that he had lost back then, and called him a loser. Irritation flashed across Sayuk's face, and he insulted him. The guy grabbed the protagonist by the shirt, and said that he was a defective piece of shit. The red-eyed man took his hand away from himself and said that, apparently, living in the shadow of others does not allow him to change, and noted that there will always be a stronger one who will trample him into the dirt. The dark-haired man adjusted the decoration on his chest and said that geniuses remain geniuses. A smile appeared on Hale's face, and he said that he would imprint it on his skin and asked him to get ready. The hero turned around while he was furious. The green-eyed man frowned and said that he would burn this arrogant creature to the ground and trample on the ashes. The news about the return of the genius was shown on the screen, and it was said that the fallen genius was from a famous house of magic, and they asked whether he would be rehabilitated, or they would witness the final fall. The protagonist looked at the tablet, and thought that the headlines of the articles were full of his name, and probably the Sayuk family contacted the journalists, and heated up the manure with the whole village. MC looked up, imagining the upstart, and thought that knowing him, it was obvious. Hale looked at the screen and said that these midterms will show everyone that a genius will always pull through. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he said that the more attention they paid to him, the better. A ring appeared on the phone. The protagonist looked out the window and picked up the phone and asked if he saw the article, to which he replied positively. MC looked away and asked not to pay attention. The man removed his hand and asked that he brought it on himself, to which he received a positive answer. The father lowered his head while he said that he provoked Sayuk to attract the attention of the public, to which he called out to him and said that the fact that he agreed to the terms of that does not mean anything, but did not finish. Hale stood in front of the table and listened to what he said, that this does not mean that he believed him, and the fact is that for the House of Magic it did not matter. Dad held the phone to his ear and said that even now he didn't believe in the other's victory, and these articles only disgraced the House of Magic, and said that he couldn't understand why he needed all this, asking what motivated his son. The hero lowered his head and said that people had already written him down as excommunicated from the House of Magic, and he apologized, saying that the damage to their family would hardly bother anyone. His hand fell on the textbook while the man said that this damage might be insignificant, but that didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. The protagonist frowned while his father said that the guy knew perfectly well that no matter what he did, wherever he went, the name of the House of Magic followed him, to which the guy replied that it was natural and he knew it. Dad looked at the screen while Hale said that these were all empty worries compared to the benefit, to which he asked again, wondering what benefit the house would get from the guy's victory. The hero smiled and said that it was him. The protagonist looked determined, saying that he was the greatest mage in the world, that he came from a house of magic, and the greatest head of a family in history, and noted that he was going to be the greatest even by their family's standards. The man sat in a chair and said that he had ambitions just like the Lord of the Tower. MC closed his eyes while he said that come what may, to which the guy thanked his father. The old man lowered his head and said that if he continued to defame them, then he should be prepared for the consequences, and noted that that was all. The hand placed the phone on the table. Hale turned away. He was holding a towel in his hands and said that the bets were made. The action took place in the arena, and it was the day of midterm exams. People were sitting on chairs. The hero was warming up his hand. Sayuk waved his hand and asked how the article was and said that the popularity of the so-called genius had skyrocketed from the first day and asked if it was true. He put his hand on his mouth and said that he couldn't even cast the spell normally, but he continued to embarrass himself in front of everyone, noting that it was funny. The protagonist smiled and said that only he would be embarrassed here. MC put his hand on his chest and said that he should thank him, because he obediently fell into his trap. A smile appeared on the student's face, and he asked what he didn't like and said that this was the least he could do for him and promised to quickly beat him up and asked him not to whine later. Sayuk was furious and said that he was really crazy. Hale raised his finger up and said about the first circle. He stretched out his hand forward, saying that the spells of the first circle would be enough for him to defeat him. The rays of the sun fell on the arena. There were people in the arena. The hero raised his finger up and said about the first circle and noted that the spells of the first circle would be enough for him to defeat him. The spectators looked away, watching the process. The white-haired man bared his teeth, showing his fangs, and clicked his tongue. He put his finger on his lip, saying that he was a weakness, and asked why the boy dared to open his mouth to him. The referee raised his hand, blowing his whistle, while the announcer said that the first round of the midterm exams for the second years had begun. The opponents stood opposite each other, and the fight began. Hale looked forward and smiled. Sayuk extended his hand and magical energy appeared from his palm, ordering him to die. Fear froze on his face. He pressed the screen and 2 meteorites flew out. The hero dodged, thinking that this was a signature ability. The chip in the green-eyed man's neck emitted sparks. The opponent pressed the system panel and felt fear. The protagonist looked forward while he called for an explosion. An attack occurred and dust rose in the arena. The spectators watched attentively. The enemy smiled, saying that there was no need to pretend to be almighty. Aggression froze on his face. Heo raised his hand and was unharmed while he asked how it was possible. Sayuk raised his hand and offered to bite another. 3 cores flew out of the displays. The hero looked forward and called water. A liquid shell appeared in front of him and protected the guy. The white-haired man fell into a stupor and asked again and thought that this was his favorite spell. The protagonist spread his hands in satisfaction, while he thought that his ability was easily blocked. The guy lowered his head, saying that he did not understand anything. The fight took place in the arena and he said that this was only first circle magic, so easily using it in a matter of seconds is strong, but did not finish. The woman stood nearby and said that she was interested in why he would put off the affairs of the Blue Tower to just watch the midterm exams of the second years and asked if he knew anything about this Hale magic. The fair-haired man put his hands in his pockets and said that he did not. The hero smiled while he said that he just saw an article about the boy, like the return of a genius, and noted that curiosity brought him here. The redhead closed her eyes and asked what it meant. It was just a coincidence. There were screens behind the boy and she said that even so, if the world found out that the Lord of the Magic Tower, an 8th Circle Mage, came to watch the student fights, it would cause a lot of gossip. Kim smiled and said that he already knew this well. They looked at the arena and said that that's why he asked for a VIP room and asked, "Is it true?" The figure approached the doors. The man looked away with interest. The Lord spread his hands and asked that she also came. Heo raised his palm up. Sayuk put his hand on his lips and thought about how he did not understand what was happening and how it was possible to so easily block his 3rd circle magic, explosion, with only 1st circle magic. He remembered the moment when the hero blocked the spheres with a liquid shell. The green-eyed man looked down, thinking about the speed of embodiment was simply abnormally high. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked what he was interested in, how so fast. Hem moved his hand aside and asked him to shut up. He extended his hand forward and ordered him to die silently. 3 burning meteors flew out of the screens. A powerful explosion occurred. Sayuk stood up and said that he knew from the moment he stuttered in the 1st circle and said that defective trash did not dare to speak in his direction, but did not finish. MC extended his hand with his fingers up and he asked again. Hale directed a beam attack forward. The arrow flew past the offender and he gasped in surprise. He looked back, thinking about when he managed to use the wind projectile. The hero cleaned the dust from his clothes, while the opponent thought about the fact that his attack did not even scratch him and asked why he was unharmed. The enemy looked at the guy and asked if he really was going to win with only 1st circle spells. The protagonist created a spear, saying that he understood everything correctly. The tip glowed and rushed forward. The projectile crashed into the system panel. Sayuk covered himself with his hand and smiled. The white-haired man raised his hand to his mouth and asked what he was saying. The sun was shining on the ground and he was asking if the guy had become bolder because he had learned to cast spells a little faster. The white-haired man looked away and said how defective he was. He noticed his torn clothes and said that the devil take him. Hale moved his finger to the side and he wondered when this spear had managed to move behind him. The green-eyed man frowned and asked what kind of nonsense he was doing here, but did not finish. The members of the Magic Tower were standing in the VIP room. The hero formed on his finger from above and asked if he did not understand what was happening. The protagonist smiled and asked what he needed to show him one more time. The bird rushed towards the enemy, while MC was satisfied with what was happening. The guy ordered the summoned creature to rush forward. Sayuk looked back and asked if it was really a wind spear and could they really do that. Hale smiled and said that it was true and that it usually couldn't be done that way. He spread his hands and said that but he could and asked to block it well, because there were now 4 of them. The spears rushed to attack. The green-eyed one called up the system screen and ordered to create a barrier. The projectiles crashed into the shield. The opponent smiled, thinking that it was just a 1st circle spell and he could block them for now. The attack hit him in the back. He looked back and thought about how one of the spears changed its trajectory. The hero snapped his finger and said that thinking about details is normal, but being distracted like that in the middle of a fight is bad, but he didn't finish. The birds circled around the protagonist, and he said that he had just begun. MC pointed his hand towards the guy, directing the direction of the attack. The white-haired man took a stance and said that the bastard thought that first he needed to get out of range of his copies and keep his distance. He looked at the opponent, imagining the radius and thinking that it was probably limited. Sayuk grinned, thinking that he just needed to keep his distance, and then these unpredictable attacks would not reach him. Hale smiled, saying that this was a good conclusion. He folded his hands and green light was visible in them. The shells appeared in space. The opponent fell into a stupor and did not understand what it was. The bird was approaching the opponent's face. Kim froze and, after a meaningful pause, said that he was already very surprised that he could activate magic so quickly. He lowered his head and said that, but also to connect spells, change the flight paths of those, and asked what kind of magic it was. The man smiled. The father folded his arms and he was called. The man stood among the panels, and it was said that In-hyuk is the head of a respected family of magicians and a wizard of the 8th circle. The redhead looked away and said that this is true, and Hail magic simply ignores all the rules of the source code of spells. Screens with the source code of spells appeared in space. A meteorite flew to the side on the screen, and it was said that, for example, if the target is more than 38 meters from the wizard, then the magic will never reach the target, and the trajectory cannot be reassigned. The figures stood opposite each other and fought, while it was said that, in other words, only what corresponds to the source code works, and because of this, the fights of modern wizards are more of a battle of minds. The girl used an attack with a 30-degree trajectory bend, and it was said that when thoroughly studied spells are used, it remains only to predict the opponent's actions, and the ability to react immediately is the key factor here, just like with skills in computer games. Hale pointed his finger forward, and Baidenor's magic was different. The bird flew forward, and she said that his magic ignores all principles of the original spell code. The spear hit the floor. Shayok lay on the cracked floor and could not believe that he was losing to banal first circle magic. The hero stood in front of the enemy and asked that he underestimated his abilities, and said that the 3rd circle of magic does not matter here. The protagonist showed water, saying that a person can be killed with an ordinary pen, and asked if this is true. The green-eyed man froze in horror and asked what it was. MC smiled, holding the liquid in his hand, and said that this is 1st circle magic. He stood in front of him, saying that it was water magic, and noted that it didn't take any incredible magic to kill. A sphere of water enveloped the opponent's head and he started to choke. Hale pointed to the uniform and said that the academy's clothes were enchanted with a magical barrier called the safety zone. The hero looked serious, asking that it was useless now. The opponent was choking while he said that he was the same way. The figures were standing in the arena. The protagonist raised his head. He looked away and told the instructor that the result was obvious. The referee pointed to the side and whistled while he asked if he should continue. People were standing in the center, and the host was saying that the match was over and MC had won. The guys were carrying the loser away. The guy was leaving the field. He looked at his hand, thinking that he had already forgotten this feeling. Hale remembered holding the cup in his hands and raising his hand. He grinned and thought that he had rehabilitated himself. The Lord and his assistant walked down the corridor. Kim looked at the arena and asked what the supernova explosion was. He covered his nose and said that it intrigued him very much. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he wanted to know more about it. Sun-chan showed his hand and said that everyone said that he had won, and noted that it was amazing. He hugged him, asking what kind of training he had been doing behind his back, and said that this magic was simply incredible. The friend was delighted, saying that the spears were simply magical and the spell combo unfolded very quickly, to which he asked if he really wanted to know. The comrade smiled and said that of course he wanted to know. Hale approached his ear and was about to tell the secret. The guy presented the book and decided not to tell, saying that it was a secret. The hero looked at his phone and asked his friend if he had seen it. The news was shown on the screen, which spoke of the protagonist as a supernova, and said that there was an interview that they took from him after the match and asked that he was not curious about his magic. The reporters pointed the cameras at MC and he was asked what kind of instant activation he demonstrated. He looked at the camera while they asked him how he was able to learn to activate magic so quickly, and what about changing the trajectory and shape of the wind spear, and assumed that it was some kind of combo. Kim stood on the child and asked to answer the question with permission. Hyul became wary. He spread his arms in front of the assistant and introduced himself as a wizard of the 8th circle from the Blue Magic Tower, saying that he watched the recent match. The blonde hugged the student and said that in his opinion the hero used the magic of memorizing the 4th circle, and he asked again. The Lord extended his hand forward with fire. Everyone present was shocked as he spoke of that type. He introduced the magic mechanism and said that this spell allows those to activate the spells whose structure they know by heart, and memorization can very well help activate the spells at such a speed, to which he was asked that why then such great magic is not used. Kim winked and said that there is a downside, which is that it only allows the use of magic that is 3 magic circles lower than the current level. Hale looked away and was asked if he was right, to which he replied that yes, that is correct. He smiled, thinking that he had been thinking for a long time about what to say so as not to reveal the secret, and this fit perfectly. The man held the microphone and asked what happened. The hero reached the 4th circle of magic, since he can use memorization. Kim put his hands on the man's shoulders and said that it was obvious. They looked forward and the reporters took pictures. The protagonist launched a bird and talked about exclusive news, which was that taking the 4th circle of magic at such a young age is a record comparable to the Lord of the Magic Tower himself, and since the Lord of the Blue Tower himself spoke for him, it is so. Sun-chan looked at the guy and asked that he was already a 4th circle mage, and said that now is not about that. The reporter pulled the microphone and asked how he would explain bypassing the source code, to which Kim said, agreed with them. He put his hand on his jaw and wanted to start explaining, but the guy interrupted him, saying that he would explain. Hale put his hand on his chest and said that in fact, bypassing the rules of the source code of spells is quite simple. The hero turned his palm up and said that if you modify the formula itself, to which Kim fell into a stupor. He froze and asked again in his head, thinking that it was impossible. The blonde imagined a car with wings and thought that it was the same as attaching airplane wings to a car just because you wanted to, and that it definitely couldn't be done easily. The protagonist closed his eyes while he thought that if he wasn't incompatible with artificial intelligence, I wonder what his future would be like. MC smiled, holding a butterfly on his finger, and used spell modification. The creatures flew around the journalists, and he called this magic modified. Kim looked at the guy in amazement. Hale looked at the summoned creatures while the Lord thought that this was a revolution, and from this day on the magical world would turn upside down. He held a phone with the news in his hands. Sun Chan narrowed his eyes and asked about modified magic and that he wanted him to believe in it, to which he agreed and asked. His friend put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he himself would believe in it in his place, and said that he was very happy about his victory anyway. The hero was wary as he said that it was time for him to return to the dorm, to which he asked what it was already. The comrade looked around and said that he needed to prepare well for the difficult opponent tomorrow. The protagonist was confused and asked again. The action took place the next day in the arena of the Obelisk Academy. The spectators were sitting in their seats. Sun Chan held his hand to his nose. He was kneeling in front of the opponent. Hale frowned and thought that so this was her, the very difficult opponent that his friend had spoken of. Adela looked forward. She raised her hand up, calling for a moon bullet. She stretched her hand forward and came from a French family and the House of Divine Guardians Korea and was a legendary genius born from the fusion of two famous magical families. The hero looked down, thinking that she was quite unique. A magic circle formed under her feet, and he thought that the matter was that the House of Divine Guardians had modified magic. Sun Chan formed a barrier and looked forward. The projectiles flew forward. They broke the shield and reached the target. The referee raised his hand and announced that the match was over. Adela's hair was flying, and she was declared the winner. Hale put his hand on his jaw and was silent. He was serious and thought that she used a combination of light and darkness attributes. The winner stood in the arena and he thought that she created a glow characteristic of the House of Divine Guardians, similar to the moon, and such magic has its own range, power, and other characteristics, and they are not listed in the source code databases. The hero closed his eyes and thought that it was no wonder that she was quite difficult to fight. He looked down and became wary. Adela looked back, looking at the guy. The protagonist was perplexed and thought that she had just looked at him. Sun Chan approached the guy and looked displeased, to which he said that he was still good. MC hugged his friend, and the girl watched them while he said that out of all the possible opponents, he got that one and he was very unlucky. The blonde turned to Hale and asked if he won his second fight, to which he answered positively. The blonde looked at the guys while he wanted to say about the next opponent, but she interrupted and said that he did well and noted that it was a nice fight. Sun Chan put his hand on the back of his head and thanked the girl, saying that he learned a lot. Adela looked at the guy. The hero was interested in eye contact. The girl stood in front of the protagonist and asked him what it meant that he became a real mage. Her gaze suddenly became aggressive, and she said that she did not remember the reason why she entered this academy, and hoped that he would help her remember it again. Hale stood in front of his banner. Adela looked ahead and looked calm, while he thought that they had known each other even before enrolling in the academy, and it was said that their houses had a strong connection, so the hero often crossed paths with the girl at various events. Fathers with children stood opposite each other, and he thought that if you need to describe their relationship in one word, it's simple: they are rivals. He remembered holding the cup in his hands, while she looked at him enviously, and the protagonist thought that the blonde had given up studying in France to enter Obelisk and crush him. They passed each other, and he said that however, after he turned out to be unsuitable for interactive magic, she did not say a word to him. The blue-eyed girl was calm and the guy thought that he was branded a scum, and Adela lost the rival she was eager to defeat. Hale put his hand on her neck and said that for now, he would hardly be able to compete with her. She walked away, looking back and saying that they would find out in battle. Sun Chan looked at the hero and asked if everything would be okay, to which he asked what he was talking about. The comrade looked angry and asked if he was serious. The girl extended her hand to the side and he said that she was his next opponent. The protagonist froze and asked again. The sun was setting behind the horizon and the stadium was empty. The action took place in the arena and two figures were standing on it. Adela held his hand while the referee looked at his watch. The students looked at the field and someone asked why Hale had not appeared yet, to which the red-haired one asked that he ran away out of fear and noted that he was a typical hero. The blonde stood in the ring while he spoke, that he talked about modified magic, but he only knows how to yap. But in fact the guy knows that he has no chance against this girl, so he got scared. The referee closed his eyes, holding his hand in the air. An abrupt event occurred and he said that time was up and according to the rules, Adela was awarded the victory. The protagonist appeared in the arena and asked to wait. He bared his teeth and apologized for being late. The referee looked away and asked where he was. The man extended his hand and said that he would talk about it later and noted that he would not give time to catch his breath, and this was a punishment for being late. MC rubbed his hands while the referee asked to take positions. Adela joined her fingers and asked if she could ask why he was late. Hale closed his eyes and said that nothing special. An endless circle appeared around the guy and said that he was doing some preparations. The girl was calm and asked again. A grin appeared on the hero's face and said that she was quite strong and asked that he should have prepared for this fight and promised that the fight would be interesting. She lowered her head and asked what he wanted to say, that something had changed during the day. The protagonist stood in front of the girl and she thought that he was different from yesterday. Adela opened her eyes wide and assumed that she could hope. MC extended his hand forward and said that he would immediately warn her that she first needed to give it her all. The sun was shining over the stadium and the referee announced the start of the match. The blonde raised her hand up, creating a sphere. She made a gun out of her fingers and aimed, calling a flaming revolver. A fireball appeared at the end of her fingers. The magic circles duplicated the spell and 3 projectiles rushed forward. Hale waved his hand upward, calling for wind. The air flow broke 3 projectiles at once. The opponent's fist glowed from within. She held a sharp object in her hands and called for earth needles. Cracks were visible in the arena. A rift was approaching the hero, from which needles were sticking out. He jumped back, doing a backflip. Adela ran forward and said that while he was in the air, he would not dodge it. She looked away and saw something strange. A magic circle appeared behind her, and she was about to call for an air attack. The protagonist looked back, thinking that this blow was aimed at the enemy in the air flow, and even knowing about it, it would not be possible to avoid. He smiled, thinking that at least most people thought so. Hale stood on the platform, calling for a barrier. The students fell into a stupor, and the red-haired man asked about the fact that he created a magic barrier right in the air, and the girl asked how. The blonde stood in a stupor, saying that it was unthinkable. Adela looked ahead and asked what he used the reversible barrier as a support. The hero smiled, while she thought that her opponent was still the same, with incredible magical sense. The protagonist looked down, thinking that the secret attribute of the House of Divine Guardians is the moon, and to counter it, he must use everything he has. He raised his hand, intending to act in this battle even the sun. The blonde covered herself with her hand. She squinted from the sunlight, guessing that the opponent was preparing an attack. The protagonist stood on the barrier against the background of the sun, and the girl realized that she could only defend herself. Adela put her hands out and activated Great Cell. The brunette swung, creating air. He squeezed the ethereal blade in his palm. Then he brought it down with force on the opponent's barrier. The boy gritted his teeth, noticing that she was being rather cautious, since she had used a third circle defensive spell against his first. The hero jumped back. Hale landed on the floor, leaning on his hand. The blonde frowned and decided that it was her turn. She suddenly looked down, feeling that her leg was encased in ice. The girl shuddered in shock, and her opponent narrowed his eyes. The student jerked, trying to figure out when he had managed to prepare for this. Adela remembered the boy's landing and assumed that he did it at that moment. The blonde frowned, noticing that she could not keep up with his movements at all. The boy moved to the side. He waved his hand, preparing for a new attack. Blue energy appeared in his palms, and the hero used magic charge. At that moment, the opponent got rid of the fetter with fire. The protagonist raised his finger up, creating several spheres. Then he waved his hand, sending water dolphins to attack. The girl quickly put up a barrier in front of her. The magic crashed into her shield. She smirked and thought that it would be easier than expected. The student remembered the young man's interview, when the head of the magic tower said that the guy used magic to memorize the 4th circle. The blonde imagined the diagram and remembered that this method only allows you to use spells 3 circles below the current one. Adela smiled, thinking that the enemy only has access to the 1st circle in this case, and with spells of this level alone, he will not defeat her. A sharp beam hit her back. The girl widened her eyes, not understanding when the enemy managed to activate this spell. She visualized the protagonist's fight with the first opponent, and assumed that this was a modified version of the air spear, which he hid in her blind spot because of the sun. The student closed her eyes and swayed forward. She fell to the floor and the brunette approached her. He looked closely at his opponent, and noted that she probably forgot who she was up against. The interlocutor frowned and clenched her fist. The secretary furrowed her brows and muttered that his combat sense was beyond expectations. Kim rubbed his chin and said that from the delayed attack to the moment the boy dodged, simultaneously casting Earthbind, it was probably planned from the very beginning. He remembered how the student jumped and said that the boy avoided the attack in the air, thereby forcing the girl to attack him. The hero then used the barrier as a support to gain altitude, and at the same time stood with his back to the sun, which made it difficult to see Adela. The man imagined how the boy activated the long-term activation spell thanks to memorization and created wind spears. The head of the blue tower waved his hand and muttered that immediately upon descent, the boy used the air to focus the attention of the opponent. Then the girl looked at her leg, because Hale had created an earth binding, pretending to just land. Then the blonde received a blow to the back with a pre-calibrated spell. Kim smirked, looking away. In-hyuk was sitting in the chair, and the magician exclaimed that his son was called the most skilled magician of the first circle, and this makes sense. The interlocutor frowned and muttered that there was nothing special about it. The opponents stood opposite each other. The girl straightened up. The protagonist looked at her carefully. The young man's father closed his eyes and noted that, despite the fact that the guy had an advantage, he could not deliver a decisive blow. He frowned and added that Hale was not able to finish the job. The brunette stood in the arena, clenching his fists. The guy was sweating, because his opponent had not even used her trump card yet. The blonde put her hand on her chest and admitted that it was impressive, and reminded her of the past. Adela's eyes flashed, and she declared that from now on she would fight with all seriousness. The interlocutor took a fighting stance, noticing that it had finally happened. The girl's body was engulfed in a bright light. The brunette squinted, remembering the attribute of the moon. The blonde raised her hands, creating a halo glow above herself, a special magic of the greatest house of divine guardians. The ground beneath her split, and a magic circle appeared in the air. The young man covered himself with his hand from the wind. The light from the seals illuminated the arena. The observers glanced sideways at the hero's father, who stood up. Kim looked back at him and asked if he was already leaving. The brunette frowned and declared that the battle was over, and there was nothing more to see. The interlocutors turned around, hearing the noise. The woman's eyes widened and she exclaimed that this could not be. The head of the magic tower grinned in amazement. Sun-chan jumped up and opened his mouth in surprise. The blonde's eyes widened and she muttered that it was unthinkable. A fiery magic circle appeared behind the protagonist. He extended his hand and used Flame Volcano. The girl flinched and asked if this was second circle magic. The interlocutor smirked and reminded him that he was late because he was preparing. The blonde frowned and noted that memorization only allowed him to use the first circle. Adela narrowed her eyes and asked if he had somehow reached the fifth. The brunette chuckled silently. Obelisk student dormitory, the night before. The protagonist sat in front of a book, crossing his legs. The young man frowned and thought that Adela was not an opponent that could be defeated with only the first circle. He took the tome and admitted that even his own fighting style was no match for her magic. The wizard closed his eyes and muttered that he planned to fight her when he became stronger. The hero ran his finger over the new page, hoping to accomplish his goal. Hale frowned and said that it said to pour mana into a magic formula. The book had a diagram drawn in it that, according to the author, would open up new facets of reality. The brunette looked at it, wondering what it was doing. A thread of mana appeared in his palm, and the guy decided that he had enough hesitation. He reached out to the book and concentrated the energy. The seal on the page began to glow. The guy covered his hand from the glow. The hero recoiled and screamed as the magic scattered in fragments across the room. The open tome was still shining, but there was no one nearby. Hale squinted, opening his eyes. He found himself in the middle of a round library. The young man looked around and asked where he was. The girl opened her mouth and greeted him on the page of the first trial. The stranger with golden eyes raised her hand and introduced herself as Alpha, the guide responsible for this section. The guy turned around and asked again. The interlocutor looked at him and said that this was the first test, what was hidden inside Iderd. The protagonist sweated and realized that he was inside the book. There were several portals in the room and the wizard guessed that this was not a teleport somewhere far away, but a spatial dimension. The brunette grinned and thought that this was incredible. The girl made a hand gesture and said that this test would test his intentions as a successor. Alpha folded her palms and added that she would reveal the details at the start. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the guide said that if he successfully completed the test, pages 18 through 31 would open, containing information on second circle magic. The protagonist rubbed his chin, thinking about how he needed to complete the task in order to receive instructions for advancing to the next circle of magic. The interlocutor looked at him and asked if he wanted to start. Hale clenched his fist and answered affirmatively. Alpha closed her eyes and bowed. Her body began to dissolve above the boy, and she announced the beginning of the test. The girl disappeared into the light. The brunette's eyes widened in shock. The guide became incorporeal, and the guy thought that she seemed human, but was a magical entity. The guy frowned when the voice warned that it would now explain the details of the test. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, recognizing the teacher. A crystal appeared in the air, and the Archmage explained that the gem before him was called Elemental, and it contained an indefinite number of elements of nature, chaotically mixed. The young man raised his head in surprise. His eyes widened when the teacher said that he needed to set the final order of the mana in the stone. The stone sparkled, and the hero thought that wild elemental stones were a material that required a delicate approach, and their mana should be interacted with extremely carefully. The wizard looked at the gem warily, thinking that there were only 4 types inside it, but their mixing created chaos, so how could he organize it? He imagined a spoon and thought that it was like a mixture of grains of sand, salt, sugar and pepper, which somehow needed to be separated. The guy froze in the center of the room, realizing that this was no joke, and only a skilled master of the mind technique could handle it. The brunette grinned and said that this was very intriguing. His eyes sparkled from the use of the mind technique. Multicolored sparks appeared in the air. Gradually, they all stretched out in rows. The young man closed his eyes, and the crystal in his palms shone. The guy closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. The threads of mana strengthened between the sparks. He clenched his teeth, looking at the gem. The hero was thrown back to the closet. The book fell on his head, and the brunette thought that any unnecessary fluctuation of mana would generate a shock wave, so he had to act carefully. There was a crystal in the air, and Hale thought that he had tried to divide the mana, but it was so mixed up there that it was difficult to separate. The guy grinned, noting that he had an idea, and he had to try, no matter how long it took. Forgetting about time, the hero tried again and again, flying away from the stone in an attempt to organize the flows. He rose from the floor, wiping sweat. Then he fell again, gritting his teeth, because the slightest mental lapse forced him to start all over again every time. After a while, the main character held the crystal in front of him, exclaiming that he had finally divided the mana of the elemental stone. The brunette shuddered when a voice congratulated him on passing the test of the successor. Hale smiled contentedly, and the teacher said that now that he had mastered the mind technique, the second circle of resonance would be open to him, as well as new idled records would become available. The boy opened his eyes, lying on the bed. He frowned and realized that he had returned. Writing began to appear on the pages. The wizard grinned and was glad that he would now form a second magic circle. The boy turned his head to the clock and decided that he would definitely study its spells before the competition began. The textbook opened new lessons. The sun was shining above the arena. The blonde frowned, creating a halo above herself. The ground under the hero's feet split. The girl stretched out her hand forward. A bright light poured from above. Sun Chan gritted his teeth and nervously muttered that this seemed to be the limit for his friend. The blonde closed her eyes and declared that this was the end of the match. She squinted, thinking that it was simply incredible to have advanced so much in such a short period of time. The sorceress remembered how a boy had beaten her in a competition when she was a child and decided that the genius she had been chasing was no more. Adela froze, feeling energy behind her. She turned around, asking what that sound was. The protagonist's eyes sparkled, and he activated the second circle of resonance. A large seal appeared behind him, and flames of different colors appeared on his palms as the youth used darkness blindness. Hale determinedly drew his eyebrows together, creating a fusion of two circles of infinity. Large hands with mana appeared above his head. The guy turned his fingers in different directions. His pupils narrowed as he said, "With the power of free will, become my arms and legs." Kim and In-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. Sun Chan and his friend opened their mouths, not believing what was happening. The rival herself froze, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist stood in front of the magical seal, and mythical hands parted the moon's mana streams. The guy raised his finger and cast Fire Volcano. Adela recoiled and hurried to cast a protective spell. A huge cannon, the first version of resonance, appeared above the brunette's head. The opponent sweated, realizing that she was unable to block it. Several shells fired at her. The blonde raised her hand up. She smiled and said that the genius had returned, so let him be her target again. Hale's cannon continued to fire. The judge covered himself with his hands from the gust of wind and heat. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent. The observers watched what was happening. Adela closed her eyes and swayed. Then she fell to the floor. The brunette knelt down tiredly. He raised his head, and his victory was loudly announced. In-hyuk headed for the exit, and the head of the tower asked if he was going to leave again. The interlocutor grinned and replied that he had to fulfill his obligations. The blonde smiled and said that he understood everything. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the arena, muttering that the boy was truly a man of his word. The protagonist smiled happily. There was a crowd of people in the corridor. The boy took off his jacket and said that he was completely exhausted. He remembered sitting in front of a book, engulfed in magic, and thought that the resonance, the second circle of mana, synchronized with the first in his head, strengthening his energy. The boy imagined a man with a moon attribute, and then a girl and a black spear, which is a hybrid that combines the range of light magic with the power of darkness magic. The boy visualized a jar of magic and noted that if you pour darkness into it, violating the proportions, the range of destruction will greatly decrease. During the fight, the huge hands above the wizard's head stopped Halo, since his darkness magic was more advanced. But the moon technique of the Divine Guardian's house is not something that can be easily learned. Then Hale's eyes flashed, because he managed to do it with just a quick glance at the magic formula thanks to his perfect mana control. The brunette narrowed his eyes, realizing that the resonance circle allowed him to understand the magic formula with incredible precision, deciphering the very structure of the spell, and he was able to get such mana control only thanks to the analysis of the elemental stone, and without all this, he would only dream of defeating Adela. The protagonist looked questioningly at the people nearby. The man adjusted his glasses. He took a few steps closer. Kim stood in front of the young man and called him. Hale stared at him in surprise. The guy stood up at the sight of the Tower Lord. The interlocutor grinned and said that he came to talk to him. The hero sat down in a chair opposite the man. The blonde smiled and apologized for disturbing the young man, but he watched his match, and it was simply an incredible fight. The student looked at him and thanked him. The mage adjusted his glasses and suggested getting straight to the point. They exchanged glances, and the man asked if the hero had already reached the 5th circle. Hale nervously frowned and said nothing. He remembered himself in the arena and realized that he had used the 2nd circle spell in battle, and their lord of the Blue Tower believed that the young man used memorization. The brunette presented the table and realized that by that logic he was at least a 5th circle mage. The guy smiled, thinking that there was nothing surprising in such questions, and answered negatively. The man grinned and exclaimed that he knew it, but how did he use 2nd circle spells then? The interlocutor sweated and asked if they would believe him if he said that he had used a modification of the spell. Kim touched his chin and asked if he was talking about the same thing as in the interview. He remembered how the young man surprised everyone with magic butterflies. The magician looked at the hero with a smile, who decided to simply agree. The brunette looked away, thinking that, no matter how you look at it, it was simply impossible to reach the 5th circle at 18. It would become a worldwide sensation, and if you had to use the 3rd circle in front of everyone, everything would become even more difficult. The interlocutors glanced at each other, and the guy decided that it was better to hide it for now, and the man asked what the modification had to do with the magic of the 2nd circle. The blonde looked at him intently. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he had improved the memorization itself. Kim's eyes widened and asked again. He jumped under the surprised look of the young man and exclaimed that it turned out to be possible. The head of the tower stood next to the student and muttered that it was simply amazing. Then he extended his hand to him, his eyes sparkling. The man touched the shoulder of the interlocutor and said that he was impressed, because who would have thought that the shortcomings of this spell could really be overcome? Hale sweated, seeing red eyes. The magician studied him intently, leaning over the guy. His pupils narrowed. The hero froze, his brows furrowed. Kim continued to stand there, looming over him. Then he smirked. He removed his hand and said that he really did not have the characteristic mana formation of the 5th circle inside him. The man turned around and admitted that the boy had spoken the truth. Kim smirked and said that he would go and explain everything to the reporters. The tower leader narrowed his eyes slyly and added that his red eyes would serve as proof. Hale stood up and thanked his interlocutor. The youth was left alone in the room when the door closed. He sweated and exhaled. Then he ruffled his hair and muttered that who would have thought that the tower leader's red eyes would be used to confirm his words. The hero remembered the man's gaze. The brunette imagined the image of Kim, who was said to be able to see the very essence of mana with his special eyes, and these were the best magic detectors in the world. The guy turned pale, hoping that he had passed them since the man hadn't said anything. The student remembered the book and thought that Ray's magic style was the greatest secret he couldn't reveal to the world. The sun was shining over the arena, and a voice announced the end of the match. The protagonist stood over his defeated opponent. He frowned and removed his mana. In the corridor, a girl caught up with him and called out. Hale turned around and looked at her questioningly. Adela came closer in bandages, and the guy said that he expected her to be unconscious for another 4 hours, but she replied that everything was fine. The brunette put his hand on her belt and asked what she wanted, to which the girl said that she would like to discuss the past fight in detail. She looked away embarrassedly and added that it was not necessary now, since the final was ahead, and the guy must be tired. The protagonist smiled and said that he was ready. The blonde looked at him happily when she heard the guy suggesting to analyze it in the waiting room. Hale turned around and thought that analyzing this match and all the strategies used in it would allow him to learn a lot. The boy rubbed the back of his head, feeling the girl's passion on his back, and she thought that she also wanted to be like him. The sun was shining above the tall building. Light was coming through the large windows. In front of the screen where the main character's interview was shown, a girl was standing and muttering that she thought he was finished. The sky above the city was clear. On the building hung the emblem of the subsidiary office of the Magic Tower. In the office, there were 2 people. The woman looked at the photo of the main character and cursed. She grimaced and muttered that she expected the battle to be a foregone conclusion. Saya turned around and asked her brother if Hale was really going to get away with it. The brunette raised an eyebrow and asked what she wanted him to do. The woman frowned and exclaimed that he should remember what the atmosphere was like just a year ago, and what they should do if the younger one came back to the house. The man sighed when the woman said that she couldn't stand this kind of treatment anymore, and asked her not to worry. The photo showed the main character holding a cup. The 2 looked at the screen and Jihan said that maybe the boy was considered a genius a year ago, but now he could barely handle the 2nd circle of magic, and in a fight, that was nothing. The man grinned and asked if she had seen his matches. Saya clenched her fists and exclaimed that there was a lot of hype around the boy again. The brunette put his arm around her shoulders. They turned to the TV and Jihan said that the hero had fought against ordinary students who had barely reached the 3rd circle, but even if he had met a newbie from the 4th circle, he could easily handle it. He introduced his brother and reminded him that he had a critical flaw, namely, his unsuitability for interactive magic. The man brought the mug and added that even if he found some way to compensate for it or use some ancient magic tricks, his level was still far inferior to the average 4th circle mage. The interlocutor nodded and muttered that no matter how hard her brother tried, he could only wallow in the mud, because scum would still be scum. She bit her nail and added that Hale could somehow threaten her position as the heir to the family. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He destroyed the mug with magic and promised that they would deal with him then. The sky was painted with sunset. The sun's rays illuminated the roof of the arena. There were people on the split platform. One of the students fell to the floor. The referee raised his hand and announced the end of the match. The protagonist waved his hand, and a voice declared that the guy had become the winner of the midterm exam competition. The audience smiled, shouting that the genius had returned. The brunette straightened up, listening to the cheers. He waved and grinned, while people discussed how only a genius could surpass an artificial intelligence with ancient magic alone. Sun-chan jumped up and shouted that his friend was the best. He shook the boy by the shoulders and exclaimed that everyone would now recognize his skills. Behind them, 3 students stood, discussing how the boy was nothing without his ancient tricks. The man approached the hero and said that he was proud of him as a homeroom teacher. Sun-chan grinned and suggested throwing a small party in honor of the student's achievement, and the professor agreed. The friend hugged Hale and happily exclaimed that everyone was resting today. The brunette smiled awkwardly and said that he would like to go, but he had an important meeting. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and asked how they could celebrate without the hero of the occasion. The hero winked and apologized, explaining that it was very important. The teacher patted Sun-chan on the shoulder in understanding. The young man walked out into the city, thinking that this was too important a meeting for him to miss. Hale frowned. The driver of the car got out and said that he was waiting for the young master. The brunette nodded. The servant bowed and said that the head of the family was waiting for him at the mansion. The stars were already shining above the mansion. The protagonist approached the main entrance. He frowned, realizing that a whole year had passed. The young man clenched his fist and remembered that after being declared a scumbag, the boy rebelled against his heartless father, entered the academy, and all this time remained in the dormitory because he was forbidden to set foot in the family mansion. Hale walked inside. He looked around and muttered that nothing had changed here. The young man stepped onto the stone floor. In front of him was the door to his father's office. The brunette cringed, imagining his parents' face. The wizard frowned, thinking that he had finally returned after a long absence. The boy knocked. The head of the family was sitting at a large table. He looked closely at the door and allowed him to enter. The protagonist walked inside. The student bowed and greeted his father. The young man raised his head. The man slammed the book shut and invited him to sit down. The interlocutors sat opposite each other, and In-hyuk said that he had already come to terms with his failure. He passed by and said that the speed of his son's manifestation was extremely slow, and the formula dissipated as soon as he lost concentration, not to mention the combinations of spells. The man stood behind the boy and added that he had successfully proven himself a talentless and unfit candidate, but everyone recognized his outstanding talent. He put his hand on the back of the chair and said that he wanted to redirect his son into a scientific direction. In-hyuk frowned and admitted that this time he had not expected anything and thought that this was just a cry of despair of a worthless loser. The hero looked calmly ahead, answering that he understood it. The news was open on the tablet, and the father said that when he saw this article, he decided that it was a good opportunity for the young man to come to his senses, faced with humiliation and another defeat. The leader folded his hands behind his back. The man frowned and added that he completely destroyed his expectations and was able to overcome the lack of incompatible, and even created his own modification of magic. He introduced the main character to the interview. In-hyuk turned around and said that he lost this round. The father smiled and noted that his valor in battle is worthy of the title of a true wizard. The young man's eyes widened. The guy jumped up and thanked the interlocutor. The man grinned and said that from now on the family will fully support him. He stood in front of his son and allowed him to ask for everything he needed for his studies, as well as all restrictions related to their mansion were lifted. In-hyuk extended his hand and demanded that he use his powers for the glory of their lineage as a rightful heir. Hale smiled decisively. Then he frowned when his father raised a finger and added that there was one last warning. He came close. In-hyuk placed his hand on his interlocutor's head and said that if the boy slipped again or stayed in one place for too long, the man would personally destroy his magic circle. The young man clenched his fist, thinking that the pressure of an 8th circle sorcerer was terrifying, but this was his last chance. The student frowned decisively and agreed. The leader sat down in a chair and asked what his goal was. He looked at Hale and reminded him that he had previously wanted to lead their lineage. The man folded his hands, introducing his children, and stated that for now the hero was far behind his brothers and sisters. The young man put his hand on his chest and declared that he would not give up the position of the head of the family, and first of all, he would make everyone here acknowledge him. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and asked how the guy would do that. The student leaned his hands on the table. He introduced the magicians and said that in 2 months there would be a World Magic Olympiad, where the most outstanding personalities from all over the world would gather and take part in it. Hale smiled and promised to bring a gold medal. Fireworks were launched in the sky, and the hero thought that the Magic Olympiad, accessible only to students under 20, was held every year, and it was a dream arena for those who wanted to attract the attention of the whole world, and it was also famous for its level, not inferior to the competition of adult magicians. The headman frowned and reminded that at the national level, their most outstanding result was silver, which was once won by the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower. He remembered young Kim on the podium. The father frowned and pointed out that this promise was impossible to fulfill, since there had to be gold at the world level. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest and replied that he had a request. He frowned, remembering his siblings, and asked that they not be allowed to hinder him in the meantime. In-hyuk looked at his son intently, thinking about the desperate boy using a gold medal that he might not get as a means to gain immediate protection. The man smirked and thought that under any other circumstances he would have refused, but said that it sounded tempting. The sun was shining above the dormitory building. Books were scattered on the floor. The protagonist was sleeping with a tome in his hands. He opened his eyes slightly and realized that he had fallen asleep. The boy rubbed his neck and remembered that as soon as he returned from the family mansion, he began looking for the next challenge. The young man remembered his task with the crystal and thought that he had only fulfilled the conditions for the second circle, but he was already impatient to move on to the third, for which he needed a second test, but he had no clue. The pages of the book were empty. Hale imagined the threads of mana and assumed that the only hope was in resonance. He visualized a card with a wizard and decided that he needed to pump him up to the level of a master of the second magic circle. The hero opened the textbook and said that in order to reach the second test, he would pour mana here, making it shimmer, according to the principles of resonance. The student ran his finger along the page, remembering that he did this with the circle of the call of the heart, and resonance must also be somehow connected with this, although nothing can be understood from the notes. The brunette created 2 rings of infinity in front of him, assuming that he needed to do something like this. The book showed no signs of magic. The hero looked at it intently in anticipation, and then decided that a short walk would help put his thoughts in order. The sun was shining in the sky. The guy headed towards the bridge over the river. He smiled and thought that sometimes a little fresh air is enough for clear thinking. The young man closed his eyes, thinking that after a walk and breakfast he would try to delve deeper into the secrets of resonance. The student's eyes widened and he flinched when someone shouted to be careful. Hale turned around in surprise, and something was already flying in his direction. It crashed straight into the hero's face. A girl came up to him and asked if everything was okay. The brunette raised his head and recognized Adela. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The students were walking along the embankment, and the hero asked how it happened that a bag flew into his face, and the interlocutor said that she was spinning with happiness, anticipating how she would drink banana milk. The purchases slipped out of her hands. She bowed and apologized. The main character took the drink with a smile and replied that he got banana milk for free, and asked if that was all she drank. The girl showed a stuffed bag and exclaimed that it was the best invention of mankind. The cloud floated across the sky. Adela looked at her companion and said that she heard that he went home. The brunette smiled and nodded, saying that yesterday he was officially given back all the rights of a family member. The sorceress grinned and replied that she was very happy, and also asked if he still dreamed of becoming the head. The guy turned to her in surprise and asked if he had really said that before. The girl closed her eyes, remembering their childhood, and said that the boy often mentioned it. Hale rubbed his chin and admitted that it was no longer his dream. The blonde shuddered and asked again, clarifying whether he had really accepted reality. She narrowed her eyes and muttered that the House of Magicians had many other worthy candidates, and that it was not easy to become the head. The protagonist chuckled and said that his dream was not only to get the position of the head of the family. He narrowed his eyes and said that he was going to become the head of the magic tower and conquer the peak of the entire world of magic. The interlocutor's eyes widened in shock. The girl looked away and noted that this was some kind of unattainable goal. Adela grinned and added that for someone who had gone through such a path as he, the goal was clearly not an easy one. The moon disappeared behind the clouds. The light was on in the family mansion of the House of Magicians. The woman bit her nails. She stood up and called out to her brother with displeasure, asking if he was not worried at all. Jihan crossed his arms and replied that his father probably had his reasons. He rubbed his chin and thought that it was hard to believe that he had set such conditions. The head of the family was sitting in his office when the children came to him and asked why he had called them. The man folded his arms and said that he knew them well, so he would have to give them an order. Jihan and Seo flinched when their father forbade them from touching Hale for the next few months. The woman frowned, about to object, but her brother stopped her. He smiled and asked why he was saying that. In-hyuk narrowed his eyes and said that they should know that the youngest had officially been accepted back into the House of Magicians. The man introduced the young man and added that his value was low since he had not participated in the family business for a year. The interlocutors frowned in displeasure when the head said that the hero might need a few months to adapt again. He rubbed his temple and suggested that the two of them might want to hinder him, exerting some pressure so that he would not encroach on the position of the head of the family. Jihan pursed his lips and remained silent. Then he smiled tightly and said that he understood. The man turned to the window and allowed them to go and rest. The woman looked at her brother and asked why he didn't even object. Seiya froze in fear. The brunette's face twisted in anger, and he muttered that it wouldn't have changed anything anyway. The wizard introduced the other siblings and thought that they weren't interested in competing for the position of head of the family, so it was understandable why they weren't invited. He remembered the protagonist's face, wondering if his father really wanted him to be left alone just because he missed a year. In-hyuk was standing by the window, and Jihan guessed that he must have told the student to somehow make up for lost time since Hale was aiming for the position of heir. But such protection was only granted to children under 16 who hadn't received their AI chips, and his brother was already 17, so he didn't fall into that category. The man frowned, wondering why his father would demand such a thing. Seiya sat down on the sofa and assumed that the leader had already made his choice. The man turned around and objected, noting that his brother had shown too little. Jihan remembered the moment of the protagonist's match and assumed that his father saw potential in him again. He closed his eyes and muttered that In-hyuk might simply be interested in this unusual magic that the boy had developed, or that the boy had forced him by promising something in return. The woman jumped up and asked what the boy could have promised. She grabbed her head and exclaimed that under normal circumstances, her father would never have agreed to such a thing, and she was simply angry. Jihan chuckled and agreed when his sister said that now she would have to call off all the people she had assigned to spy on Hale. The man imagined the hooded warriors and remembered the shadows, his father's personal spies who secretly worked for the family, and they were good at everything from infiltration and espionage to defense. The brunette put his hands in his pockets and added that he had already called off his observers. Seiya raised her eyebrows and asked what he intended to do next. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that he would go first. He went out into the hallway and thought that his sister rarely took direct part in anything, but he himself did not like the idea of being inactive for 2 months, and if Hale had agreed on something with his father, it could be dangerous, so he needed the help of the Black Magic Tower. Obelisk Academy was illuminated by the sun. The professor smiled and praised the students, noting that everyone had successfully passed the midterm exams, and he was also proud that a student from their class, Hale, took first place. The protagonist rose to applause. The man handed him a certificate and congratulated him, adding that he was the best in the country among those of the same age. The teacher smiled and suggested that the young man try to maintain his position over the next few months in order to take part in the World Olympiad. The brunette grinned and replied that he would strive for this. He returned to his seat amid disgruntled whispers. His classmates grinned, discussing that he would deflate in a few weeks and would not hold out at the top for 2 months. The brunette sat down at his desk. Hale smiled confidently. Sun Chan stretched and exclaimed that his 8 theoretical classes were finally over. The hero winked and reminded that from tomorrow there would be 1 practice. The friends exchanged glances, and the interlocutor replied that it would be no less stressful, to which the brunette said that physical activity would definitely not hurt him. Sun Chan bent over from a light blow, and his comrade noted that he was clearly out of shape. The student frowned with displeasure and started to sweat. He caught up with the hero and wanted to say that he would beat him in magic, but he remembered that he was now quite strong in magic, and his friend simply advised him to work on his weaknesses. Hale glanced sideways at his companion, who promised to pump up and give him a good beating. The brunette turned around and suggested grabbing some food and working out in the gym. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow questioningly. He looked away and muttered that it wasn't that he didn't want to, he just wasn't feeling very well today. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked him to speak frankly, if not, then no. Sun Chan leaned on his shoulders and admitted that he didn't hate training, but simply didn't like training with him, and the brunette asked what was bothering him. The interlocutor closed his eyes and said that his friend scared him, and that's what everyone thought. In the obelisk training hall, the protagonist was actively doing squats with a weight under surprised looks. He was actively working out, wondering what was wrong with his friend, because the guy just wanted to remind him about the importance of training, and the people around him were muttering that a person shouldn't be able to lift such a weight. The guys watched the hero, remembering that he was a second-year champion. Hale put the barbell on the floor. He wiped his sweat and thought that he was so focused on learning the Ray magic style that he completely neglected physical exercise, and now he felt like a weakling. The brunette took a sip of water and remembered that Idard also talked about this. He imagined the silhouette of a man and thought that since the circle of infinity circulates throughout the body, physical training can improve it, so in a healthy body there is a healthy circle, everything is interconnected. The brunette ran on the track, thinking that if he trains both magic and physics, he will have the body of his dreams. The guy actively lifted dumbbells. Clouds floated above the academy building. The creature with 3 eyes growled. 3 panthers circled around the protagonist. Their eyes flashed before attacking. The young man jumped back, dodging. He furrowed his brows and released mana. The hero waved his hand, and one of the monsters was pierced by an air spear. The other 2 panthers roared. They jumped at the student, but he ducked, and the monsters collided. Hale created a fire sphere on his hand and used Flame Volcano. The brunette shot at the second panther. The remaining monster pushed off the floor. The guy attacked the last projection with fire and finished the practical training. The professor looked at the tablet to record the result. The young man smiled and thanked when he heard that he had a perfect score. Hale sat in the hallway, looking at his hand. Continuing to examine his palm, the hero thought that, thanks to the circles of infinity, his physical capabilities had increased by at least 1.5 times. The brunette clenched his fist and realized that when he reached the third circle, it would be even better, and he needed to strengthen the infinity circles as much as he could. He closed his eyes, and blue energy emanated from his body. The young man folded his hands, concentrating on how 2 streams of mana were spreading along his entire body. Magic sparkled in the air, and Hale thought that now he needed to reduce the vibration and deviation of the streams by 12.25% and 4.63% respectively. The glowing threads looped, and the student continued to align the flow of the Heart's Call circle by 8.9%. Mana sparkled around him, and there was still very little left. The brunette threw his head back and sighed. He sweated and noticed that the synchronization was 99% in the end, and this 1% is not given, no matter how much you try. The guy smiled and decided that he had to bring the second circle to perfection, and he would definitely cope with this. The moon was shining in the night sky. The hero pushed off the ground. He had headphones playing in his ears. Hale was running down the street in a tracksuit. A silhouette in a hood flashed around the corner. The young man's eyes widened when someone aimed a fist at his face. The student dodged and clenched his teeth. He frowned and asked who it was. The wizard frowned, recognizing the offender. Sayuk was standing in front of him in a mask. The blonde swung again, but his opponent dodged. The guy frowned and was indignant that the hero was wriggling like the last rat. Hale leaned over to pick up the earphone and asked what was the matter, since it was the weekend and he was supposed to go home. The brunette arched his eyebrows mockingly and asked if it was really not that he didn't want to go, but that he couldn't. The interlocutor trembled with anger when the young man suggested that it was because the guy was on probation and the bully demanded that he shut his mouth. The protagonist chuckled, remembering that the blonde had intimidated everyone with his dad, and now he was afraid of him, or because of his failure he didn't want to show himself to his family. He remembered their fight in the arena, and noted that the poor guy had nowhere to go. Sayuk grimaced and created a flame on his palm, shouting for the scum to shut up. The hero's eyes widened, surprised that this idiot was going to do magic on the street just because of a couple of harsh words. The interlocutor had already raised his hand to strike and cursed. The opponent frowned, his eyes flashing. He deftly grabbed his opponent by the arm. The guy sweated and flinched. The hero tripped him. Then he knocked his opponent to the ground, breaking his arm. The brunette looked at him with displeasure, while he demanded to let him go. There were cars and a crowd of people on the street. Sayuk was restrained, but he was screaming that he had to teach that idiot some manners, and the employees patiently asked him to come with them for a talk. The protagonist stood next to the agent and explained that he had to somehow calm him down, because the guy tried to attack with combat magic. There was a security camera on the house, and Hale noted that it should have recorded this. The young man rubbed his chin and muttered that he could not believe that a student would dare to cast a spell in a public place, and the interlocutor said that the details would be announced tomorrow at the academy, and it was already late, so the protagonist had better return to his room. At this time, they were trying to put the blonde in a car. Hale narrowed his eyes and mentally asked the bully to just keep up the good work. The next day was sunny. Students were crowded by the information board. There was a notice from the administration hanging there that student Sayuk was receiving a 10-point penalty for trying to use combat magic outside the academy. The protagonist glanced sideways at the students who were discussing why it was so little, since that would result in suspension from classes. The guy frowned and thought that it was not surprising. He imagined the blonde with the bills and remembered that his family had quite a lot of influence, and at one time they had donated a significant amount to the academy, so they could count on special treatment, and the academy would certainly not risk somehow harshly punishing their son. The brunette went further, assuming that the young man would hear enough moralizing for the rest of his life. Sayuk pushed the phone away from himself, from which curses were coming. The guy was standing on the street, apologizing to his father, and his father was shouting that he had asked him to sit quietly until graduation. The man stood by the window, asking if it was really that hard. The young man sweated when the interlocutor exclaimed that if, because of him, the family now did not receive a title, he would be responsible for it. After the call ended, the student looked at the phone, where his father was signed as Moneybags. The blonde frowned and cursed. He threw the mobile phone hard against the column. The guy gritted his teeth and hissed the main character's name. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. Sayuk grimaced, indignantly shouting at the top of his voice. The student tapped his foot on the phone, exclaiming that it was all because of him. A man in glasses appeared behind him and noted that the guy's heart was full of envy. The blonde turned around to look at the instructor with displeasure and asked if it was really impossible. The interlocutor came closer and answered that it was possible, because to love or to hate is a person's right to choose. He arched his eyebrows and wondered if the young man was thirsty for revenge. The guy looked at the man in bewilderment when he suggested taking revenge on the main character. The lights were on in the dorm. The brunette was sitting at the table. The young man was looking at the phone, assuming that the bully had already been reprimanded, but this was only to his advantage. An incoming message popped up on the screen. The student imagined the silhouettes of the heads and read that Inhyuk had made a contract with the blonde man's family, and in exchange for them turning a blind eye to the incident, they would give them shares worth 3% of the income from their magic stone mines. The protagonist chuckled when his father praised him and asked him to tell him if he needed anything. The moon was shining over the city, and Hale thought that in order for the Beck family to successfully obtain the official title, they desperately needed good relations not only with the academy but also with other influential families, so they were forced to take extreme measures. The protagonist stood in front of the crest, realizing that the victim of the incident was none other than the direct heir of the House of Magicians. Hale smiled as he thought about how Beck clearly wanted to hush this matter up at all costs, and 3% of the income from their magic stone mines was a nice asset, and it was also a good example of how important an official title was for any clan, as it was a sign of prestige, like how the Divine Guardian clan was called the Mystical Clan, and the Wei clan was called the Mysterious Clan, making them stand out. The young man introduced Sayuk, who was now effectively excommunicated from the family due to the recent incident, and with his skill level, he certainly wasn't a threat. The hero took the book and decided that it was time to stop playing Santa Claus and handing out gifts, because he needed to get back to working on the resonance. The next day was sunny. Students were walking around the academy. The protagonist frowned, noticing that the school had tightened up its security measures due to the recent incident. The brunette smiled awkwardly when he was called out. He turned around and greeted Instructor Smith. The man raised his eyebrows and nodded. His eyes studied the young man closely. Hale grinned nervously. The interlocutor smiled and said that he had recently noticed something that the student did not like, and he almost agreed with this. The professor grinned and replied that he could understand him, because he was strict with him, but all his words were said for his sake, so they should not be misunderstood. Smith extended his hand and offered to start all over again. The hero sweated and said that it was better not to, but thank you. Suddenly, dark energy appeared in the air. The young man's eyes widened in shock. The instructor with a sly face extended his hand, congratulating the guy on first place in the midterms, and purple mana swirled around him. The protagonist clenched his teeth, feeling the pressure. The silhouette of the interlocutor was engulfed in a strange force. The man grinned maliciously. The young man sweated and mentally assumed that in front of him was a representative of the Black Magic Tower. He imagined a tall, dark building. It consisted of people in hoods, and it was an unofficial tower, different from the officially recognized dozen, because it consisted of a group of criminals with unclean thoughts, led by a mage who called himself the King of Black Magic. The guy gritted his teeth, amazed that Smith was connected with them. The hero imagined the terrible face of the professor and thought about the fact that there could well be other minions of the Black Tower within the walls of the academy. But since when? Hale looked warily at his interlocutor. The young man's eyes sparkled when he decided that it was more important to disassemble the structure of his spell now, because it would help assess the situation. Purple diagrams and graphs appeared in the air around them. The brunette frowned and realized that he was familiar with this formula, and this was mind control magic. The student sweated and remembered that his brain was immune to the effects of mana will. The man looked expectantly at the guy, who thought that mind control simply would not work on him. Hale closed his eyes and decided with relief that he had escaped. The interlocutors continued to stand opposite, and the hero was glad that the professor of spanking did not understand anything. The brunette frowned and decided that it would be best to pretend that the control was working in order to find out what the Black Tower needed here. He opened his unfocused eyes. Smith waved his hand. The man rubbed his chin and muttered that he did not expect to stoop to apologizing to a defective character who could not use artificial intelligence chips. The magician leaned over and demanded to listen to him carefully. He put the chip in the young man's palm and ordered him to always carry it with him from now on and not to ask why it was needed. The guy looked indifferently ahead, answering with agreement, and he himself wondered if that was all. The professor grinned and demanded to tell him the details of his modification of magic. The protagonist grabbed his head and groaned, deciding that there was no way he could tell this. He shook, feigning pain, and the interlocutor noted that his subconscious desperately wanted to protect the secrets of his unique magic, so for now, cancel. Hale smiled and thought that he was an idiot. When the man extended his hand for control, the hero quickly figured out what kind of technique this was. The brunette imagined the silhouette of a person and remembered that this was a spell aimed at the enemy's brain, which is capable of controlling a person, and this is the signature spell of the mages of the Black Tower. The young man visualized how the victim clutches his head, because if it is used by a high-level mage, it can even destroy a person's brain, which makes it incredibly dangerous, and this technique is also on the list of prohibited. The guy was still clutching his head, thinking about what he had just demonstrated, how a person can resist control to a certain extent if a topic special to him is touched upon, and an attempt to strengthen the control can lead to the destruction of the mind, and since the enemy simply gave in, it means that his modified magic is not their ultimate goal. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure. He rubbed his forehead and expressed regret that his magic was not part of their plans, otherwise he would gladly sell such secrets. But you can't fail a mission because of fleeting desires. The instructor snapped his fingers, deciding to just wait until the end of the mission to squeeze everything out of him later. The protagonist was convincingly surprised and looked around. Smith smiled and asked if the young man was okay, since he seemed to have withdrawn into himself during their conversation from fatigue, so he would not bother him anymore. The man turned around and left. His figure was moving away among the crowd. Hale frowned and looked at him intently. The clock on the tower sparkled in the sun. The students went outside, discussing lunch and plans for the evening, and the hero walked ahead. There was no one in the garden. He sat down on a bench near the fountain. The brunette carefully studied the chip that was handed to him. The boy imagined the instructor and realized that he had been given an illegal extra-level AI chip to frame him as a criminal. Hale was already visualizing the incriminating articles and news, realizing that his opponents were trying to smear his reputation. The boy rubbed his chin and thought that Smith himself hardly had a reason to go so far, despite their strained relationship. The student tilted his head and guessed that someone had ordered this from the Black Magic Tower. The boy frowned, remembering Sayuk, but realized that for someone who was bound by all sorts of restrictions, this was hardly possible. The protagonist imagined his siblings and thought that there was a high probability that one of them was behind this, because it was in their interests to damage his reputation in order to finally get rid of him in the race for the place of the head of the family. He remembered Minji and remembered that she had never been particularly active in the struggle for power, and she had no motive to organize something like this. Then he imagined Minhyuk, who was interested in the leader's position, but he was not low enough to plan such a thing. That left Seiya and Jihan, who might even be in on it. The brunette clenched his fist, debating whether to put pressure on the instructor and find out everything directly, but then the Black Tower would not ignore the leak of information. He imagined Smith in a cloak and thought that he might not know the identity of the customer, and if he put pressure on him, the man would simply become a scapegoat, and the guy would attract unnecessary attention, which was extremely disadvantageous in the current situation. The protagonist frowned, deciding to do something else. The sun was shining above the tower. The young man appeared in the doorway of the office. Kim stood facing the window, greeting the guest. The man turned around and asked why exactly the man wanted to see him. He looked intently at the student. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the greeting of the Lord of the Blue Tower was colder than usual. The interlocutors exchanged glances, and the guy decided that he had no other choice. The tower towered among the houses. Hale stood in the elevator and held onto his bag. Kim looked out the window and, without turning to face the guest, greeted him, saying, "Welcome." He put his hand on his belt and asked why he expressed a desire to see him. The man narrowed his eyes and looked away. The hero was serious and thought that today the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower greeted him colder than usual. The guy looked at the man and realized that he had no other choice. The blonde man put his hand on his mouth and asked him to listen, saying that he was a little busy now and now was not the best time. He looked away with interest while he thought that there might not be another chance, and noted that he was researching something and did not understand why the Lord was so nervous lately. The guys were standing in the room and the protagonist asked why he had interrupted his research, to which he responded positively, saying that he was studying an unusual mana stone and noted that it took longer than he expected. MC looked away and thought about the mana stone. The shining crystal was in a box and Hale thought that it was an elemental stone. The guy smiled and realized that this was a very good opportunity. The interlocutors sat down at the sofa and Kim asked to quickly get down to business. The man put his hand on his head and asked what was so important that he wanted to tell him that he insisted on an immediate meeting, and definitely face to face. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he thought that he seemed to be extremely annoyed, and no matter what he said now, he was unlikely to cooperate, and realized that they needed to come to some kind of agreement. The protagonist sat opposite the Lord and said that before they got down to business, he would like to share his knowledge. He frowned, saying that they would talk about the stone that he was researching, namely the elemental stone. The Lord was stunned and wary. He leaned over and asked him what he knew about these stones and noted that the name of them had not even been officially revealed yet. The blonde was furious and asked him to choose his words carefully, to which he replied that he had never spied on the Blue Magic Tower. MC reached into his bag and was asked how he knew then, to which he replied that everything was quite simple. Hale was holding a crystal in his hands, and he said that he had one of those. Kim got up from the couch and was stunned by what was happening. The stone was in his hands and the hero was saying that everything was exactly like that and it was a perfectly tuned elemental stone. The blonde man put his hand on his mouth and asked if the interlocutor had personally tuned the artifact. The protagonist picked up the stone and said that everything was correct, and it was him. The Lord removed his hand from his side and asked how he did it, assuming that the guy was joking. James was holding the stone and he was telling that he was a famous master of magical engineering from the Red Magic Tower. The man examined the stone through a magnifying glass, and the protagonist said that the elite engineers of their blue magic tower, who had been working with magic stones for many years, could not do anything, but did not finish. Kim gritted his teeth, thinking that they could not figure it out, and even he himself, who is called the world expert on magic stones, could not organize the flows of mana. Hale held out his hand with the artifact while he thought that he was being told that a simple student had mastered it. The Lord's reflection was visible in the stone, and he said that it was very difficult to tune such a stone, but he did not finish, asking if he was just lucky. The hero was calm and confirmed that he was just lucky, saying that he believed that only the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower could help deal with such material, so he brought it with him. The man lowered his head and asked if he would explain to him how exactly the guy tuned the stone. The protagonist looked at the creation and said that he did not know, noting that it just happened by itself, and that was all he could say for now. The Lord narrowed his eyes and sarcastically said that he accidentally got the crystal, accidentally tuned it, and noted that he was just a favorite of fortune, to which Hale only laughed. Kim put his hand on the table and said that every magician has the right to his secrets. He waved his hand, saying that he would not interrogate him any further, to which he thanked him. The blond man held glasses and gloves in his hands and asked if he could take a closer look, to which he said of course. The man looked at the artifact, saying that it was a perfectly tuned mana stone that supported all 4 elements at once. The hand returned the item and the interlocutor wanted to say the reason why he brought it here, but did not finish. The protagonist frowned, saying that he brought it in order to make an artifact. Kim took off his gloves and, repeating what he said, asked what kind of artifact he wanted. The things were found and the Lord asked that he wanted elements of clothing, jewelry, or perhaps a weapon. MC folded his hands and said that as long as he could increase the effectiveness of elemental magic, anything would do. The crystal emitted light and the Lord said that he understood. He put his hand on his interlocutor's jaw and said that because the stone was of high quality, the materials needed to be suitable, and therefore it could be expensive, and asked if he was ready for it. Kim spread his hands, saying that he had forgotten that he was a direct descendant of the House of Magic, and said that he would send the bill to his father, to which the guy said that there was no need. Hale put his finger on his lips, saying that he would not want his family to know about this artifact. The hero drew the amount in space and he said that he was a sly one, asking when he was going to pay, to which he replied that he thought it would be about that much. Kim's hand exuded mana and he asked if he could really pay that amount out of his own pocket, to which he replied and wanted to offer a barter. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he was asked if he knew another way. He held out his hands, saying that he could tune all the elemental stones and noted that he could do it in the presence of the one if Kim expressed a desire. The blonde smiled, asking what he wanted to say, that he was ready to reveal the tuning method. The people were happy and the Lord said that it sounded tempting and noted that this would be enough for payment and to be honest, they would even remain in debt. Hale frowned and asked that if so, he could ask for one favor. The man put his hand on his hip and asked what kind of favor and inquired if it was related to the agenda. The hero reached for the mug and was about to say something. Kim got a chip in his hands and he looked at the device with interest, saying that this item was a forbidden artificial intelligence, and asked where he got it. The guy's hand was clenched. The man hid his face under a hood and he said that a mage from a black magic tower gave it to him. The protagonist frowned and assumed that a criminal group was operating in the academy and asked for help getting rid of those. Moonlight was breaking through the floating clouds. A man was standing by the car. MC leaned towards the window and thanked the woman for giving him a ride and wished him a safe journey. She looked away and said goodbye. Hale saw the transport off and was meaningfully silent. The corridors of the dormitory were empty. The hero was lying on the bed and saying that he was very tired. He remembered the stone that was lying on Kim's table and thought that he was lucky, and who would have known that the Lord was researching elemental stones. The protagonist smiled and thought that thanks to this he would get an artifact that even his father would not know about. He remembered the enraged Burr, thinking that he actually wanted to use the 3% of the shares received from his family as a bribe in the negotiations, but now they were saved. MC closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep, thinking that he hoped that everything would work out. Kim put his hand on his jaw and said that he couldn't even believe that the mages of the Black Magic Tower had appeared, but he didn't finish. The structure towered behind the academy, and he said that they had settled inside the educational institution, a place famous for its security system. Hale looked at the chip while it said that the only evidence was this illegal AI chip, and the hero asked if this was too much of a request. The Lord smiled. He smiled and said that under any other circumstances, the Blue Tower would not take seriously the testimony of a student with such a tiny piece of evidence, but this time they would take a chance and investigate the case. The hero held the phone to his ear and the caller asked if he was already there, to which he replied that yes, and the rest, according to the plan, was on that. The guy entered the elevator, continuing to hold the phone. A call was visible on the smartphone screen and the interlocutor asked not to worry, saying that if the information was accurate, the Blue Magic Tower would not make mistakes. The protagonist was in the elevator and said that he understood the accomplice and noted that he trusted him and said that they would call later. The guard put his hand on his chest while he passed by. MC narrowed his eyes, saying that here he is. People were sitting at the table while he addressed his brothers and sisters. Minji folded her hands and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hale stood in front of her and said that it was true and that she had not changed at all, to which she asked if it was a compliment, and received a positive answer. The sister waved her hand and said that he had grown up and noted that she thought that she would soon outgrow her brother. Inyuk closed his eyes and said that she would still crow now. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was welcome and noted that, to be honest, it was a little stupid to be happy about this. But I am really glad to see you. The protagonist closed his eyes and thanked his brother, thinking that this guy was still as honest as ever. The sister looked away and said that her brother always blurts out something, to which he asked what he said wrong. MC looked away and, after a meaningful pause, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The older brother and sister were sitting at the table and he addressed them by name. Jihan was calm and said that he had matured and his face was no longer so childish. Seo smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hale closed his eyes and thought that she was smiling on the outside, but in fact she was ready to eat him alive and was sure that the villain was among them. The older brother was holding a glass in his hands and asked them to sit down and talk over food. He bowed his head and asked why the younger brother had gathered them all here. The hero sat at the table and said that there was no special reason, because he just wanted to see his brothers and sisters again after a long separation. The first daughter of the magic tower leaned over and asked again, wondering if he really called them for such a reason, even though they were so busy. He narrowed his eyes and said that even if he hadn't made an appointment, his elders would have done so, and asked if he was right. Seo slammed her hands on the table and asked how he was talking to her. He raised a finger and ordered her to say what he was planning. She looked at the guy while he was asking again, and she asked him to stop acting like a fool and asked if he was going to compete for the position of head of the family, and asked if that was true. Hale smiled and asked if that was not true, would she believe him? The guy was calm while she said that she would never, to which he asked what the point of asking then, and she said that he was a scoundrel. Jihan lowered his head and said that he really shouldn't have asked about that, because it's not words that say that, but actions. The older brother put his hand on his chest and turned to the hero, asking about his newly created modified magic and whether he would share it with the family. The protagonist looked away and became wary. Seo stood next to her brother and said that this was a great idea, to which he thought that this was a good move, a request to share knowledge, because this was a kind of test to see if he was a candidate for the position of the head of the family, and noted that this would not lead him into a dead end. Hale turned his head to the side. The hero put his hands on his heart and turned to his brother and sister, saying that this secret was his only hope. Tears appeared on his face, and he said that as a person incompatible with artificial intelligence, he could not just take and tear apart his lifeline for everyone, and the competition had nothing to do with it. Minji began to cry and said that in this case, nothing could be done, because this was her brother's only hope. Seo was stunned. The sister wiped the tears from the boy's face, and he thanked her for understanding him. Inyuk held the glasses and asked what the point of this talk about competitions was, noting that they were meaningless, and asked to tell him how he had been doing all this time. Jihan watched as the dark-haired girl said that she also wanted to listen to the protagonist's story. The cutlery lay untouched, and there was dessert on the plate. The elder brother folded his hands, looking at his sister. The second son of the magical blue tower smiled and extended his hand. The clock showed the time. MC looked away, thinking that enough time had passed. The news was showing on the phone. The relatives looked at the phone and were interested. The blue-eyed girl looked at the phone and asked what it was. Inyuk was tense, and said that this was an emergency. Seo looked at the screen and asked what at such a time. Jihan was very unhappy with what was happening. He looked at his smartphone and frowned. The news reported that a connection between some of the faculty of Obelisk Academy and the Black Magic Tower had been confirmed, and the second son of the famous Smith family from France, Lang, had been arrested, and it was also confirmed by the secretary of the Kim family from the Blue Magic Tower, Zhang, a sorceress of the 6th Magic Circle. Hale looked at his older brother. He smiled and thought that he had been caught. The hero remembered how he frowned, giving himself away. Jihan folded his arms and looked away, while he was wondering if it was him. The moonlight illuminated the clouds. The protagonist lowered his head, and through his earphone, he said that everything happened as he said. The news on the phone was that at 10:30 in the evening, Zhang, a 6th Circle sorceress of the Blue Magic Tower, and Secretary Kim, caught Lang's suspicious activity in the combat training hall of the Obelisk Academy, and the intruder changed the settings of the equipment in the survival test. If the mage had not accidentally looked in, the scale of the disaster during the test scheduled for Friday can only be imagined. And the Korean government, the Korea Magic Association, and the International Magic Association declared that they will not tolerate further activity from the Black Magic Tower. Hale looked at the phone and the caller asked how he knew that Lang would interfere with the preparation of the test. The hero closed his eyes and said that it was just a logical conclusion based on the information he received. The man stretched out his hand to the side and smiled while he thought that considering that he had infiltrated the academy, he probably did it for a specific purpose. The protagonist stood in front of the enemy and said that given the time period for which the mind control magic was cast, the day of the survival exam test was scheduled for Friday. There were hieroglyphs drawn on the sheet, and he said that he was going to sabotage the exam test. Lang put on gloves, and it was said that the easiest way to do this is through damage to the equipment, and usually, everything is checked the day before the exam. The man cast a spell on the dummies, and Hale said that therefore the ideal moment for penetration is right after the check. Jong stood in the doorway, and there were people behind her while the hero said that today, on Thursday night. Lang looked back and was scared, and the protagonist said that he asked the people of the blue magic machine to watch the room with the equipment. MC went to the table and said that while he himself was busy meeting with relatives, at this time the representative of the black magic tower should have been caught, and as a result the instructor himself gave himself up. The news showed a photo of him. Hale looked around and said that he also found out that Jihan was the one maintaining the connection with the black tower. The hero smiled and said that when he made sure that no one suspected him of participating, he received a lot of information with minimal risks, and noted that it was a crazy operation. He walked down the street and thought that one way or another, he received only minimal circumstantial evidence confirming the connection between his brother and the instructor, but he failed to get anything significant. Kim sat on a chair and said that he tried to help, but in the end it was he who helped them, and noted that the reputation of the magic tower had increased dramatically, because it was like they had sorted everything out. MC smiled while he promised to repay him, to which he replied that he would not refuse. He looked at the phone, in which a call was visible, and the blonde said that he liked his sincerity, and noted that then that was all. He removed the earphone and thanked him for his work. An explosion occurred behind the protagonist, and he dropped his smartphone. Hale fell to the floor. His face was frozen in horror, and he asked what was happening. A figure appeared through the smoke and repeated his name. Sayuk held his hand to his chest and ordered him to die. The hero looked away and grinned. The opponent stood in front of the screen and summoned a meteorite. The protagonist's eyes emitted light, and he thought about how he had become faster. He summoned a water shield. MC looked ahead and grinned, thinking that his attack was too strong and his shield would not withstand it. He grabbed his hand and thought about a static water shield. The projectile was approaching the target. A powerful explosion occurred right in the center of the city. Hale flew to the side, approaching the pole. The hero looked at his burned hand and thought that, as expected, he could not avoid damage. Sayuk lowered his head and laughed loudly and asked to feel the difference in skills between him and him. He looked ahead, covering his mouth with his hand, and said that the defective one had grown over, asking, showing off. The protagonist was lying by the pole and called out to his opponent. The opponent looked possessed, and MC thought that something was wrong with him, and his eyes were bloodshot. Saliva was flowing from his tongue, and he noticed that his skin had turned red. Liquid was pouring out of the flask, and he said that this reaction was similar to that, as if he had taken an illegal drug. The man was standing in a circle of fire, and he thought that this drug accelerates the magic circle. But the blood vessels begin to burst, and Berserker was named because the person who used it looks like a real Berserker. But the worst thing is that the person will be ready to fight until he falls dead. Sayuk ran to the opponent, while he asked that he had gone crazy, to which he replied that he was just fine. Hale looked ahead and thought that he was using scarlet flashes of mana. This is a third circle spell, Flame Infection. The opponent took him by the hands and the screens gave an error. The hero grinned and said that he was a crazy psycho. Saliva flowed from his mouth, and he said that he was fine and was glad that finally everything fell into place. He opened his eyes wide, saying that the protagonist was going to die now. Flames engulfed the guy's throat, and he grinned, while he summoned Flame Infection. A column of dust rose above the city. Sayuk looked at the opponent, and asked to look at this creature. MC lay on the floor and groaned while he asked if he was still alive. The opponent covered his eyes with his hands, saying that he blocked his magic twice. The red-eyed man held his hand to his face, and he asked what a defective creature was, to which he became interested, and he asked how dare he and began to repeat this question several times. The opponent opened his mouth wide, drooling, and screamed. He spread his arms and said that it was possible, probably. Hale stood up and thought that, as expected, he was in the emotional instability stage, and this was definitely Berserker. Ham stepped back and held his face with his hand. The hero remembered how he defended himself from magic and thought that something still didn't add up, namely the power of that magic. The protagonist frowned and thought that no matter how much of the drug he took, it was impossible to increase his power like that. Sayuk looked at the guy who wanted to check it out and asked what he was looking at. MC raised his hand up and summoned air spears. The offender looked forward and became interested. There was a flame in his hand and he asked again, wondering what kind of magic it was. Hale lowered his head and said that he was a good guy for dodging the spears. He stood at the foot of the one who created the fire sphere and said that he needed to be more careful. The opponent looked at the vis and he thought that now, before he reacted, he needed to strike, but he did not finish. The hero stretched out his hands, in which was a sphere, and summoned a balloon. Light illuminated the face of the opponent, and he made strange sounds. The protagonist bared his teeth and became wary. A fireball appeared from the magic circle and he thought that he used the fire attribute from such a distance. The guy's eyes reflected a threat, and he summoned a fire pellet. Sayuk pointed his fingers forward and ordered him to die. The shells flew near Hale, and it was said that the fire pellet is known for being the most powerful at close range, but the range of destruction is only 7.74 meters and if the hero jumps, he can dodge. The opponent spread his hands and looked up and he suggested whether it could be. The protagonist raised his hand and the shells exploded. MC put his hand on his jaw and asked if he really hated him so much that he even implanted an illegal chip. The white-haired man swung his arm, preparing to strike and asked what kind of nonsense this was. MC closed his eyes and asked if he didn't remember anything and he got it right. The illegal device was on Sayuk's neck and he said that he didn't need tricks to defeat trash like that. Arrows flew out of the screen and he ordered him to die. Hale looked away and the projectiles flew past while he said that the chip was able to strengthen the user's body and adjust formulas and noted that it was outlawed because it greatly affects the strength and range of damage. The enemy was furious and asked what did he care. The projectiles were approaching the hero and he said that it was such an irony, because what he recently studied was precisely related to structural changes in mana circles and their effect on magic formulas. He opened his eyes wide and said that because of this he was very sensitive to changes in magic related to the strengthening of mana and acceleration of circles and thought that he did not know whether it could be called luck or not, but he really had an epiphany, thanks to the illegal chip and Berserker. Sayuk looked away and asked what he was talking about. Hale extended his hand and said that he would not thank him, because he was more concerned about whether he could finish this before dawn, and called for resonance. Behind the guy was a book that emitted light and he thought that however, in recent days he had dug up a ton of information on this topic, including in Adreed. He covered his face with his hand and said that the problem was the fine, because he tried to strengthen his magic in this way, combined the currents of magic circles to accelerate, but it gives negative effects on the mind and body. He moved his hand to the side and a stream of energy appeared behind him while he was talking about the duration before receiving a penalty will be 3 minutes for a master of the second circle of mana. Sand in the hourglass fell down, and he thought that it was only 3 minutes. Sayuk stood in front of the guy while he was talking, saying that after this, the circle will not be able to pump mana for 12 whole hours and before using something like this, you need to think 3 times, to which he asked what he was muttering under his breath and assumed that he was afraid. Hale closed his eyes and said that he would only have 3 minutes. He knelt down and said that it was a ton of time and summoned earth needles. The attack rushed forward, forming cracks. The tip stuck in the opponent's leg and he screamed. Saliva flowed from his mouth and he asked what kind of magic is the third circle and how did such a scum already have a third circle of magic. The hero pointed his finger at his head and asked how to explain this. A projectile flew out of the screen and Sayuk ordered him to die, while he was talking about how he often noticed that he was not only a bad sorcerer, but also his swearing was tasteless and asked what kind of cliché it was. Hale lowered his head and summoned a water shield. The attack crashed into the barrier. The opponent smiled and said that he was an idiot, asking what he was going to parry with this again, although he screwed up last time and ordered him to burn to ashes. A water whirlwind appeared on the street. The enemy looked away and did not understand what it was. Mana gathered around the hero and said that he should have thought before reasoning and noted that if he were in his place, he would have immediately realized that the water shield would be different in level if the earth needles were different. He looked away and said that his magic would not affect him now. Sayuk was furious and called out to his opponent. Saliva flowed from his mouth and he said his name. He rushed to attack and resigned himself. The opponent opened his mouth wide and asked what it meant. He became stronger and said that he probably used another doping and noted that he was only getting by due to it. Hale lowered his head and said that it was over. He took a step and asked not to expect mercy, because he asked for it himself. The hero approached the enemy, imposing the blindness of darkness. The white-haired man fell into a stupor, did not understand what was happening. The protagonist frowned, saying that if he were not so obsessed. Darkness enveloped the enemy, while MC said that none of this would have happened. Sayuk was in space and asked to stop running away and go out, ordering to attack. The dark-haired man lowered his head, calling for the earth binding and the air bundle. The chains covered the boar's body and he bared his teeth. The offender's legs were covered in earth. Hale looked at him and said that it was too late and the last mercy he would show him would be to set him on the right path as quickly as possible and with maximum comfort. The enemy opened his mouth wide and said that he had enough chatter and noted that he was not finished yet and if it were not for him, his life would be different, but he did not finish and the hero said that even if it were not for him, it would make no difference. The protagonist looked back and said that he would simply blame someone else, but oh well, and he asked where he had gone and asked to come back. His hand reached for the chip and asked if he knew why illegal devices were outlawed, in addition to the negative impact on health, to which he asked what he was doing. Dark energy was coming out of the possessed man's neck, and he was screaming in pain. Hale smiled and said that he sent one short pulse of mana into the overheated chip and asked how it was, and even under the influence of Berserker it should be unbearably painful. Saliva dripped from his tongue and he asked to stop. The hero stood behind him and said that the overload of artificial intelligence and his own body led to the fact that he could not withstand even a small external impact, and he screamed in pain. The protagonist looked away and thanked him one last time. He turned his palm up and said that the family would again pay in full for his idiotic antics. Tears appeared on Sayuk's face, and this time the stakes were even higher than last time, and asked that maybe all 40% of the income from the mines of magic stones. Hale held the energy and thanked for the gift, calling him a money tree. The hand touched the chip. A piercing pain went through the offender's body and he opened his mouth wide. The body lay on the asphalt, and the hero looked at it. The fighter picked up the phone and was meaningfully silent. An unfinished call was visible on the phone. The protagonist held the phone and called out to his father, to which he asked why he was calling at such a late hour. MC looked away and said that he saw everything and asked him not to pretend. Red eyes hid among the bushes while he was saying that no matter how late it was, the absence of students on the street looked too unnatural, because even the police were not visible, although they made a lot of noise under the dorm. In-hyuk looked out the window while the caller said that the students could have just hidden. Hale closed his eyes while his father said that the fact that he could stop the police did not mean that he actually did it, to which he replied that Dad was right, because many people could stop the police, but only he was watching the outcome of this fight and anyone else would have immediately intervened to stop this disgrace, or finish him off in the back. The older brother and sister looked at each other and noted that plus, thanks to their agreement, the brothers and sisters simply cannot watch him. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that he was right and it was really him. Hale stood in the bushes and looked away, frozen. The man took a step. The fighter was kneeling and looking ahead while he said that he had assigned Sukyeon to him. The figures were standing by the body of the victim while the hero was standing nearby. The communication session was visible on the phone and the interlocutor asked why he was calling if he already knew about the surveillance. The protagonist looked away and said that he just wanted to brag about his third circle. In-hyuk held the smartphone to his ear and said that he could not remember any significant achievements on his account recently, and asked if he really hid the third circle of magic from the beginning. MC frowned and said that he did, thinking that it was a lie, because in fact he only used the acceleration of the resonance circle to get a short-term boost. The older brother and sister looked ahead and he said that he still lacked strength, and if they found out that he possessed the third circle of magic. He winked and said that if they found out, the pressure from his relatives would increase. Hale looked away and said that Sukyeon used a soundproof barrier and illusion magic to isolate them from others. In-hyuk looked away and said that these were good measures and noted that he would send a car and asked to come back and spend the night here tonight, to which he thanked him and said that they would see each other again. The screen showed that the call was dropped. The father smiled and kept silent meaningfully. He closed his eyes, saying that he did not know what he had been doing for the past year, but his self-confidence was impressive. The hero smiled and told his uncle that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hand took the mask. The man took off the accessory and said that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time and apologized, saying that he was quick. The man looked at the injury and said that this wound was not small. The hand used magic and Sukyeon said that he would provide first aid and leave the rest to the family's personal doctors, to which he thanked him. Hale looked around and asked to deal with the rest. The man put on a mask and said that this matter would hardly go beyond the barrier. The tower towered over the other houses. Jihan looked away and was dissatisfied. He walked to the table and asked why this happened. The guy sitting on the couch asked him that he had just finished working. The blue-eyed man looked at the figure while he said that he thought he would wait here all night, although he liked this couch, and he asked that he was from the Black Tower. The guy kept his hand on his lip and said that yes, but now is not the time and could not believe that the Blue Tower intervened and confused all their plans, and also noted that it was difficult to work when people were arrested before they even started work. The older brother flew into a rage and asked what was funny, saying that the tower promised him that everything would work out and asked that promises were worthless. He bared his teeth and asked that they wanted to destroy him. The tattooed man showed his hands and apologized, saying that he himself often doubted and since the mission had failed, they would return the money and, of course, carefully eliminate all evidence. He extended his hand and said that it was all for the sake of an important client, and noted that he did not need to worry about information leakage. The bandit smiled, showed his teeth and said that Lang would not see the dawn. He stood up and said that he did not care about his life at all, but he did care about the illegal AI chips that they handed to Hale and Sayuk along with Berserker, and asked how they intended to settle this. The white-haired man smiled and said that he did not need to worry about such things, because the green-eyed man was no longer capable. Jihan became wary and asked again, wondering what that was supposed to mean. The bully stood in front of the hero, and it seemed to him that the guy had attacked him. A smile appeared on the Black Mage's face and he said that because of which he was now hardly different from a walking corpse due to the side effects. The man covered his mouth with his hand and said that he did not care about nonsense, and asked what happened to him in the end. The bully showed his hands and said that he might have a couple of scratches, but otherwise everything was fine, to which he asked that he came to talk his teeth or something, to which the guy asked him to stop and asked why he was doing all this, because he was just stating the facts. A grin appeared on Jihan's face, and he asked that Hale somehow managed to defeat an opponent who was under an enhanced chip and the effect of Berserk at the same time. His hand reached forward and he said that everything was correct, but that was not all. He pointed to the park and said that when Sayuk attacked the hero and did not know whether it was for defense or offense. The fighter was wearing a mask and he said that his uncle was there, and what's more, he immediately cast a soundproof barrier and illusion magic and noted that he was very prudent. Sukhyun looked away and he said that in general, if he couldn't watch the fight to the end, but it was exciting. Jihin lowered his hand and asked what the shadows were doing and asked if he knew since when he had been accompanying Hale. The guy under the hood smiled and said that he first noticed him when his paths crossed with his brother, but he wasn't sure. The shadows were looking forward. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that the guard worked directly for his father, and asked what they wanted to say. Was the shadow leader personally involved, and why would someone like that be entrusted with such a thing? He lowered his head and thought that if the shadows intervened, then he had to be extremely careful, and it seemed to him that he would have to give up the idea of getting his brother for a while. Jihan looked at the guest and asked what to do with the chip they gave Hale, to which he said there was no need to worry. The chip was being destroyed and he said that the chip had a built-in destruction program, so most likely it had already been deactivated and scattered to dust. The bandit looked away and asked if he had any more questions, to which the customer replied in the negative. He walked backwards through the window and said that he would go then, because he still had to deal with Lang. The man jumped into the abyss and said goodbye to his dear client. Jihan looked at the moon and was meaningfully silent. The older brother bowed his head and thought about getting rid of all the evidence that could lead Sukhyun to him, and noted that getting through the security magic of his house was easy peasy. The hooligan was rushing down, and he decided to act quickly. The action took place a few days later in the dorm. The guy slammed the book shut. Hale began to stretch, sitting in a chair and making strange sounds. The criminal was lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth, while the hero was talking about how the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower had told him that Lang Smith had suddenly grabbed his heart and died before the ambulance arrived. The hero put his hands on his head and looked away. He frowned, thinking that he knew something like this could happen, but he didn't think they would be so serene, and he thought that Sukhyun had properly handled the incident with the offender. A notification came on his phone, and the boy became interested. He looked at the contents of the letter, which stated that the negotiations with the Beak family had been completed, and to hush up the matter, 44% of the income from the magic stone mines was offered as a bribe, and also noted that this was a great job, and with this money, financing overseas business would no longer be a problem, and noted that if he needed anything, he should think carefully and say so. Hale smiled, thinking that this was a very long message from his father, probably out of happiness. The sun's rays were breaking through the window, and he was saying that he was glad that everything was resolved safely. The hero was holding a smartphone in his hands. There was news about the Olympics on the phone, while the protagonist was smiling and thinking about it. Magic surrounded an endless circle, and he became wary. MC clenched his fist and thought that the 12 hours of the penalty had expired. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and energy flowed from his chest while he thought that now he needed to reach the third circle. The book opened and the hieroglyphs in it emitted light. Hale looked at the book, surrounded by mana, thinking that it was time to take the next trial. It was floating in space and streams of magic were bursting out of it. The hero covered his eye with his hand and thought. He found himself in another place, and wondered in his head what this dim empty space was, and assumed that it was another dimension inside the book. He looked back and a figure appeared behind him. The girl appeared behind the protagonist, and said that welcome to the second page of trials. Beta smiled and introduced herself as the guide of the second page trial. MC looked at her and thought about the second trial, wondering if it would be like the first. He remembered how Alpha crumbled in front of him and thought about how there was a task given by the guide of the first page, namely to establish the final order in the elemental stone. The girl pointed to the side and said that the second page of trials would test the mastery of the current mana circles. She leaned over and said that the details would be revealed during the test itself, and if the test was passed successfully, pages 32 through 81 would open, containing information about the third circle of mana. Hale stood up and did not believe it. He clenched his fist and thought about how he had assumed that they would give no more than 15 pages in total. He thought about it, pondering what it meant that the third circle was very different from the first and second, because the circle of the call of the heart and the circle of resonance were already well, and the new one, probably, was many times different, and noted that the truth was waiting for him with impatience, but at the same time, with trepidation. Beta put her hand on her chest and said that the test was beginning. A fast-moving object appeared in front of the hero. He looked up and Ray addressed his student, promising to tell him now about the second test, to which he recognized the voice. A magic circle appeared in front of the protagonist, and the man said that now before that magic circles would appear, 100 in a row, and that he would need to activate them all. MC pointed his hand towards one of them. The energy was approaching the object. The magic pattern was shining while the teacher was saying that if he could synchronize them all, they would activate naturally. Hale was scared and asked what had changed. The magic circle changed its appearance, and he said that they changed every 3 seconds, and if he couldn't manage to activate it during that time, he would start all over again and asked to be careful. The hero lowered his head and thought about remembering the sequence, and the teacher said that the sequence of magic circles would change every time and memorization wouldn't help here. The protagonist looked up relaxed and said that it couldn't be easy. He closed his eyes and resigned himself. MC extended his hand to the side and suggested trying. The action took place in a dormitory. The book was lying on the table. MC looked tired and was meaningfully silent. He leaned on the table and said that he had killed 8 hours on this, and his record was only 10 circles. Hale examined the book and said that he would gradually get the hang of it anyway and thought that he needed to find some kind of pattern. He was sitting on the bed in the dorm room. The hero was holding a pen and looked thoughtful. The hieroglyphs were glowing and Ray was saying that Idard was not the only book of his authorship, and if he hits a wall on his way, he will need to look for other manuscripts, because they will definitely help him in new achievements. The protagonist froze and asked again, saying that it meant that the time to look for new books would come. The sun was shining over the city. MC went into the store and thought that he needed some fresh air and a change of pace. The girl was standing in front of the guy, and she was called out. She froze and the guy called her by name, to which she called out to him. They were sitting on a bench. Hale was holding a can in his hands and saying that they collided too often, to which she responded positively. Adela covered her face with her hand while he said that she looked like she hadn't slept all night, and she replied that she had. She showed him the tablet and said that she had read an interesting article. The protagonist held the device in his hands while she said that it was called The Possibilities of Technical Implementation of Teleportation Magic, to which he replied that it was a controversial name. The blonde clenched her fist and said that it was, but he still had to read it, to which he asked where all the zeal came from. The protagonist opened the website and read the content. MC lowered his head while she happily drank the contents of the package. There were many boxes of banana milk in her bag. Hale held out the tablet and said that it was interesting, to which she replied that she should tell him, and the guy said that except for one thing. They closed their eyes and simultaneously said that there was no logical conclusion. The protagonist lowered his head in thought. He looked at the tablet, and it said that these conclusions were based on the analysis of information from the ancient Ray manuscripts. The protagonist's face froze in a grin, and he thought about his mentor. He looked at the table of contents, and thought that the structure and content were different. The books were flying in space, and he thought that there were a number of theories that his teacher himself had established. But the information was rather superficial, and there was no particular depth of thought. Adela froze while he asked the name of the author of the article, to which she only mumbled and said that it was Sangjun. The protagonist was sitting at the computer. He put his hand on his jaw and said that he was a magic researcher about whom nothing was known, even banal age or gender. MC held the material in his hands, thinking that this article was the only one for him and assumed that he was scared off by criticism. Hale squeezed the paper in his hands and said that this was the maximum he could learn as a simple student. He took the phone. The hero put the smartphone to his ear and greeted the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower, thinking that he was not a simple student. The action took place in a blue magic tower. The phone was ringing and his hand was on it. Kim was lying at the table, tired from research, and the protagonist greeted him, asking what he had there. He looked to the side and said that he had found one thing that would be beneficial to both of them. The blonde froze and became interested. MC's eyes were determined and he asked if he could find him one person. The action took place in the Obelisk Academy. People were entering the training hall. Hale raised his hand and an endless circle of mana appeared. Sun Jan stood in front of the screens and tensed up. Friends were sparring. A comrade closed his eyes while spears of wind flew above him, and he said that this was already cheating. The hero raised his hand and asked where, noting that this was just the first magic circle, and asked what the problem was. The friend stood on one hand and said that he also asked, how is it, in which, noting that on the first circle of magic such a thing is simply impossible. The birds approached the fair-haired one. He became wary and bared his teeth. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and exhaled. Sun Jan sat between the screens and looked tired. The friend was exhausted and Hale asked that he block normally in the end, to which he replied that he almost died. The comrade showed a finger and resigned himself, offering now to fight hand to hand. The hero smiled and said that he was all for it, and asked if he really thought that the truth would defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. The fair-haired one closed his eyes, swung and said, "Come on." The protagonist was at his body in a second and grabbed him by the shirt. He threw him over his hip. Everyone present fell into a stupor and were surprised. MC showed his fist and asked, "Well?" Hale looked at the defeated man and asked if the idea was SOSO, wasn't it, to which he only howled. The hero looked away and said that when it came to hand-to-hand combat, there was simply nothing to modify and all that mattered was a body reinforced by the second circle against a body reinforced by the third, and asked if that sounded tempting, to which he asked that it was now a veiled insult. The fair-haired man held his back and said that it was unfair, because not only was the magic cheating, but also in close combat that beast. He looked back and said that he was a dirty player. Hale stuck a plate to his back and said that if he was unhappy with something, then he should go train his endurance, among other things. People were standing in the locker room and he asked what the plans were, to which he asked again. Sunjan smiled and asked that the hero was aiming for the Olympics. He froze and asked how he knew. The fair-haired man closed his eyes and said that he had known him for the first day, as if he noticed that it was obvious, because he walked around all day absorbed in himself. Even during the test of suppression of magic stones he was constantly distracted, and then asked, didn't he? He remembered the protagonist standing in front of a stone, and it's saying that for an average student the time to pass is 27 seconds, and he spent 74 seconds. They stood opposite each other, and the comrade said that in recent days, no matter if it was training or an exam, he always took first place by a large margin. Sunjan smiled and said that if his friend wanted to move the seniors at the Olympiad, then he should not lose his grip. Hale widened his eyes while he said that in any case, in his current form, he would not win the Olympiad and noted that he himself thought so. The hero stood in front of the guy who asked if he was right, to which he held out a letter, and he said that he knew a lot. The friend frowned and said that by the way, they say the main favorite of the Olympiad is a magician of the fifth circle, so if he still wields only the second, then the victory of the protagonist is unlikely. MC looked to the side and thought that his friend was right, and if he wanted to perform at the Olympics, it would be difficult, but he didn't finish. The book was in space and he thought that he could, of course, temporarily accelerate the second circle to the level of the third. But this was not enough, and to fight on equal terms, he needed the fourth circle, at least, and for this he had to find the author of that article. The cards were open on the phone in his hands. Hale was standing by the side of the road and asking if he was at the right address. Kim was sitting on a chair and apologizing to the subscriber for taking so long, noting that he didn't think that he would be looking for this person for a whole week, because this was also his first time. The hero was standing in front of the building and the Lord was saying that Sangjun was currently here, but he didn't finish. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this wasn't the same used bookstore he often went to and thought that his goals should be there. The sun was setting behind the horizon and he thought that they said the most inconspicuous in plain sight, and could not believe that this place was right in front of the Obelisk Academy. He remembered how he carried a stack of books and thought that after he was declared incompatible with interactive magic, he actively began to study from books, including used ones, and he still did not understand where either could have come from. There were many notes in the book, and he assumed that it was from here. Hale opened the door and wished him a good day. The old man was looking for something behind the chest of drawers and made a thoughtful sound. He was holding a book in his hands and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which he asked how he was doing. The bearded man smiled and said that as usual, noting that he had heard rumors that he had learned to cast magic normally. The hero closed his eyes while he said that he really looked healthier, to which he thanked him. The man placed his hand on the table and said that there was nothing to thank him for since he only sold books, to which the man replied that they were the reason he had come this far. The man lowered his head and thanked him, even if it was just out of politeness, and asked what brought him here. The protagonist stood in front of the man and asked if he could meet Sangjun. He lowered his head and asked how he even knew, to which the man replied that he had read an article under his name and was curious, so he asked around. Hale lowered his head, saying that he ended up here in the end, and apologized for secretly gathering information. The gray-haired man turned away while the man said that it was really important to him, and he really wanted to meet him, to which the man replied that he remembered something about an article. The old man held his hand out, palm up, and agreed to set up a meeting. The protagonist leaned over and thanked the man, to which the man replied that he was unlikely to get an answer at this meeting. The protagonist frowned and asked again. He looked ahead and asked what he meant. The seller opened the door and asked to follow him. The man came to the door and said that he was here. The bearded man looked back at the guest and said that he was right behind the door. MC froze and asked the man's name. An oxygen mask was pressed to his face and a beeping sound could be heard. A needle was stuck in his arm. The guy was lying in bed under an IV and a life support machine. The guy's eyes were closed. Hale went into a stupor and said that this was the man, to which the old man replied that it was his son. The people sat down next to the patient. The hero looked to the side and asked if he could ask what happened, to which he said of course. The merchant looked at the patient and said the child's name, and said that he had broken a taboo. The father sat and said that a taboo was for all wizards. The protagonist sat next to him and asked what the taboo was, to which he replied that the guy had launched a mana circle through his brain, which is a taboo in the magical world. MC froze and became wary. He remembered how he performed the ritual and thought that he had made a mana circle through his brain, which meant he was trying to do the same thing as him. Hale clenched his fist and asked why he would do something like that. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and said that it was done for the sake of scientific work. Sangjun stood among the stacks of papers and was told that he had a choice to prove the validity of his theory or give up halfway, and the hero thought about the fact that the first was only possible by launching mana directly into the brain. The bearded man lowered his head, saying that he had to stop him at any cost. The blue-haired man was lying in bed. He asked that this is how the scientist joined the Baedian magical style with the help of another source. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he could hardly answer the question anyway, and noted that his son would probably discuss scientific works with great pleasure. The protagonist looked confused and apologized for starting this conversation in vain, and noted that it must be a heavy burden for him, so he had to apologize. The seller put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to worry about it, saying that he knew how strong his passion for science was. He remembered how Hale was looking for a book and said that he personally witnessed how meticulously he searched for magical literature every day, and in this way he reminded him of Sangjun. The sun was setting behind the horizon, saying goodbye with its rays. The hero stood in front of the table and asked if it would be too much trouble for him to give him the literature on which his son wrote a scientific work. The gray-haired man put his hand on his jaw and said that of course, because they were lying around, gathering dust anyway, and asked why not give them to someone who would find them useful. The old man showed 2 fingers and said that there would be 2 requests. They stood opposite each other, and he asked that if the guy wanted to continue his son's scientific work on teleportation magic, could he please include him as a co-author, to which he replied of course and noted that he would have done so. The man showed 1 finger and said that the second condition would be this. He folded his hands and said that whatever he read there, let him not even try to pass the flow of mana through the brain, to which he replied that he understood and would definitely take it into account. The interlocutor opened the door and said that this is where he studied and left the books. The old man put his hand on his neck and said that he would need these most of all. There was a strange book on the shelf and Hale noticed it. It bounced off the wall. The textbook fell to the floor and the hero got scared. The object was lying on the floor and the guy thought that it reminded him of Idard. The hero looked at the book and wanted to say something about it. Sangjun held it in his hand and the man said that his son often took it with him, as if there was something important in it. The guy held a textbook in his hands and he said that he could take it, because there was an object of interest in it. The protagonist opened the book and thought that, as expected, there was that terrible handwriting again. He froze and realized that this manual was written by Ray. MC held the object in front of him and asked if he could take it to read, to which he replied that of course he could take whatever he needed and not worry. Hale hugged the object of interest and thanked him. The old man put his hand on his jaw and was asked if he had come across any other books written in the same handwriting, to which he replied that he was not sure. The book was radiating energy, and he asked what these luxurious red hardcover books were, saying that he didn't remember anything like that and noted that luxurious books were rare guests in their modest library, and he wondered where Sangjun had gotten it from. The hero held the book in his hands and thanked him. The sky was strewn with stars and he thought that if he thought about it, then how did Idard end up in his hands? Light was visible from the dorm windows. The protagonist sat on the bed in front of the books and thought that he had dug through the entire library, but this was the only book that was similar to the first. He smiled and said that even finding one was a success. The objects in his hands found a connection and MC became interested. He was scared and did not understand what this glow was. Flowers began to appear from the open book and Ray said that he would bequeath this book to the rightful owner of Idard. Hale looked down and said that it was dragging him in again. The hero grinned while the teacher said that this book was named Mimiri and asked him to enjoy the contents with all his heart, while he thought that it was the teacher's voice and he was again carried away into the book dimension. The book opened and emitted energy. The protagonist lay on the floor of the room. He looked around and asked where he was. The dress appeared in the room. A hand touched his back. MC looked back and became interested. The girl pointed at him and said that he was caught and welcome to the book. The guy was lying on the floor and asked who she was, to which she asked again. She put her hand on her chest and introduced herself as Mimir. She raised her hands and said that she was responsible for measuring the Mimiri borehole. The girl extended her hand forward and said that she was glad to meet him. Hale looked around and asked again about the name, to which she replied that it was the name of the library. She closed her eyes and said that Ray had specially prepared this place for the successors. The hero was stunned while she said that the library was intended for those who follow the path of the teacher. The protagonist looked around, saying that it was rather modest for a library in its usual sense. The blonde put her hand on his jaw and said that it was because the achievements of the latter were modest while the borehole was capable of expanding depending on the level of the successor. Mimir pointed her finger to the side and said that judging by the current size, he had not even passed the test of the second page and asked if it was true, to which he replied that she was right. The girl's face changed and asked if he could address her less formally. MC looked at her and asked again with interest. The assistant showed her finger and said that they would see each other often and formalities would only create unnecessary discomfort, and asked to switch to informal form of address. He smiled and agreed. Hale stood in front of the owner of the well and she said that he was good, because he had found it already on the second circle, to which he asked what was so grandiose about it. The girl stretched her hand forward and said that this meant that he would be able to easily reach the fifth circle right away. The hero was stunned and asked how this was possible. Mimir raised her hand, which was covered in energy. The book fell from the shelf. She caught it and held it in front of her. The assistant handed the book to the guest and said that he should read it, and then he would understand. The protagonist looked at the textbook and asked what the resonance theory was in all its details. The girl leaned over and said that in this place he would find all the information that was not included in either, for example, the information in the book that he was holding in his hands. MC looked at the blonde and asked why something was not included in the first book, to which she noted that this was a good question. Energy hovered around the textbook, and it was said that it was already overloaded with a large number of pages with tests to test the successor in every possible way. Sheets circled around Mimir, and it was said that there were other reasons why it contained only the most necessary, and this forced the creation of separate books. Hale held Idard in his hands and asked what the teacher described in more detail in the Mimiri well. The girl stood in front of him and said that the main theses were collected in that book, only this book is better considered a reference book. The hero looked back and asked that all these books contain information of a certain level, and once he expands his achievements, the number of books will also increase. Mimir showed 2 fingers and said that it was correct, asking how he would figure out how to reach the 5th circle with this. He stood in front of her and said that of course, it would be easier for him to figure out the second test. The book was open and the letters were emitting light. Hale was in space. He opened his eye and thought that this was already the 79th. In front of the hero were magic circles, and he thought that the second test requires activating 100 magic circles, and during the first run he activated only 10 circles in 8 hours. The textbook was lying on the table, and he thought that after visiting the Mimiri well, his result was 79 at a time. He held his hand, thinking that if he strained himself, he could do it this night, but if he was unlucky, then the next. Mimir stood on the book and smiled while he thought that getting this book before the Olympics was pure luck. The academy was empty. The protagonist walked behind the housewife. MC was serious and thought that he wondered why his father called him and assumed that it was because of the compensation that followed the incident with Sanhyuk. He remembered standing in front of the body. Hale looked at the housewife and thought that he planned to study with Mimir after school, but nowhere, and noted that this was also an important matter. The servant bowed, saying that the hero had arrived, to which he asked to let him in, and after he called out to his father, asked his son to sit down. Inhyuk put his hand on his temple and said that he would be brief. The father sat in front of the child and said that unlike last time, this was not 100% of the merit, but the contribution could be estimated at slightly more than half, and in total with the previous ones, he received 26% of the shares in the magic stone mines. Hale sat in front of his father while he said that this was a significant benefit, so he deserved a corresponding reward. The man frowned and asked if he had thought about what he wanted. The boy's eyes showed determination and he said yes. He put his hand on his chest and said that he wanted an ancient relic that was stored deep in the family treasury. Inhyuk looked ahead and asked again, wondering if he understood that ancient relics rarely concealed any secrets, and said that they were just antiques. The protagonist was serious, and said that he did not think so and believed that the legends about ancient relics and the events described in myths are absolutely true. The father lowered his head and said that he was still young, but believing in all this nonsense was pretty stupid. He showed his finger and said that he respected his choice one way or another. However, the son could only take one item. Hale was happy and thanked him. The man sat in front of the guy and asked what relic he wanted. The doors were closed and the hero said that he wanted an ancient relic that was kept under the treasury. The thing was in the basement. Behind the protagonist was a cloak, and he said that he wanted to get the Ray cape. The action took place in the underground treasury of the Shin family. MC watched as the man received the box. He put it on the table and said that he hoped that he would not regret his choice. The guy smiled and thanked his father. Inhyuk looked away and said that he did not even believe that he bought into stupid fairy tales and noted that he was still too young. Hale stood in the room while he asked him to focus on training and go back. The limo drove down the road. The hero sat in a chair with his arms folded, saying that most of the relics their family possessed were genuine. He looked at the gift and thought about what if it really was Ray's cloak. The protagonist smiled, thinking that no 30% of the income from the magic stone mines could compare to it, and whether it was really genuine. MC took the lid and asked what if it was a fake. The student froze, looking at the thing. He examined the cloak and asked if it was pure mana fibers. Hands reached for the stones, and it was said that mana fabric was a valuable material obtained from magic stones through special processing. The cloak studied energy, and it was said that there were less than 30 craftsmen in the world who could perform this processing, and Hale thought that this cloak was not partially made of mana fibers, but entirely. The hero examined the thing and said that, moreover, this technology was not available in their time and did not understand how it was so, saying that this fabric surpassed all known artifacts made of mana fibers and had never seen anything like it before. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The action took place in a dormitory. MC was sitting on the bed with a cloak and thoughtfully examined it. There was a signature on the hood, and the guy said that it was terrible handwriting, and he believed that it was the work of the teacher, because he was already used to deciphering his scribbles. He picked up the cloak and asked what it was, mentioning the structure of the fabric. The item of clothing was shining from the inside, and Hale asked that it seemed like the outer and inner layers were mixed up. The cloth was emitting energy, and it was said that another reason that was difficult to work with the cloth of mana was that the outer and inner layers had to be developed separately from each other, and the inner layer had to improve the conductivity of mana use, while the outer, on the contrary, had to reduce conductivity to reduce incoming damage, and thought that this cloak had the exact opposite design. The man was wearing Ray's cape, while he thought that the outer layer attracted mana, which would increase damage to the mage, and the inner layer blocked it, reducing the power of outgoing spells. The hero put his hand on his jaw and said that the teacher would never make such a mistake. He smiled and thought that it should just be turned inside out. The protagonist looked at the thing and was puzzled. The hood was emitting energy, and MC thought that even when he turned it inside out, the structure of the outer and inner layers did not change places. He lowered his head and assumed that it was done intentionally, but he did not understand for what purpose. In-hyuk was standing at the door, and he was wondering if it really was an ancient relic and understood why his father had sent it to gather dust in storage. The book opened and objects flew out. Mimir was sitting on the couch and reading a book. Hale was surprised and called out to his friend. She looked away and asked how he was doing. She looked at the cloak and was surprised. The assistant was examining the item of clothing and asked if it was Ray's cloak. The girl was delighted and asked him what he had found, saying that it was simply amazing, to which he replied positively, but said that it was a bit strange. The white-haired girl was examining the cape and asked what she meant. She opened her eyes wide and gasped. The mistress of the space showed 2 fingers and asked if the guy was still on the second circle. They stood opposite each other and the boy asked what the question was about, to which she replied that it was now clear why he still didn't know and he asked her to keep her reproaches to herself, and asked how this thing could be used. Mimir crossed her fingers and apologized, saying that she was sorry, but she couldn't explain to him why the cloak was designed like this. She gave the thing back and asked him to take it back, to which he asked why. The assistant folded her hands and said that the bike neon style has special magic. She opened her eyes wide and tensed up. The student looked at her and asked again, while the owner of the well said that she shouldn't tell about it and noted that she was confused. The blonde extended her hand forward and said that she would say only this, namely that the master's style has special magic, which is called true. Hale looked away and asked again. The girl stood in front of the guest and said that it was different from the magic he was used to and noted that true magic was real, to which he asked that he had not used real magic yet. She put her hand on his jaw and said that unfortunately it was, but she could not tell him about it in detail until he reached a certain level. The hero thoughtfully looked away and assumed that this was some kind of limitation. Mimiri pointed her finger forward and said that this cloak was an artifact created to help create true magic. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked that she would not tell him anything, to which she replied that he was a quick learner. He examined the thing and asked what level of circle he needed to get an explanation about this artifact. The assistant looked forward. She showed her palm and said that he needed the 5th circle of magic. Hale looked forward with interest. A smile appeared on the face of the well owner, and she said that to be more precise, mastery of the 5th circle to open the 5th page of tests, because the magic of the 5th circle of the teacher's style will shine even more from this stage. The pages of the book glowed. The protagonist held out his hand, synchronizing the circles. Magic seals scattered in front of him like salutes when they reached the number of 100. The brunette smiled happily, exclaiming that he finally did it. He shuddered and turned around when the teacher's voice congratulated him. The youth squeezed his wrist, hearing that passing the 2nd test should be quite tiring, and he tried well, and now it was time to learn how to weave the 3rd circle of magic. Hale carefully knitted his eyebrows, and the Archmage said that the 3rd level of the style is called the Circle of Interaction. The student slammed the book shut. He sat in his robe, thinking that he had successfully passed the 2nd test. Idod was in his hands, and the guy decided that now it was time to create the 3rd circle. The hero stood up and muttered that it would have taken much longer if not for the cloak and Mimir. The night before, in the subspace, the girl smiled and said that mastery of the 5th circle was required to open the 5th page of the trials, but from there everything would shine even brighter. Hale rubbed his chin and noted that he had no choice. He glanced at the robe and decided that he would have to put it away in a distant drawer until he became a master of the 5th circle. The interlocutor frowned and exclaimed that such a valuable thing should not be sent to gather dust in the storage room, and the student asked how he could use it then, since the outer and inner layers were mixed up, and it would only get in the way. The girl snatched the cloak from him with displeasure. Mimir smiled and said that this robe prevented mana from leaking outward, locking it inside, which would allow him to achieve a state of mana overabundance. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The interlocutor closed her eyes and added that if you have an excess, the circle of infinity rotates even faster, which means that the mana filling the brain will also increase. The girl raised her finger and said that this way he would get rid of fatigue and physical exhaustion faster. The protagonist took the cloak and asked if he would really reduce his sleep time if he wore it. The blonde winked and replied that with the mantle, you can no longer sleep at all. The brunette frowned and asked again, dumbfounded. Mimir put her hand on her belt and said that if you wear the cloak at least 5 hours a day, you can quickly reach the peak, and this is just one of the side effects of the item. The young man looked at the interlocutor, who said that such information was worth sharing with the successor. Hale grinned and promised that he would definitely reach the 5th circle as quickly as possible. The girl frowned and warned that it only worked on the successor, and normal people should never wear the robe, and the guy noted that with such a cheating item, the subsequent tests would be a piece of cake. 2 days later, the protagonist sat with his eyes closed. He squinted. The student turned the page, thinking that he was so close. But there was a feeling that something was missing, although the young man was sure that he would soon understand how to achieve this. There were diagrams on the pages. The hero imagined magic circles, thinking that the 3rd style of ray allows you to interfere with the process of creating spells by other people. In order to interact with someone else's mana, you need to perfectly synchronize with it. The guy lowered his head and guessed that the test with mana circles was in order to learn how to affect someone else's magic. The brunette grinned and exclaimed that it sounded interesting. He remembered how he had passed the 2nd trial, and had not expected that it would serve as a support for the creation of the 3rd magic circle. The student looked at the book and read that in order to weave the 3rd circle, the first 2 must be in perfect harmony and connect well with the surrounding mana. Hale smiled, realizing that he could do it, continuing to use resonance. He furrowed his brows and decided that this time it would definitely work. The youth closed his eyes, absorbing the abundance of mana in the air and synchronizing it together, and with the excess of mana in his body, it was like building a new house brick by brick. The boy sat in the lotus position, adjusting the flows within himself. Blue spirits flew around him. The energy spread in waves throughout the room, and Hale thought that it had found refuge in his body. The boy floated in zero gravity, hearing the voices of mana. He smiled when the spirits invited him to play. The brunette threw his head back, and someone said that it was so cramped here, but warm, that he did not want to go outside. Small creatures circled around him, intending to stay here and play, and the hero thought that he had already come this far, but it was only halfway, so he needed to maintain the resonance. The spirits joined hands, dancing in a circle and saying that they needed a spacious area. The hero sweated, feeling the heat, and remembered that if the mana deviation rate differed by more than 1%, his body was not able to accommodate it. Mana danced in the air, and the student noted that for now it only accommodated what did not deviate from 1%, and it was necessary to gradually reduce the deviation rate by 0.01% using the mana of the circle. The young man put his hands on his heart, trying not to rush and do everything carefully. The sun was shining in the sky. The light penetrated the room where the main character was sitting. He jumped up all sweaty. His eyes widened and the boy muttered that everything was ready. Hale extended his hand and activated the first circle, Call of the Heart. Then he spread his fingers and created resonance. Finally, the boy clenched his fist. He raised his hand and wove the 3rd circle of interaction. The boy smiled, glad that he had done it. Mana sparkled in the air, and the hero thought that he must become stronger and become a master of the 5th circle as soon as possible. The sun shone above the forest. The hero lay on a tree, and birds hopped on it. He closed his eyes, thinking about the combat survival test, a large-scale test held in spacious training grounds, usually in the rocky terrain of Gangwon province. The boy had a bracelet on his hand, and it noted that the test lasted 32 hours, and each student was given a special evaluation artifact. There was a blue barrier above the island, and the point of the test was to survive as long as possible in a gradually narrowing zone for the duration of the test. The brunette glanced at the screen and decided it was time to move on. He imagined the other participants with monsters and thought that the only catch was that he had to survive not only the attacks of monsters and other students, but also, of course, earn points. The guy looked at the birds taking off. Some guy grinned from the ground and attacked the hero, advising him to die. Hale jumped, dodging the blow. Then he landed on the grass and smiled. The opponent bared his teeth and exclaimed that he was deftly dodging, but still had nowhere to go. The main character swung his fist. The opponent put up a barrier in front of himself, laughing at the fact that the brunette was going to go into hand-to-hand combat. Hale's eyes flashed. He extended his hand and used interaction, releasing mana. The opponent's shield cracked. The student's eyes widened in fear. The brunette broke the barrier and activated Earth Push. The opponent fell back. He gritted his teeth, not believing that his shield had failed against some kind of Earth Push. The protagonist straightened up and noted that the idiot here was the one who had attacked from behind. The young man rubbed his neck and added that he shouldn't have yelled, giving himself away. The brunette clenched his fist, inside which mana streams were sparkling, and admired the power of interaction. He remembered how he had easily weakened the core of the second circle's barrier, which allowed it to be broken through with a simple push from the first. After which the enemy flew back. Kang Gi-hak was unconscious, and the system notified that he had dropped out. The protagonist turned around, thinking that this idiot had exposed himself, so naturally everything had worked out. He pressed the bracelet, and saw that he had been awarded 10 points. Clouds were floating across the sky. Hale walked forward, his hands in his pockets, thinking that he seemed to have become addicted to this new circle, and at this rate he would start using it not only against the second, but also against the third circle of magic. A shadow flashed behind him. He frowned and turned around. The guy turned around and launched a fireball. The brunette's eyes widened. Blood claw wolves were coming towards him from the bushes and had already surrounded him. Hale glanced sideways at one of the beasts, assuming that the sounds of the recent fight had lured them. The young man stretched his shoulders and muttered that if he were an ordinary student, he might have started whining about the unfairness of the fights that followed one after another, or even started crying. The hero grinned and said that he was aiming for first place without any options, so he was only grateful for this turn of events. One of the wolves raised its muzzle and howled. The monsters rushed to attack while the guy was provoking them. Someone was holding a tablet displaying Hale's fight. There were experts sitting at a table. A woman with glasses listed the names of Adela, Sunchan, Kansu, Jaehack and declared that these students were worth mentioning. The professors were sitting in front of the screen, discussing that if things continued at this pace, they would definitely make it into the top 10, although it would be hard to hold out until the end. She turned to her colleague and added that no one doubted Hale's outstanding skills now. The tablet showed the young man fighting. Instructor Chang-Su was looking at him attentively. The man smiled and agreed with his colleague. The professor sitting next to him smiled and exclaimed that the hero definitely did not look like an amateur on the verge of expulsion. Moreover, he took the top in training by a large margin. The tablet showed a score table, and even now the brunette was in the lead with an unrivaled result. The main character attacked the monsters, and the professors discussed how surprising it was that the student knew the habits of the blood claws, and did not deliberately attack until they called the whole pack, because when these wolves howl, all their relatives within a 5-kilometer radius flock to help, and the guy simply used this to score more points. The red-haired man grinned and added that if the young man continued in the same spirit, then victory at the Olympics was within his reach. The wind stirred the crown of the trees. Hale wiped the sweat off his face. There were monster corpses all around him, and he wondered if it was worth 60 points. The guy frowned, feeling a vibration in the ground. The hero jumped, and crystals grew under him. The brunette gritted his teeth, guessing what it was. Under him was a huge carcass, comparable to an elephant. The emerald turtle opened its mouth and growled. Hale grinned, wondering where such a rare monster came from. It landed on the ground. The brunette narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing it for the first time in real life. The opponent turned to him, and the young man decided to fight. Obelisk Academy, the tower of the examination committee. Professors were sitting at the tables, noticing that the main character went against the emerald turtle. The man turned to his colleagues and said that usually people run away from such a threat, and it also gives many options, such as cooperation between students, because it is the rarest monster of the training ground. The woman glanced sideways at Chang-Su and muttered that even a genius like Hale could not cope alone. Opposite the young man stood the emerald turtle, a 4th-class reptile monster of rank C, which is characterized by incredibly high defense indicators, and it is the natural enemy of all wizards. The enemy swung his paw. He hit the ground, and the hero thought that killing this creature gives a huge number of points. The young man jumped up and turned around. The guy smiled, anticipating the reward. Then a new attack was approaching from behind. The hero put out his hand and activated the barrier. He stepped on the blue shield. It broke from the blow, but the brunette had already jumped back. The instructors watched, noting that Hale used the barrier as a support platform, but it couldn't stand it, because after all, the emerald turtle is an opponent that not every 6th circle mage can handle. The hero put out his hand and launched Flame Volcano at his opponent. He landed, looking at the smoke. Hale grinned, wondering if it would work. The monster appeared ahead again. The young man turned and ran, realizing that even with the 5th circle, he would not be able to defeat such an enemy. The turtle followed him, and the hero assumed that it was so nimble because of the mana in its body. The brunette's eyes suddenly widened. The student turned around and decided that it was worth a try. He crouched down and strengthened his legs with mana. After that, he quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. The monster immediately turned to the hero, and he thought that the powerful force that could smash a centuries-old tree to pieces with one blow of the head would not leave a wet spot on him when it hit. The young man ducked when the monster charged at the trunk, and realized that running errands would not bring him any closer to victory, so he had to fight. Hale stopped, and a paw hung over him. He created a barrier in front of himself. The young man held the shield, but noticed that he had underestimated the enemy, and this could not be blocked. Colored streams of mana appeared around him from the use of resonance. The brunette gritted his teeth, facing the enemy face to face. The turtle opened its mouth, and the hero thought that immediately after the attack it would not be able to move for some time, recovering. The student raised his hand and called for the wind. He moved forward. The young man remembered how he sat and read in a picture book as a child about how the emerald turtle had weak ligaments for the speeds it developed, so immediately after the attack it lost mobility in order to endure the stress. The hero jumped and folded his arms, preparing to take advantage of the chance. An ice spear appeared next to him. The professor's eyes widened in shock. Hale was in close-up on the screen. The young man hung over the monster, activating interaction, and brought down an attack on it. The turtle opened its mouth in blood and howled. The monster collapsed on its shell, revealing a through wound. The protagonist sweated and panted, realizing that he had won. His bracelet lit up, signaling that he had received 1,000 points. The brunette grinned and praised himself. The sun was still shining in the sky. The mansion of the House of Magicians. The head sat in front of a large screen, watching his son's exam. He smirked. The man glanced at Sukhyun and asked if it was possible to deal with the Emerald Turtle with a third-round spell, even though it was especially vulnerable to the ice attribute. The spy frowned and replied that he himself did not understand anything. The monitor showed the young man cutting open his victim, and the interlocutor added that it was probably possible, but the monster must have natural resistance, and also getting food is an important condition for passing the survival tests, and the protagonist grasps it on the fly. The young man ran on with the trophy, satisfied. Sukhyun narrowed his eyes and asked why the young master was acting so insolently. The man frowned, remembering the elder heirs, and said that it was obvious that if they watched the broadcast, his behavior would be regarded as a challenge. In-hyuk made a hand gesture and replied that it went without saying. The protagonist lit a fire, and his father said that in the past, with his limited abilities, the boy naturally dropped out of the race for the place of the head of the family, and as a result, his status fell below the plinth. The man narrowed his eyes and added that now everything is different. He remembered their conversation with the young man and said that the student somehow gained unprecedented strength, and his progress in magic cannot be denied. Then the boy resolutely looked at his parent and asked him to protect him from the threat posed by his brothers and sisters. Sukhyun stared at the gentleman in shock when he said that Hale can afford to stand out and even do something extraordinary. He imagined the silhouette of the young man and added that this way he will attract public attention and strengthen his position, and also quickly increase his own power. In-hyuk closed his eyes and noted that this is so that when the protection period is over, no one else will pose a threat to the hero. The young man seasoned the monster's meat with a satisfied look. The moon was shining in the sky. Hale was sitting by the fire, eating dinner. The stars were sparkling above them, and the boy remembered that on the first day of the tests, fighting was prohibited between 11 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning. The brunette frowned and thought that he understood that it was for safety reasons, but if the students were to be made easier in this way, contrary to the original rules, they would learn little. He frowned, imagining the different wizards, and noted that in the past, the training of wizards in some countries was quite brutal, so this was a necessary change. Hale grinned and was glad that this time at least they were allowed to take their magical equipment with them, which meant that he could get rid of fatigue with the help of the teacher's robe. The young man decided to have a snack of meat for now. Some time later, he patted his stomach and noted that he was full. The hero turned around abruptly at the sound. Sun-chan and Adela appeared in front of him. The friends sat down by the fire, and the brunette asked how it happened that they were wandering through the forest together. The blonde smiled and answered that they had bumped into each other right before the break and had a little argument, to which the guy noted that she had brutally beaten him unilaterally. The protagonist looked at his friend and assumed that after the end of the battle he had crawled towards the enchanting aroma of food. The students greedily reached for the meat, hoping that the young man would treat them. Hale frowned and reminded that it was his food, but the interlocutors looked at him plaintively, reminding him that friends do not differentiate between yours and mine. The brunette closed his eyes and sighed. The guys smiled happily when he agreed to treat them. Sun-chan and Adela took a piece each, noting that it looked delicious. They both took a bite of the meat. The protagonist nodded with a satisfied look, while his friends praised his cooking. The blonde looked at the dish and asked if it was a honey bear. Hale imagined a beast that lives in the forest, and its fried meat has a very delicate taste. The guy put his hand on his belt and shook his head, and the interlocutor noted that only 2 local monsters have meat suitable for food. Adela frowned and remembered that these were the honey bear and the emerald turtle, and the others were either poisonous or tasteless. The comrades glanced sideways at the hero, and the blonde asked if he had really finished off the emerald turtle. Hale smiled and answered in the affirmative, adding that it had been during the day in the west. Sun-chan widened his eyes and exclaimed how he did it, because he himself had only seen one like that once. The girl looked at the brunette thoughtfully. She opened her mouth and muttered that it was unheard of. The student frowned and said that it was simply unrealistic for a wizard below the 5th circle of magic to defeat the emerald turtle. The interlocutor smiled. He raised his hand and activated Flame Volcano. A pillar of fire rose into the sky. Sun-chan and Adela widened their eyes at the sight of the 3rd circle magic. Flames twisted in the sky. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed that the young man managed to modify it to the power of the 6th circle. The protagonist turned around smugly. He embarrassedly looked away from his admiring friends and thought that it was still the 3rd circle, just strengthened by the teacher's technique. But it was better for them not to know about it. The blonde smiled and asked how the guy won in the end. Could he really hit the turtle in the head? And he replied that he simply broke through the shell. Sun-chan exchanged glances with his friend and asked him not to make things up, to which the young man assured him that it was so. He remembered the battle and added that the recording from the academy drones should have been saved, and it would be possible to watch it after the tests were over. The hero grinned and said that they would see them first. The interlocutors looked at him questioningly. The brunette smiled and said that tomorrow they would fight fairly and justly. The blonde closed her eyes and wished them all good luck. Adela put her hand on her chest and said that she also had something to show. On the second day of the tests, the blue barrier narrowed. The instructors looked at the screens, noting that there were 2 hours left, and the radius of the survival area would decrease, and only 4 remained, so who would emerge victorious in this fight? In the morning, the sun came out. The protagonist walked forward, his hands in his pockets. Energy flashed in the air. The boy turned around abruptly. He waved his hand and summoned wind spears. His projectiles flew upward. The opponent smirked and muttered that it was not just a rumor, and the supernova explosion was real. He pushed off the tree. The student jumped above the hero. Then he swung and hit, but Hale managed to dodge. The boy swung his leg, and the brunette noted its speed. The hero arched to dodge. He crouched to the ground and gritted his teeth, thinking that the magical wind cutter was just dust in the eyes, and the real danger was in close combat, because his roundhouse kick whistled a millimeter from him. Ji Sanwook smirked and said that the boy was unlucky to run into him. The protagonist clenched his fist, recognizing a wizard specializing in close combat, and replied that it was just the opposite. The academy building was illuminated by the sun. The brunette remembered watching the student leave the arena as a winner. The young man watched from behind the crowd, and the girls whispered in admiration that body enchantment was a really powerful thing. Sanwook turned around and the hero remembered that among the second years, he was in the top 2 in martial arts. Now the opponents were standing opposite each other. They looked at each other, and Hale thought that he was not the one against whom interaction could help. The young man clenched his fist and released mana. The brunette took a fighting stance, deciding to also use combat skills and body enchantment. The interlocutor smiled, happy with the honest, direct confrontation. The professors looked at the screen, discussing that both students chose the combat magic of body enchantment. The man rubbed his chin and noted that in this fight, the favorite was definitely Sanwook. The boy made a sharp lunge with his foot, and the teacher remembered that among the second years, his fighting skills were undoubtedly the best, and he even had a victory in the junior national competition using enchantment. Changsu narrowed his eyes and noted that, given Hale's fight with the Emerald Turtle yesterday, his potential was immeasurable. The hero dodged the punch. His pupil narrowed from using the demon eye. The opponent squeezed his hand, and the brunette saw streams of his mana, which was concentrated right in the palm. He turned his gaze to the opponent's knee, where the energy was immediately transferred. The boy put his hands in front of him and created a barrier, guessing that this would be a kick. Hale narrowed his eyes and thought that the attack was heavy, but he could use the shield to pin him down. The boy stretched out and smashed the barrier. Sanwook's eyes widened in surprise, noticing that his opponent had completely destroyed his own defense. The brunette waved his hand, creating a circle of infinity, and the opponent thought that he had never seen such magic. Could it be that the genius wizard really had returned? The student sweated, realizing that this was clearly not just rumors. The fighter ducked, noting that it was getting more interesting, but he had pride. Sanwook grinned and decided that he would not lose in close combat. The protagonist swung and thought that this was his chance. He hit with an enchanted fist. The opponent crossed his arms, blocking the attack. The brunette frowned. The instructor stared at the screen, amazed that the student had blocked. The guy kicked with a roundhouse kick, but the opponent dodged. Hale narrowed his eyes, noting that his combat sense was pretty good, but lacked common sense. He imagined his attack, in which he could disguise the flame throw, and then even if he used that barrier at the last moment, both hands would have received serious damage, and the guy would have ended up with burns. The brunette pushed off the ground. Sanwook's eyes widened, noticing that his opponent was very fast. He crossed his arms again to block. The young man raised an eyebrow, surprised that his opponent was still defending himself in this way. The student gritted his teeth, receiving a kick. He frowned, realizing that the enchantment of his arms was a distraction, and that he had wanted to hit him with his knee from the very beginning. Hale grinned, swinging his arm, while his opponent wondered when he had managed to enchant his legs. The guy squeezed his side, feeling that his rib was broken. He bared his teeth, reminding himself that a real fighter can withstand such pain, relying only on willpower. Sanwook took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. The hero narrowed his eyes and said that if the interlocutor relied too much on his strength, his body would quickly break. The opponent jumped out and raised his leg. The brunette crouched and did a sweep. The opponent gritted his teeth in displeasure. He landed on the ground. At that moment, a fist was already approaching him. The protagonist hit him with force from below. Sanwook flew back. The young man shook his hand, looking at the passed-out student. He remembered the moment of the blow and noticed that at the end, the opponent concentrated all his mana in his lower jaw to reduce damage. Sanwook rolled his eyes, mooing something. Hale wiped his sweat and muttered that his combat sense was incredible. Not only his attack power, but also his defense was simply at its best, so he was not an easy opponent. A notification about receiving 100 points appeared on the young man's bracelet. The sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. Then it gradually darkened. The blue barrier narrowed again. The protagonist looked at the screen and noticed that only 3 were left. He frowned and realized that these were only 2 enemies. Adela appeared in front of him and greeted him with a smile, noting that now was a great time for a battle. The rivals exchanged glances. The office building of the House of Magicians. The brother and sister were sitting in chairs, looking at the screen, and the woman muttered that it couldn't be, but the broadcast clearly showed that this block had remained in the final round of the trials. She frowned and was indignant that they couldn't even lay a finger on him, and he would soon be completely out of control. Saya bit her nail and muttered that at this rate the young man would again become the heir, and this could not be allowed. The interlocutor pressed his lips tightly. The woman frowned and demanded an answer, indignant that the younger one had even defeated the turtle. The video showed a frame with a defeated monster, and the girl asked how it was possible to defeat her at his level, and this was also a live broadcast that everyone could see, and her father was probably watching right now. She jumped up, cursing, and her brother sighed and asked her to calm down. Saya grabbed her head and squealed that she couldn't remain calm in such a situation. Her eyes widened. Ji-hun looked at her menacingly and said that he wouldn't repeat it twice. The other woman trembled and muttered that she would remain silent, but he shouldn't punish her. The brunette smirked and asked again. He put his hand on her head and asked what she was talking about. The woman sweated when he asked why he would do that. The man chuckled and added that they were brother and sister. Saya sank to the floor and thanked him, and the other man muttered that the sly Hale always snagged good opportunities. He frowned and added that even though he was his brother, if he continued to stir up trouble, it couldn't be left like that. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Adela aimed her fingers and used the moonlight bullet, saying that this time she would not be caught off guard, and for this occasion she had replayed all his battles tens of thousands of times. The girl remembered their fight, when the young man even used the sun, but now it was night. The moon was shining above them, and she decided that everything would be different. A magic circle was shining on her fingertips, when the blonde thought that she would not give him a chance to counterattack. She leaned back, concentrating her energy. The protagonist quickly dodged. He frowned when the projectile hit his hand, and noted the very dense fire from the moon bullets. There were several seals around the girl, from which magical volleys flew, and there were many more of them than in the transfer exams, so it was impossible to dodge them all at once. Adela put her fingers out and said that a mage capable of only single weak techniques was vulnerable to dense magical fire. She decisively frowned. The girl activated another spell and added that this was his weak point, because his opponent surpassed him in strength, efficiency, and in general in everything. An explosion was heard from the hero's side. The brunette frowned and sighed. He created a barrier in front of himself, and replied that she could think as she wanted. The guy grinned, noting that his opponent was trying to overcome him with the advantage of the magic circle, and grinned that this was the result of her analysis of the battles. The blonde smiled smugly. Hale held the barriers, thinking that not everyone could spam magic like that, as expected from a divine guardian. He smirked, thinking that this was it, without a doubt, and asked since when she had mastered the 4th circle. The girl took aim again. The hero hid his hand behind his back and created ice needles. Adela lowered her head and muttered that she expected him to notice right away. The guy launched an attack spell, intending to hide him in smoke. The interlocutor frowned and said that she had mastered the 4th circle about 4 days ago, and that was not all. She closed her eyes. A bright flash appeared above her. An ice attack was approaching her. Adela raised her hand and noted that such obvious tricks would not fool her now. Lightning flashed next to her, breaking the needle. The girl opened her eyes with altered pupils. The protagonist froze, realizing that this was a vision of the heart, and was amazed that she had mastered him as well. The guy imagined the symbol and remembered that this was the secret magic of the noble French family Stirt. The young man visualized the head of the blue magic tower, whose red eyes were similar to this special power. The blonde held out her hand and Hale thought that she was now a combination of the strengths of the divine guardian magic, such as range, power, and variability, with the signature magic of detection, making her an incredibly formidable opponent. The brunette wiped his sweat and thought that this was just a monster in human form, so he would have to give it everything he had. The girl raised her hand, concentrating energy. She flashed her eyes and said that she was no longer so naive as to give him concessions. Adela attacked with mana needles and asked when the hero would show the magic he used to defeat the Emerald Turtle. The projectiles were approaching the boy. He smiled and replied that he was about to. His pupils narrowed from using demonic eye. The young man covered his face, analyzing the moonlight bullets, noting that activation required calculating 12 magic formulas at the same time, as well as docking the graphs of magic levels. The brunette put out his hand and used interaction, after which the attack missed. The girl widened her eyes and exclaimed that her bullets deviated from the course right before hitting the target. But how was that even possible? The interlocutor grinned and clarified that heart vision did not help to understand this. The moon was shining above the estate of the House of Magicians. The head of the family looked at the interlocutor when he addressed him, holding a glass in his hand. The head of the divine guards widened his eyes and asked what kind of magic it was, And what kind of spell could change the trajectory of magic projectiles in such an unprecedented way? He sweated and raised an eyebrow. The protagonist's father sat in front of the screen, answering that he himself did not understand, and the interlocutor asked if the young man had really not told him anything. Sankyol sat down in a chair next to him and was surprised that Hail had hidden anything at all. In-hyuk grinned and noted that the guy had grown from a real impudent person over the past year. The broadcast was showing the protagonist's fight, and the man added that now he had more secrets than revelations. The interlocutor frowned and concluded that the student had changed a lot in a year away from home. The friends sat in front of the TV, discussing that they say correctly that a man grows up only when he leaves his father's house. Sankyol rubbed his chin and admitted that during the transfer exams, he thought the boy was just lucky. He smiled and said that he was a little embarrassed to say this in front of his father, but then he thought that the boy's glimmer of glory was fleeting. The interlocutor looked away and said that he understood, because this child was incompatible with artificial intelligence. The head of the Divine Guards looked at the screen and said that in that fight, where the hero defeated his daughter, it was clearly not due to superiority in skills, but thanks to strategy and technical execution. Hale created ice needles, and the man continued that people began to analyze information about the boy and immediately exposed his weaknesses, after which it was no wonder to predict his imminent defeat. The interlocutors looked at each other, and In-hyuk agreed with this, especially considering Adela's analytical skills, and her father exclaimed that the girl is just great in this regard. He closed his eyes and added that he greatly underestimated this boy. The students' fight continued on the screen. The head of the mage house turned to his interlocutor when he addressed him. The man grinned and muttered that he was even grateful to Hale. The mage remembered his daughter's face when she lost her purpose in life for the first time, and her eyes were expressionless. Now the blonde stood under the moon opposite her opponent. Adela smiled excitedly, casting spells. Sankyo grinned and said that he was very happy that the protagonist had returned, because even Jissa had now regained his motivation. The screen showed the young man clutching an ice spear. In-hyuk smiled and replied that he really should be thankful for that. The barrier in the forest dissolved, and a voice announced the end of the combat survival exam, and also demanded that the survivors stop fighting immediately. The protagonist pressed the button on his bracelet, breathing heavily. He squinted and wiped his sweat. The opponent stood in the middle of the battlefield. The girl tiredly leaned on her knees. Hale grinned and regretfully noted that if he had more time, he would have certainly won. The interlocutor raised her eyebrows and declared that, no matter how you look at it, she had the advantage. The students stood opposite each other. Chansu approached them and with an awkward smile asked them to return to the tower. The moon was shining in the sky, and the professor hurried the students. The next day, the academy dormitory. Adela frowned and exclaimed that she would have won yesterday's fight. Hale crossed his arms and asked not to dream, because the victory would have been his, as always. The blonde frowned and objected that she had already gradually begun to understand in which direction her magic was deviating, and would have figured it out in 5 minutes. But the guy replied that he said that in that time her brain would have boiled, and she would have lost. Sun-chan sat and watched them. He frowned and asked to go to another room if they were going to discuss this all evening, because he didn't need fights here. The interlocutors turned angrily to him and asked him to shut up, the 26th eliminated. The guy pressed the player in frustration and muttered that this was, in fact, his room, and he invited them to review the recording of the fight, not to argue. There was soda and banana milk on the table, and the student noted that he even bought them pizza and drinks. Sun-chan frowned and exclaimed that he did everything for them, and then this attitude. Hale and Adela sat down on the couch, and the guy said that his friend was blocking their entire view. Clouds were floating over the building, and the guys hurried him to turn on the recording, which lasted, just a second, 14 hours. After this time, night had already fallen on the city. The students were sitting in Sun-chan's room. The guy himself was already dozing, amazed by these monsters of analysis. The girl chuckled, and the hero asked her what she was laughing about. The blonde stood up to cover her friend with a blanket, and replied that it was just fun to watch all 14 hours of footage. She sat down and admitted that she thought the guys would give up watching halfway through. The hero grinned and said that this weirdo, although he whines that he can handle it, always tries his best. Sun-chan snored on the floor. Adela smiled and noted that the boy has good friends. Hale closed his eyes and added that they are simply great. The interlocutor suddenly looked away and apologized. The student turned to her and asked again. The girl raised her eyebrows and reminded him that she pretended to be strangers for a whole year, didn't know anything and continued to keep her distance, and now she understands how wrong she was, and she is sorry. She remembered how she passed the boy at the academy. Hale smiled and objected that he himself had rejected all her signals for communication. He looked at his friend and admitted that he himself had chosen to distance himself, and to be honest, he had tried to close himself off from this guy too. Sun-chan jumped up and asked if this was true, which surprised the girl. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he was no longer the same as a year ago, and had gained new strength, as well as comrades. His friends looked at him in surprise. The brunette furrowed his brows and said that he wanted to show them both something. The guy created a ball of mana between his palms. Sunchan and Adela widened their eyes, exclaiming that it was impossible. Heo grinned, demonstrating moonlight bullets. The student looked at them with satisfaction. The comrades stared at the bright cloud of energy. The blonde widened his eyes and asked if the hero's modified magic was capable of interfering with the very formula of the enemy's magic spells. The interlocutor pointed to his pupils and said that he had also received eyes that could see the structure of magic formulas. The students stared at him in shock, and the girl guessed that this was why the young man was able to unravel her family charms. Heo created a sphere and explained that it was usually quite difficult to change a secret school spell, but this was his personal development as a result of long-term analysis. He spread his arms and added that, of course, in order to do this, it was necessary to see the original spell up close at least several times, and the girl clarified whether the young man had defeated the Emerald Turtle with this. The brunette nodded and explained that he had carefully studied the monster's shell, and then applied a spell that reduced its durability. In fact, the monster's shield had a magical structure. Sunchan raised his hands and exclaimed that the monster was only the main character here, and Adela muttered that this explained how the guy was able to change the trajectory of her magic projectiles. She narrowed her eyes and clarified that in order to interfere with the structure of the enemy's spell, he needed to fully understand their formula, which is why he could not do anything during the first encounter, since he simply did not understand how. The interlocutor nodded with a smile and noted that the sorceress was catching on quickly. He remembered their fight and said that in this match she focused only on her moonlight bullets, thanks to which the guy was able to calculate their formula, and if the girl used any other charms, it would be more difficult for him. Adela sighed and said that she did not think that using only moonlight bullets was a fatal mistake on her part. The friends looked at the hero, and the blonde asked if this magic had any weaknesses at all, and the young man admitted that calculating attribute mana was quite difficult. The brunette raised his hand and said that he can only interfere with those charms that were right in front of his nose, and in a real fight there is no such luxury, so in most cases the trajectory will only change slightly. Adela waved her hand and clarified, how about turning the magic projectile 180 degrees and returning it back to the enemy? The brunette closed his eyes and muttered that there would definitely not be enough time for that in battle, so it was impossible, and the girl noted that it would be cool if it was possible to mirror spells. She looked at the hero and declared that his spells were already too cheating, but then Sunchan jumped up to intervene. The guy grabbed his friend by the shoulders and asked why he was even openly discussing his secret weapon with her. They both looked at him, surprised that he really didn't understand. Hale and Adela smiled and reminded him about the Olympics. Sunchan opened his mouth in shock. The main character frowned and said that his comrades would be performing with him, and he would need their help. His friend looked at him touchingly. But then he put out his hand and said that there was one, but the student scratched the back of his head and muttered that the girl was still suitable, but he himself was simply not strong enough for such a competition. The wizard sweated and reminded that the selection was among the second and third years, and it would be problematic to get a slot from the academy, to which the hero advised not to bother. The brunette smiled ominously and promised that he would achieve his participation one way or another. Adela grinned and said that there would be many obstacles, but the interaction of Hale was their trump card. She imagined the coats of arms and crystals and thought that if it was allowed to be used in a match, a team match that required them to protect their magic stone while destroying the enemies with a cannon, or a match where they had to steal a flag from the enemy zone while protecting their own, it would be effective in any such competition. The guy crossed his arms and noted that they had a team or siege battle in their pocket, not counting everything else. The blonde looked at him in surprise and asked if the young man really had any more trump cards. The interlocutor grinned. He looked at her slyly and answered in the affirmative. The academy was illuminated by a full moon. The protagonist stood in a robe and leafed through a book. Heo reached out to the pages and decided that it was time to begin. Mimiri's space opened. The girl was lying on the couch when the successor appeared. She raised her eyebrows and replied that he had arrived later than she expected, and asked if he hadn't won first place. The brunette smiled smugly and said that, of course, he had beaten everyone, since the points for defeating the Emerald Turtle decided everything. Hale put his hand on his belt and reminded her that he had said that he was going to win a gold medal in an important competition, and the girl clarified whether he was talking about the Olympics. The guy nodded and said that he had discussed it with his friends, and also told them about interaction. Mimir touched her chin and noted that the hero had planned to master it completely first before telling his comrades, but somehow it happened too quickly. The interlocutor crossed his arms and objected that everything was very timely, which surprised the girl. She introduced the hero in a robe with magic and asked if he had really mastered interaction to perfection. The blonde looked at him with admiration and exclaimed that the successor was amazing. The young man nodded and turned around. He extended his hand and asked to look for destruction level books for him. Hale grinned and thought that it was time to go to the level of the third magic circle. The hero's phone rang. The young man picked up the phone and greeted the Lord of the Tower. He smiled when the interlocutor exclaimed that he saw the broadcast, and how the student defeated the Emerald Turtle alone was simply amazing, to which the hero replied that he was just lucky. Kim grinned and added that the battle was also on equal terms with Adela, who had already mastered the fourth circle, and how the brunette was able to break through the turtle's shell. The Tower Lord smiled widely and exclaimed that he noticed how those moonlight bullets changed their trajectory at the last moment. The screen showed a man who admitted that at first he thought the student was using some kind of mana distortion field, but that was clearly not it. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and apologized for not being able to share the secrets of his magic yet. The interlocutor nodded and noted that he got too carried away and the guy did not have to answer. Hale frowned when the man added that the mage had the right to his secrets. The blonde narrowed his eyes and said that the boy's magic was indeed incredibly interesting, and he hoped that he could figure it out himself. The Tower Lord stopped with his secretary. The man presented the crystal and said that he called because of the elemental stones the student asked about. The interlocutor frowned and asked if there was good news or bad. Kim grinned and answered that there was good news. He entered the lab and announced that everything was ready now, so it was time to raise the stakes. Hale widened his eyes and asked if his workers were tired. The Overlord winked and replied that everyone here was a creator to the core, and they could not be torn away from the elemental stones. The student grinned and thought that, as expected, they were ready to work until they sweated. The blonde made a gesture with his hand and said that the guy could not worry about getting his artifact. The IG hero thanked him. The man smiled and was about to say goodbye. Hale frowned and remembered that he had one more request. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and clarified if it was about compensation for the incident with Lang. The young man narrowed his eyes and replied that it depended on how he himself interpreted it. Kim walked forward, declaring that he was listening attentively. There were many scientists in the lab. The protagonist looked at the camera and said that he wanted to ask the creator of artifacts from the Blue Magic Tower to join the national engineering team. Mimir sweated and asked again if the young man really needed to fight the owner of the fifth magic circle. The successor was sitting on the next couch reading a book, explaining that this was the condition of the Tower Lord. The student closed his eyes and assumed that he had taken it too lightly. He remembered how the man stopped and asked if the guy really wanted his man to officially become a developer for the Olympiad. Kim smiled and refused. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that, as expected, it was not in the interlocutor's interests. The blonde grinned and added that he would have said so in any other case. The Lord looked at the screen and said that he would reconsider his decision if the young man defeated the fifth circle mage one-on-one. Hale widened his eyes and automatically agreed. He presented two silhouettes when the man reminded him that there would be two wizards of that level among the foreign participants in this year's Olympics. Kim narrowed his eyes and said that it wasn't that he doubted the hero's skills, but introducing his own man would require a huge amount of money, and he wouldn't sign up for it just like that. The brunette thoughtfully lowered his head, thinking that, in other words, he first needed to prove that he was capable of winning a gold medal. Mimir crossed her arms and asked what the successor would do, since, no matter how you look at it, in his current state, it was practically impossible to defeat a fifth circle wizard. The interlocutor turned to her and replied that that was why he had asked for a 10-day deferment for now. The girl bowed her head and asked if he planned to take action and prepare for the fight during that time. Blue light poured from the library ceiling, and the guy said he had a couple of ideas about preparation. Mimir stood up and noted that it would be so difficult to improve in such a short period of time, so was it really necessary to go so far for the sake of an engineer of the Blue Magic Tower, which the young man immediately confirmed. Hale smiled and explained that in their country, only masters of the Blue Magic Tower can get access to tuning artifacts for the Olympiad. The blonde approached him and concluded that that place really must be incredible. The guy introduced the laboratory and said that artifacts made by an ordinary craftsman and a master of the Blue Magic Tower differ by at least 10%. He visualized the crystal and added that now only their experts can tune elementary mana stones at all. Mimir smiled and guessed that the difference in artifact tuning can affect the victory in the competition, and in this case, their support really would not be superfluous. The student sat down with his books, saying that he absolutely had to involve these people, and the girl asked when he planned to start the third page of tests. Hale smiled and said that he planned to study all the materials she had prepared for him first. The girl put her hands on her hips and praised his good attitude. She closed her eyes and asked him to say hello from her and praise his efforts when he started the third test. The hero looked at her and asked if she knew someone there, but the blonde said it was a secret. Mimir hugged the toy and added that it would not be so interesting if she said it now. Particles of mana flickered in the air. Stars shone in the sky. Lights were burning in the tall building. A coat of arms was on the wall, and a voice greeted everyone who had attended today's celebration of the subsidiary of the House of Magicians. There were many people in the hall, and someone said that, as expected, the floor was given to the eldest son of the head of the company, the president of the branch. Jihan smiled and replied that he was being flattered when the other person said that this was actually a confirmation that he would be chosen as the next head of the family. The man grinned and said that everything he had was thanks to them, his friends. People surrounded him, exclaiming that the House of Magicians definitely had a bright future. Someone came closer and added that even the youngest son of the family had distinguished himself. Jihan turned a cold gaze on him. The slow-witted guest closed his eyes and was amazed that the student had defeated the Emerald Turtle on his own. He remembered the moment from the broadcast and added that once called a genius, he remains one forever. The glass trembled in the man's hand when the man immediately recalled the main character's fight with Adela, who was already a fourth circle magician. The guy imagined their fight and muttered that the young man not only encountered the secret technique of the moon attribute of the Divine Guardian family, but was also able to withstand it, simply an amazing young man. At that moment, Hale's eyes sparkled, and the guest said that after this, it was impossible to call him unfit, and even if they hid their faces, people would certainly think that they were in the presence of a real fight of adult wizards. Jihan stood in front of the chattering man. The people smiled, discussing how they were looking forward to the boy's participation in the upcoming Olympics. They exchanged glances, assuming that the head of the family was probably also very impressed with the performance of his youngest son. Jihan froze, hearing the hated name from everywhere. His eyes widened when someone said that they were more inclined to think that the talented Hale would take the position of heir. He remembered how he once looked at his younger brother, thinking how annoying it was for him to be constantly talked about. The protagonist then smiled happily, mastering magic, and Jihan hated him the most, hoping that he had finally gotten rid of it, but he began to climb to the top again. The guests looked around, noticing that the president had disappeared somewhere. There was a broken glass on the floor. The man headed for the exit. He went outside and loosened his tie. Jihan stood on the balcony, muttering that this was not good at all. The brunette grinned and muttered that this boy should die. The protagonist was sitting in the subspace with Mimir. He was carefully reading a book. Time passed, and the stack of tomes grew nearby. Finally, the guy slammed the reference book shut. The girl looked at him and asked if he had finished reading, to which she received an affirmative answer. The blonde spread her arms and said that he had studied all the basics concerning destruction, but did he understand everything? The brunette straightened up and honestly admitted that he didn't understand anything, and the girl asked if he had any idea about this circle. Hale narrowed his eyes and said that he understood its structure a little. The interlocutor picked up the album with the drawing and noted that it was normal that he couldn't understand everything right away. After all, if you tell a person who has never had wings how to use them to fly, he is unlikely to figure it out right away. She closed her eyes and added that until the young man encounters destruction directly, he will not be able to comprehend it. The hero smiled and said that the drawing was SOSO, but he understood what she was trying to convey. Mimir puffed out her cheeks and indignantly muttered that it was her masterpiece. Hale rubbed his chin and noted that he had no choice but to step on the third page of the tests. He presented a book with formulas. The girl smiled and said that the student would get all the answers there. The brunette stood up and asked if the one she asked to say hello to taught destruction. The blonde crossed her arms and suggested that he go, and asked himself if he was so interested, especially since the guy had already finished reading these books. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked if some restrictions prevented her from talking about the third page of the tests. The interlocutor smiled and answered that this was not so. She put her hands to her chest and declared that this was a promise they had made to each other. The book closed, leaving a glow and magical flowers in the air. Hale found himself in his room, wondering what kind of promise this was that Mimir was afraid to say an extra word. He took Eidert in his hands. The book swung open and illuminated the room. The guy touched the pages, deciding that it would be better to find out directly during the test. Plant roots stretched out of the book, filling the space. The protagonist frowned and expressed hope that it would become clearer later. He closed his eyes. A glow appeared in the darkness. Hale widened his eyes, looking ahead. The student found himself in the middle of a forest. The young man raised his head, noticing that there were only disproportionately tall trees around. The brunette touched his chin and remembered the previous guides, thinking that he would be transferred to another dimension, like the previous times. But no one was meeting him here, not even the teacher's voice was heard. The protagonist moved forward along the path. He walked through the forest, assuming that this entire area was a page of trials. The guy climbed a rock and looked around the vast forest. Hale smiled and thought that the teacher's magic surpassed all boundaries of imagination. The path led deeper and deeper, and no matter how long the young man walked, there was no end in sight. The student approached the lake, assuming that this was a test in itself. Suddenly he shuddered, feeling a vibration. The brunette began to sweat, at first deciding that it was an earthquake. A large shadow fell on him, and the hero felt as if something was staring at him. Hale turned around tensely. In front of him was the head of a monster. The large creature was standing next to the boy. He widened his eyes in shock, not understanding anything. The monster opened its mouth, and the boy realized that he had not even noticed how he had appeared next to him. The brunette recoiled and fell into the water. The hero turned pale. The creature had a vertical pupil, characteristic of reptiles. It had armored scales similar to a crocodile, and its claws and fangs were sharp as razor. The boy was lying in front of a monster that went beyond A rank, a calamity-level drake. Hale sweated, thinking that he thought these creatures were imaginary, but was the condition of the test really to defeat it? The monster's eyes flashed. The brunette froze, realizing that this was simply impossible, because he was not even able to move. The monster straightened up, and the boy thought that even the slightest breath of this creature made the mana in the air tremble, which was on a completely different level compared to the opponents he had met before. So in Drake's eyes, the student was nothing more than a sweet mana berry, just prey. Hale frowned, wondering if he could at least escape. The hero supported himself with his hand under the water. The beast's eyes were watching him. The brunette looked up and realized that even with the speed he had developed over all his training, he could not outrun such an opponent, and the biggest problem was that his body refused to move. The monster stood in front of the successor, and he thought that if he attacked, everything would be over. The boy shuddered. Drake just looked, but did not approach. The protagonist frowned, wondering what was stopping him. Hale turned around when someone's voice noted that this was impressive. Someone stepped on the water. Long hair sparkled in the sun, and the man said that even in the face of a monster beyond category, the guy does not give up, and his will is like steel. The owner of the territory had long ears, and she added that, despite the hopeless situation, the successor keeps himself in check and does not panic. The green-eyed elf looked at Hale with a smile and said that the test was passed, and now he can move. The brunette frowned and asked who she was. Elena grinned and introduced herself, saying that she is known as the Guardian of the Forest, a great sorceress, and an old friend of Ray. Hale turned around and thought about it. He looked at the girl and assumed that it was Elena. She looked away and asked that perhaps it was worth driving it away first. The hero looked worried and asked again. The creature raised its head while she said that he, being blinded by desire, did not dare to set foot in her abode. The woman stood with her back to the protagonist, saying that she appreciated it. She waved her hand and said that in recognition of his patience and in particular, for the destruction of her garden, she forgives him. The green-haired woman lowered her head. She extended her hands, in which was the sphere, saying that he should return to his forest in peace, the remnant of a fallen noble creature. A stream of magic rushed through the branches. MC fell into a stupor and thought that it was the forest itself that was responding. Elena closed her eyes, spreading her hands while he thought, as if confirming that she was the mistress of nature. She extended her hand to the dragon and said that if he was unable to understand the words, then today he will turn into nothing and be consigned to oblivion. The woman bowed her head. Many cuts occurred on his body and the monster screamed, opening his mouth wide. Hale was afraid, thinking that Drake's body was covered with countless wounds. The green-haired woman stood in front of the monster, and he thought that there was no sound, only visible consequences, as if something had riddled him. The hero looked away and did not understand what she had done. There were wounds on his body. A purple light was visible from the scratch. The dragon lowered his head, standing in front of the man. Elena closed her eyes and said that it was just a warning and asked him to leave. Drake turned around, walking deeper into the forest, while she followed him with her eyes. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that the wounds immediately disappeared. The woman looked away, thinking that it was a terrifying monster out of class, and she calmly stood up to him, and did not understand who she was. The green-eyed woman looked away. She looked at the guest and asked if everything was okay with him, to which he replied that yes, thanks to her. The interlocutor extended her hand and said that he was probably a little shocked. Elena extended her hand and asked the successor to go with her. The sun's rays broke through the crowns of the tree. The magic door stood in the trunk and was decorated with runes. There was a cup on the table and it said that it was herbal tea, which Ray loved very much. The woman stood next to him and said that he would feel calmer, to which he thanked him. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and drank part of the contents of the cup. He froze and opened his eyes wide. Hale froze and thought about what kind of miracles this was and noted that his thoughts cleared up in an instant. The red-eyed man continued to drink while she stood nearby contentedly. The hand put the empty cup down, and she said that she was glad that he liked it. Elena looked to the side and asked what he liked. The hero was delighted and said that this was the most delicious tea I have ever tasted. The light poured from the candles and the woman said that she was glad that he liked it and asked if he felt better. The protagonist stood opposite the hostess of the house and said that he was a little ashamed that he showed his unsightly side. The green-eyed girl lowered her head, saying that there was nothing to be ashamed of. The dragon opened its mouth wide and made a terrible sound, while she said that the fact that it did not give up in the face of Drake was already quite impressive. MC put his hand on the jaw and said that it really was that monster, and noted that he could not even move. The creature lowered its head, while the girl said that although he was the master of the forest, the tail dragged along the ground and usually the monster did not enter her territory. Elena folded her arms and said that apparently this time it was difficult to resist. She held out her hand and while the interlocutor asked what to resist, to which she replied that the pure, concentrated mana that it carried within itself was a real delicacy for Drake. The woman put her head on her hand and said that he probably found it incredibly appetizing, because hunger displaced his fear even in front of her. She smiled and asked if he had any more questions. Hale was worried and asked if all this was really inside Idred. The guy was standing on the ledge and said that the world was so real that it was completely lost the feeling that it was in a book, because the walk from the intersection with Drake to Lady Elena's house took them at least 15 minutes, and it was such a huge forest, the scale of which was on a completely different level from the previous page of the tests, and thought where exactly this place was. The woman was sitting at the table in front of the guy and was about to answer. She was calm and said that this place stretched from the 214th to the 232nd page of Idred and noted that this was the third page of the tests. Hale opened his eyes wide and became wary. He leaned on the table, remembering the creature, and asked that the drake was not real, but created with the help of magic. Elena put her hand on his jaw and said that it was not that he was real, but not completely unreal. The hero looked at the interlocutor and asked how to understand this, to which she replied that this space was created based on the memories of the past. The trees stood on the book and copied the greenwood forest, which was once quite real. The green-haired woman stretched out her hands and asked that it could be called a copy of the real world and said that that is why it is either real nor fake. The hero looked away and said that it means that they took the real world of the past and rewrote it, placing it in the book Idred, and asked if he understood correctly. The door to the house was decorated with runes, and he asked how this was even possible. The green-eyed woman lowered her gaze, saying that she did not know the exact details, because the only one who understands this magic is Ray himself, the only heir to his teaching. Hale opened the book while a man stood behind him, and she said that he would be like that too, because one day he will reach his level and understand everything himself. The hero pointed his palm upward and asked why the teacher created this space then, to which she replied that it was to pass on some magic. The protagonist froze and asked again, some magic. Elena lowered her head and answered positively. She looked away. MC was excited and wary. The woman was calm and said that the magic of the third circle of the Bygneon style, necessary for gaining destruction, namely this eye, capable of seeing the nature of magic, the divine eye. The girl's eye turned yellow, and it was said that the divine eyes, capable of seeing through, golden eyes. Hale frowned and asked that the divine eyes, these are the eyes of the teacher's style. Elena pointed to the eyeball and said that everything is correct, but her ability is not perfect, and only Ray and his successor are able to fully control it. They stood opposite each other while the book was behind them, and the woman was talking about how the man had asked her to awaken this magic in him. And then she noted that this is why it still exists, even if only as a record. The sun was shining over the city. The limousine was driving along the road. Inhyuk folded his arms and ordered to report. The man was sitting in the car and said that he was reporting on the matter assigned to him earlier. People were standing nearby, and the uncle was talking about how Minhyuk and Minji were showing little interest in Mr. Hale. Seo was sitting on the chair while Sukhyun was saying that the most surprising thing was that the young lady did nothing. The employee looked at the head of the house and said that it was obvious that she was greatly restricted by the decree of the head of the family. The shadow was watching the hero while he was saying that the older sister was lenient towards the younger brother, and didn't think that she would leave him alone, and that she was probably being cautious because she knew that the hero was being watched by guards. Inhyuk frowned and asked what about Jihan. The man was standing in the crowd, and Sukhyun said that the young master seemed a little wary, but that was all, since even at the reception he had organized, nothing suspicious was noticed. The father looked down and asked what was going on. He looked thoughtful and asked what was going on. Both of them had learned to separate the private and the public. The father introduced his son and said that anyway, let the shadow be vigilant until the protective period expired, and asked him to continue watching. The boy with the scar closed his eyes and used the silence skill after saying that he understood him. They were sitting in the barrier, and Sukhyun said that he had confidential information, so he would use the sound barrier, to which he replied that it was fine. The blue-eyed man frowned and said that information had been received that one of the family members had colluded with the Black Magic Tower. The people stood in a group, and he said that suspicions fell on all the elders who did not like Mr. Hale's return to duty, as well as all the high-ranking officials of their branches, and then added that in total there were 32 people. Inhyuk frowned, keeping silent meaningfully. Sukhyun closed his eyes and said that, however, no direct contacts with the Black Tower had been recorded. The head of the magic house put his head on his fist and asked that this did not mean that they were clean. Uncle passed on the tablet and said that among the 32, there were 5 who were the most suspicious, and if the situation escalated, the hyenas would immediately notice it. The man's face showed anger, and recognizing the people, he said that he would deal with them himself. The action was transferred to the Dryad dimension. Elena looked down and wanted to say that it was necessary to do it. She stood behind the guy and said that they would train the divine eyes. The hero looked back and said that the harder they were, the better. The green-haired girl closed her eyes and said that, as expected from the successor, he and Ray were very similar in this. She put her hands on her eyes and asked him to close them, to which he asked, "Is that so?" The green-eyed girl lowered her head and confirmed, saying that now she would begin to pour mana into him. The energy spread along the guy's back, and Elena said that slowly, and then she would tell him the details about the eyes. She closed her eyes and said that information about this ability was available only after reaching the 4th circle, and he would be able to find it in other volumes, and the guy asked again. The book was open, and he thought he had studied both Idred and Mimiri, but there was no mention of divine eyes, and he realized that it was true that he would not see information about divine eyes until he reached the 4th circle. Hale's eyes were closed, and he said that others were the ones she had mentioned and asked that it could be a book with Mimir. Elena opened her eyes and asked him what he knew about her, to which he replied that of course and noted that the owner of the well had asked him to convey something but did not finish. He remembered how the blonde stood in the center of the room and said that when he began the third test, he would convey her greetings and praise her for her efforts, and he thought that it was something personal between them. The woman stood behind the guy and he called out to her, to which she apologized. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that it seemed that the lady's mana flow flickered for a moment, and assumed that he had said something wrong. The hand was radiating energy. The woman turned and asked what he was saying, that he had already met Mimir, and said that it was wonderful. Energy was floating around the room and she said that they would talk about it later, in a less tense atmosphere, and asked to return to the Divine Eye. The green-eyed woman was calm and said that the reason why they were only available on the fourth circle was not so special, just like the reason why she was on the third page of the Eider trials. They were in the room and Elena said that everything was simple, because Ray had distributed it that way and trusted him to explain everything to her. She closed her eyes, imagining a book and saying that of course, it was all about the amount of information that could be put into the book, and noted that he had calculated everything so that it would work with maximum benefit. Hale lowered his head and thought about the amount of information that could be written into the book, and realized that Mimir had already said this. He remembered the girl hovering near the sheets, and saying that one page of formulas for testing the successor requires a huge amount of mana, much more than a simple magic book can accommodate, so Eidard only contains the necessary information, and the rest was distributed among additional volumes, for example, in the book of that one. The teacher's eye turned yellow. His hand emitted energy. Elena stretched her hands forward while he fell into a stupor and said that everything was ready and he could open his eyes. Energy was hovering in space and Hale thought that the lady's mana was completely synchronized with his magic circles, and it was even difficult to say whether it was his mana or hers. The hero put his hand on his face, feeling changes in his eye, and said that he felt strange. The protagonist was in a panic while she said that she blocked his optic nerve with mana. MC did not see anything and asked what she blocked his optic nerve. Elena lowered her head and said that it is too early to be surprised, because the Divine Eye is like a sixth sense, it exists separately from the other five. Mana created the flower, and she said that in order to develop it, it is necessary to turn off distracting factors. The green-eyed woman put her hand on his shoulder and said that such as skin sensitivity and smells. The cloak emitted energy and she spoke about tastes that are slowly leaving, and then said that, and finally, hearing. Hale froze and thought that he no longer felt anything at all. The green-haired woman spread her hands and said that now, she and her successor, will move on to the world of death. The mistress of the house lowered her gaze and meaningfully remained silent. The hero lay on the floor and could not touch anything, while he thought that they would end up in a world in which no one feels anything, without sight nothing is visible, and without hearing nothing is heard. The protagonist held his hands in front of him and thought that without touch it is not even clear whether he is sitting or standing. MC raised his head, thinking that without smells and tastes, his body was completely deprived of external stimuli. He stood in space and did not understand if it was functioning. He frowned and asked himself in his head if he was even alive, and noted that he was scared and simply terrified. Hale walked through the space, thinking that this was a completely different sensation compared to the blindness that occurs in pitch darkness, as if he was covered by absolute loneliness, in the darkness of which nothing is felt, and noted that it was like hell. The hero frowned. He held his hand and trembled. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that this was just training and that Elena said so. He remembered how he fell into a stupor and thought that he could still see mana in this darkness. MC concentrated, thinking that he needed to see mana. The cloak rose and the student decided to concentrate. There was light in the windows of the house in the tree. The green-haired girl looked down and asked how. Hale was lying calmly on the floor, and she thought that no one had ever remained calm after turning off their sensitivity. The figures were in a panic, and it was said that after a minute they did not start to go crazy, after 2 minutes they began to think about death, and after 3 minutes they wanted to commit suicide, and such a fate usually awaited those who fell into the trap of the spell that sealed the feelings. Elena looked down, thinking that she knew better than anyone how terrible this spell was, and at first she planned to just let him experience it, and then immediately cancel it. She remembered how she lay and thought about how she herself had acquired this spell, going through it step by step, gradually getting used to it, but despite the fact that the successor had been under its influence for 3 whole minutes. Hale was lying on the floor, and she was surprised that the guy was not bothered by anything at all. She stood in front of him and thought about the fact that not only that, the forest was already resonating with his mana, and thought that it turned out that they could continue. The door to the house was open. Elena raised her hand palm up and said that it was amazing. Mana streams were circling above the hero, and she thought that 20 minutes had already passed since the start of training, and noted that his breathing was stable, and the mana circles were rotating as expected, and this was an absolutely stable state. The green-haired girl looked ahead and said that here he is, the chosen successor of Eidard, and noted that Rain knew that he was able to withstand the sealing spell. Hale slightly opened his mouth and asked if she could hear. The green-eyed girl became wary and froze. The hero opened his eyes and asked if she could remove the blockage of feelings. Elena extended her hand forward and agreed. The protagonist's eye turned gold, and he said that he finally took a normal breath. MC adjusted his cloak, and she asked if everything was okay. The green-haired girl was worried and asked how he was able to cope with the seal, noting that it was an indescribable horror. The student lowered his head and said that the world in which he was deprived of all 5 senses, from the memories alone goosebumps. He closed his eyes, saying that he repeated to himself that this was just training and desperately suggested this thought to himself. Hale lay in space and said that with the help of autosuggestion he suppressed his fear and was able to focus on seeing mana. Elena stood in front of him and asked what all this was, saying that such fear is not easy to overcome even with autosuggestion, to which he replied that she was right, and he really almost broke down halfway and thought that although he understood that this was part of the training, his body did not react to what it did not understand. He remembered how he fell into horror and thought that in that moment, darkness enveloped him, namely, the hell called loneliness. The protagonist was floating in the dimension and thought that the feeling of despair and death. When his concentration was almost broken, a thought flashed through his head. MC's eyes were shining yellow, and he thought that everything was better than the events of a year ago. He remembered how the students crowded in the corridor and thought that the moment when he realized that he was incompatible with artificial intelligence. Things were lying on the table, and that day when the path to the Great Magician suddenly ended. Hale stood in front of the building and thought that his father and family turned away from him then. He stood in the darkness and thought that he had already experienced hell and compared to that feeling when he lost everything, plunging into despair, and asked if these feelings were not more bearable. The sun's rays broke through the crowns of the trees. The interlocutors stood at the foot of the house, and Elena asked that the ceiling of feelings was more bearable, to which he answered positively. The sun's rays fell on his shoulders, and he said that this seal was just one of the steps forward. The green-eyed girl looked at the guy and was silently meaningful and wanted to ask how much he suffered, but did not finish. Hale looked at his hands and spoke to him, already all is well. The hero put his hand on his face, and said that it was all in the past. He raised his hands and said that now he was grateful that he had his own way forward. Tears appeared in Elena's eyes. The man stood in space and she called Ray. The woman wiped away her tears with her hand. The protagonist looked back and thanked the mentor. They stood opposite each other, and the guy said that in the darkness that blocked all his feelings, he saw her mana. He spread his hands to the side and said that she was very gentle, and thanks to her it became easier for him. The successor looked to the side and asked that it was because he was captivated by the charm of that one. She stood in front of the guy and repeated in her head as if gentle. A smile appeared on Elena's face, and imagining Ray, she thought that she did not think that she would never think that she would hear these words again. Moonlight was spreading over the forest. The doors to the tree house were decorated with runes. The interlocutors were sitting at the table, and Hale was saying that he had then moved straight from Mimiri's volume here, to which she replied that it was clear and that she was glad that Mimir was doing well. The hero was holding a cup in his hands, and she thanked him for the story and noted that it was nice to hear good news, to which he replied that it was nothing, because he had promised to send her his regards. He remembered the fair-haired woman. The green-eyed woman was smiling and saying that if he had met the owner of the well, then he had probably heard something about her and Greenwood. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he had not, saying that she had mentioned some promise between those, because of which she had not told him anything. The green-haired woman lowered her head and said that she was still keeping her promise, and she could no longer do so. MC looked at the woman and called out to her. She smiled and apologized, saying that she had only ruined the atmosphere for nothing. They were sitting opposite each other, and Hale was saying that no, and everything was fine. Elena put her hand on his jaw and said that since he had mentioned the promise, it seemed that Mimir really liked him, to which he asked again. The green-haired girl was upset and asked if she was wrong. The hero put her hand on the back of his head and said that their relationship was quite good and asked what exactly the promise was. The woman put her hand on his chest and asked what was bothering him and apologized, saying that it was a secret. The girls were standing with their backs to each other, and she said that it was just between them and she would not tell either him or Ray. The protagonist looked ahead and was about to say something. He looked ahead and said that then, if this was a promise from the past, then Mimir was once real, and asked how she was. Elena put her hand on her jaw and asked what she hadn't told him and noted that she didn't think she had the right to answer that question. If the blonde hadn't told him anything, then he shouldn't. MC looked away and said that it was okay if she didn't want to talk, since she had given her word, she couldn't break it. The green-eyed girl looked down and thanked him, saying that she was glad he understood them. The moonlight illuminated the treetops. Hale stood on the grass and said that it was time for him to go back and asked if he could count on her if anything happened, to which she replied that of course and said that until he had mastered the divine eye perfectly, he needed to continue training. They stood opposite each other, and the hero asked if he could ask one question before he left, to which she replied that of course. He frowned and asked what kind of relationship they had. The woman looked down and said that they were friends. The book opened while she was saying that they were protecting the teacher's style together with Ray, like constellations that even when far apart, were still connected. Mimiri's book opened. Hale smiled and said that here he was. Mimir was lying on the divan and asked again, not believing that he had returned so quickly. The hero pointed to the side and said that he had classes tomorrow, so he came early. The blonde frowned and asked if he had trained there. He smiled, saying that of course. His eyes turned gold, and he used the divine eye. The mistress of the well put her hands on her hips while he was saying that judging by her lazy manner that he was watching around her, it was a success, to which she asked again. The assistant grabbed him by the cheeks while he was saying that he was not a master yet, but dared to assure that he did not shirk training, to which she replied that after that method he should not have remained so calm. Hands touched the face. Hale said that it was interesting, because the real manner of that one is cold and unperturbed. She smiled and said that in fact she really is quite a cold person. Cups stood on the table. The interlocutors were sitting at the table and the girl asked about what, that is, he passed through the seal of all feelings and remained completely fine, to which he agreed. Mimir folded her hands, asking that Elena was really lenient to him. She pointed her finger at him and asked that the forest magic helped him, to which he asked what it was. The blonde was stunned and asked that he did not even have to treat the consequences for the brain, to which he asked if there should be consequences. He remembered how calmly he got up after the session. The blonde was stunned and asked if he had really endured this terrible magic without any consequences, and said that he had used some kind of trick, no doubt. Hale looked away while she asked him to tell her, and it was said that he had told Mimir the events of last year, which he had recently shared with Elena. The blonde was furious and asked if this had really happened to him, and asked him to tell her where he was. The hero sat opposite the girl and said that, in general, he had been in complete despair until last year. People were crowding and he was saying that, moreover, great expectations had been placed on him, so that the consequences seemed simply unbearable, and then he plunged into complete darkness. Energy was floating in the space and he was saying that now he could clearly see the fruits of training, and even sealing the 5 senses did not seem like a nightmare. Mimir folded her arms and asked him if the darkness she always felt in him was because he was used to being treated like that. She got upset and said that was how it was. The protagonist was stunned, thinking that she would just accept it as if nothing had happened, but her serious expression made him worry. He remembered Elena thanking him for understanding them and that they would readily respond in kind. He showed his palm and asked the green-haired girl not to worry about him. Mimir looked at him in surprise and assumed that he was in his fantasies and asked him if, since the training was successful, he thought he would make it on time. MC stood up and said that of course he would. There were books behind the guy and he was talking about how he couldn't even believe how just a year of despair made him feel how lucky he really was as a mage, and noted that now was not the time to stop, and thought that as the successor of the legend, he couldn't stop moving forward. The action took place in a dorm. 2 books were lying on the table. Hale looked at the ceiling and thought about Elena's words. The green-eyed woman lowered her gaze and he thought that the divine eyes were a mystical eye that progressed as the circles of infinity expanded. The magic circle emitted light, and it was said that on the first circle he saw only the color of mana. 2 streams were next to the magic circles, and on the second circle the structures of the magic formulas, and the circle became different, and on the third circle he began to see the very essence of the spell. The mana circles were near his head and he thought that in order to master this perfectly, he needed to learn to see mana at its first flash. The hero stretched out his hand forward and thought that it meant that he needed to expand the scope of the divine eyes. He looked up and asked himself if he could. The correspondence was open on the phone and he thought that these were messages from the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower, and asked in his head if they had already determined the opponent of the 5th circle of magic. Ju looked at the camera and he was 29 years old. Hale looked at the phone and recognized someone familiar in the guy. The action took place in the Obelisk Academy. People were training on the internal training ground of magicians. Sun Jan looked at the students and asked if these guys were even people. Adela used the screens, using abilities. Arrows rushed towards the fighter. The fighter put up barriers for blows. The blonde looked away and asked that in that message from the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower, they really sent a strategic guide. She put up barriers for attacks. The hero looked forward and said that well, yes, because he said that he would not just have a profile of the opponent, but a full-fledged guide. The friend dodged and wanted to ask something. She looked up at the spear of wind and asked for what purpose they were giving him information. The girl became wary and covered herself with her hand. The projectile flew at the opponent. The blue-eyed girl fell into a stupor and meaningfully remained silent. The bird landed on the guy's shoulder, and he said that he himself did not understand the intentions of those. He extended his hand and asked if there were any ideas. Adela took his hand and asked if she could look at the data, to which he replied that of course. She held the phone in her hands and said that this was really not just a profile, but a strategy guide. Sun Jan stood next to him and said that he also wanted to look. The phone showed the data, while the blonde said that it was impeccable analytical data. Kim raised his hand and he said that he told him then that Hale should focus on raising his own level, and let them extract information, and noted that it seemed like he was telling him, and then asked why such concern. The hero closed his eyes and said that everything seemed to be so, and he was at a disadvantage, and asked if they wanted to equalize the odds in this way. The friend handed over the device and asked that this was good, after all. The protagonist looked back and said that he would rather practice than think about it, and he asked if the break was over. The action took place in the academy's training center, and the comrade said that he didn't even have time to catch his breath and asked to give him 5 minutes, to which he said that this is why they train, noting that he needs to increase his endurance. The blonde ran forward and thought that he was just the devil incarnate. A powerful explosion occurred behind the guy. The opponents stood opposite each other, and he shouted that this was the academy's training ground and asked them to stop shooting magic left and right. The action took place in the dormitory of the Obelisk Academy's student dormitory. The girl opened the door and exhaled. She lay down on the bed, leaving her bag by the bed. Adela looked tired and wanted to change before going to bed, but changed her mind and decided to sleep. She closed her eyes. Hale used projectiles and she thought that his moon bullets were already faster and stronger than hers. She opened her eyes and asked to stop. The blonde squeezed her fingers and said that it was a shame that she had worked so hard on herself, and the gap was still large. The girl got up from the bed and thought that she could not continue in this spirit and needed to try harder. She frowned and thought that she had come so far thanks to the family charms, and at least in the magic of the moon attribute she should not lose. The blue-eyed girl got up from the bed, thinking that there was no time to sleep and was going to take a cold shower, and then watch the videos of training again. The book was open and was in space. The moonlight illuminated the crowns of the trees. The hero closed his eyes. He stood in front of the lady and called out to her, to which she said that she did not think that they would finish so quickly using the charms that sealed the senses. Elena put her finger on his temple and said that he seemed to have completely mastered the ability to see mana. The protagonist looked away and said that yes, but although he still got headaches if he looked for too long, he could now see mana at any time. A magic circle appeared next to the interlocutor, and she asked if they could move on to the next training. MC was stunned while she said that now he would need to use the magic eye to observe her spells. The magic circle emitted a dim light, and she said that after observing properly, he would naturally comprehend the essence of magic and begin to see the gaps and weak points of spells. Hale narrowed his eyes and asked about the gaps. The lady's hand touched the circle, and she said that every spell has its weak point. She lowered her head and asked to use it to break the spell and make it dissipate. Elena stretched her hand forward and said that this is what is called destruction. The hero looked ahead in shock and thought that he needed to erase the magic circle. The flow of energy was in space, and he thought that destruction was the work of the mystic eyes to the maximum to break the spell in the bud. The green-eyed stretched out her hand and asked him to try, saying that she was sure that he would quickly get the hang of it. MC looked at the magic circle. His hand reached for the object. His eyes shone with golden light and he asked what it was. The target emitted green light and he thought that mana with a strong, warm aura, but no matter how much he looked closely, he could not find a single gap. Leaves were hovering in space and Hale understood that he needed to find a gap in the magic circle. Elena stretched her hand forward and asked to activate the mystic eye and analyze the structure of the magic circle itself. The guy's eye sparkled and he called upon the divine eye. The figure stood with his back turned and it was said that, theoretically, ideal magic formulas do not exist. The book was surrounded by symbols and it was said that magic can be taken apart brick by brick. Ray stood in front of the hero and it was said that because ideal formulas simply do not exist, which means gaps are inevitable and destruction always works. The blonde stretched out his hand forward and he thought that you just need to see the very essence of magic, listen to the stripes and grasp the gap. Elena looked at the teacher's successor while he thought that then magic would cease to be magic. He directed his hands towards the magic circle, and they were embraced by threads of mana while he used destruction. The action took place in the Obelisk Academy. The man stood at the table and said that this preliminary meeting for the Olympiad participants was over. Inhyuk folded his hands and silently looked forward. The man stood next to him and called out to the gentleman. Kim smiled and said that he did not expect the head of the famous House of Magic to personally attend the meeting. The head of the House of Magic put his hands in his pockets and said that he believed that the same could be said about him, and noted that as for him, there should be no reason for him to come here. The fair-haired man stood in front of the interlocutor and said that he was only an invited sponsor, to which the latter asked again. The Lord of the Blue Magic Tower smiled and said that, to be more precise, a potential sponsor. The dark-haired man lowered his head and said that it sounded as if the Blue Tower was going to send its masters to organize the Olympics. Kim walked down the steps with the interlocutor and said that this was exactly the case, but the matter was under consideration, so, as he said, he was a potential sponsor. To which Inhyuk replied that the fact that he was considering it was quite surprising. Hale's father looked away and asked if the Blue Magic Tower was in a position to share its valuable masters now. The fair-haired man looked away and said that fortunately, their affairs were settled and he thought the upcoming Olympics were worth it. The red-eyed man lowered his head, asking what was so much. There were people standing behind the hero and it was said that the Korean team, led by the protagonist, was quite capable of snatching the gold medal for their country. The head of the house stopped and asked the name again. Kim smiled and said that he was sure that he was looking forward to it as much as he was. The dark-haired man put his hand on his jaw and asked what it meant that Hale also offered the Lord a deal, to which the Lord replied that he knew it, noting that he understood quickly. In-hyuk looked serious and asked what he offered him in return. The fair-haired man folded his arms and stood silently. He remembered the photo of MC on his phone and said that he promised to win a gold medal this year for sending their engineers, and then asked what about that. The father adjusted his jacket and said that he also promised to win a gold medal, and in return asked for maximum support until then. The man remembered his son, saying that he was completely different from last year, and noted that he seemed very confident. Kim looked away and asked that In-hyuk accepted the offer without any conditions. The man looked down and confirmed, saying that support is not that difficult after all, but sending first-class engineers is large-scale. But he did not finish and asked that it was all just because of the boy and was it serious. The fair-haired man smiled, thinking that the son was just like his father. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the lord said that if Hale satisfied what he put forward, he would gladly invest. The head of the house kept his hands in his pockets and asked what the condition was. Kim showed his fingers and said that he was obliged to defeat the magician of the fifth circle in a one-on-one fight, and noted that this was exactly the condition he put forward. In-hyuk smiled and said that it was not bad, to which he asked if the father would come to watch his son's fight. The sun illuminated the roof of the academy, and the man asked if it was worth it, to which he replied that of course and everyone would be happy about it. A dense forest protected the soil from the sun's rays. The hero lay on the grass and said that he was tired. Elena held a tea set in her hands and said that he had worked hard. She put the items on the table and said that such was the training. The red-eyed man put his hand on his chest and said that the lady worked no less than he did and noted that only thanks to her he was able to go so far. The green-haired woman looked down and said that she hoped that she had not strained him too much because this was their last meeting. Hale spread his hands and said that thanks to the teacher's cloak everything went smoothly. He stretched his hands to the cup and the assistant asked to drink tea, saying that it would help relieve fatigue, to which the guy said that he would be happy and thanked him. The hero stood in front of Elena, who said that in this he was a little different from Ray, because he hated everything that required physical endurance. The green-haired girl put her hand on her jaw, imagining the evil mage, and said that he preferred to solve everything with magic, and when it came to physical effort, he only grumbled and whined, to which he replied that he thought that a mage of the teacher's caliber could be understood. The sun illuminated the crowns of the trees and she called out to the successor. The woman put her hand on her chest and thanked the guy for holding out until the end and noted that their training had come to an end. She stood in front of the student, saying that it was a pleasure to teach him, and she should be glad that they managed, but in addition to relief, she also felt sadness. She lowered her gaze and said that from the moment she began to wait for Ray's successor, she knew perfectly well that the moment of separation would inevitably come. The red-eyed man became wary and asked what she wanted to say. Elena raised her hand and said that as soon as she fulfilled her role, the page of destruction should disappear. The green-eyed woman looked down and said that this forest would cease to exist, noting that such was the contract. Hale was confused and she asked him not to make such a sad face. He looked at the petals and thought that the world really began to crumble before his eyes, as if proof that it was created for a time, and the green-haired woman was saying goodbye to the successor. He put his hand on his chest and said that if it were not for the lady, he would not dare to dream of mastering destruction. The woman lowered her head and said that she was glad that the teaching had found him and noted that he was truly capable of inheriting it properly, and this was a great happiness for them. A tear appeared on her face while she said that if there was something to regret, it was only that she would not be able to see how much more he would grow. The hero stretched his hand towards the teacher. He held her hand while she said that no matter what obstacles and difficulties he would encounter in the future, he should never give up. Elena's hands dissolved into thin air. Her figure became transparent, and she asked him to take care of Mimir. Even though she could be annoying, she was left all alone. The protagonist was scared and swore that he would fulfill his promise, and this was a farewell forever. Energy was floating in the space, and MC thought that he felt something he had never felt before, namely pain and indescribable torment, as well as the sadness of inevitability. Elena looked at him, asking him to accept her congratulations, and saying that he had now completely mastered the third circle of magic. The book emitted energy. Hale stood with Idred and said that he immediately opened it upon his return, but the page of destruction was indeed missing. Tears appeared on his face and he thanked the lady. He remembered how they saw off the sunset and thought that the time he spent in that forest with her would forever remain in his heart, as would this farewell forever, which gave him the incentive to move on. The action took place in a blue magic tower. Kim smiled and said that the duel between the protagonist and the fifth circle mage was about to begin. The blonde looked down and remained silent, displeased. In-hyuk raised his hand and asked what the chances were in the opinion of the interlocutor. The guy sat next to the lord and asked why he was asking him, and thought how he got involved in this. Sunchan was excited and thought that it would be better if Adela were sitting here. They looked at the arena, while he thought that she was now down below helping Hale and asked to hurry and come up here. The hero stood in front of the blonde girl, while the man asked what the chances were in the opinion of the interlocutor. Kim showed his index finger and said that he assumed that 10%. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and looked at the referee. In-hyuk was sitting in a chair and said that he thought differently, to which the referee didn't believe him and asked how many % he would give. The head of the house looked away and noted that the most was 2. The blonde stood up and said that this was harsh, and then asked the hero's comrade what he would say, to which he asked again. The lord narrowed his eyes and said yes, noting that if you put aside friendly feelings and talk objectively. The boy tensed up while the head of the blue magic tower asked what the student thought the chances of winning were. MC put his hands on his hips while he thought. Sun-chan sat between the men and said that he would say 50%. Kim leaned on the armrest and asked why he thought so, noting that it was a very generous assessment. The comrade leaned over and said that there was no specific reason for that, and that he was sure that if he tried his best, he would be able to compete with a fifth circle magician. Hale was warming up while his friend was saying that his progress was still incredibly fast, and he had not yet shown them his full strength. The lord smiled and asked what he meant by that. The guy had not even fought seriously until now. The woman stood in the arena and announced the end of the magic tests, and announced that the match would soon begin. Adela stood near the protagonist and asked him to try harder. Ju looked forward and was silently meaningful. The blonde closed her eyes and lowered her head. Sun-chan looked tense and said that he was finally saved, to which she asked what happened. The opponents maintained eye contact and looked calm. The judge looked away and asked the participants to take positions. The mage moved his hand aside, saying that he did not expect to be matched against the protege of the mage house itself, to which he replied that he hoped for the leniency of his senior comrade, while the observer asked him to prepare. MC frowned and looked focused. The woman raised her hand and announced the start of the match. Ju stood in front of his opponent and said that he would give him the right to strike first, to which he said that he would gladly accept his kindness. Magic circles formed next to Hale and he summoned a magic cutter, and then created a fireball. He smiled and thought that since he had the opportunity to strike first, he would invest in it. The blue-eyed man put his hands on his hips and asked if this was the modified magic he had heard so much about, and noted that it was amazing. The hero lowered his head and asked if he was too relaxed. The opponent was calm and said that he believed he could afford it. The guy smiled and noted the extreme confidence of the man. The protagonist held his hands out and said they would see how long she could last, summoning fire. The projectiles appeared above the mage and rushed towards him. Ju was stunned and surprised. The projectiles were in space and he thought that it looked like familiar magic, but much faster and unpredictable. Such a chaotic change of trajectory greatly complicates dodging. The opponent stood in a stance and thought that if these were fifth circle spells, he would be terrified. Holograms formed in front of him, and he extended his hand forward. The man squinted and concentrated. The projectiles crashed into the barrier, and it called for attributeless protective magic of the fifth circle, an absolute shield. Dust rose in the arena and a magician stood under the dome. Hale looked away, thinking that this was a very powerful shield that would block even fifth circle magic. The guy ran forward, thinking that, however, its weakness was that it limited the user too much. The hero was approaching his opponent, and understood that because of this, Ju would not be able to prevent the distance from closing. The mage frowned and said that he had taken advantage of the vulnerability to get closer, asking if this had been the plan all along, then noting that it didn't change anything anyway. The protagonist tilted his head and asked what made him so sure of that. The hand hit the barrier and a wave spread out along it. MC touched the shield using interaction and cracks appeared on the dome. The man was stunned and wary as he watched what was happening. Hale's friends were worried and Sun-chan said that the shield of the fifth circle had cracked. Streams of energy surrounded the sphere as more and more serious cracks appeared on it. Kim put his hand on his jaw and said that this couldn't be happening. In-hyuk looked calm and meaningfully remained silent. The guy's hand stopped affecting the shield. A blinding beam appeared behind it, with projectiles flying around it, and the guy said that it was too late to regret. The abilities were gaining power while he was saying that he expected you to resist magic, so he set it up to get stronger over time, intertwining flames and winds to create a firestorm. A powerful beam hit the shield, raising dust. The battlefield was filled with fire and shards of protection flew in all directions. Adela was stupefied and did not believe what was happening. The blonde man was stupefied and said that it was shattered. The protagonist smiled and said that he was pleased when elders let down their guard. A huge storm dealt damage while Ju said that the opponent in battle can be relaxed, but not sloppy. A new shield stood in place of the old one, and the boy noted that this is how the Lord of the Tower taught him. Hale stood in front of the man, thinking that he created a new shield. At the same moment the old one fell apart, and realized that this is what the magicians of the fifth circle are like. The opponent stood in the shield. He began to gather energy, and said that it was his turn. The opponent stood in front of the hero. He created a flaming sword and said that it was his turn. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it was as expected. He remembered the message with information about the wizard and thought that everything was as the master of the blue magic tower said. The screen showed the specialization of the wizard, namely flame magic, physical enchantment. Ju held the flaming sword in his hands, while he thought that then, the next thing he would do was flame magic and perhaps combinations with close combat, being strengthened by physical enchantment. The fighter swung his sword and rushed forward. Hale took a stance, thinking that for now the wizard was very curious about his magic. The magician approached, while he thought that and in order to observe him longer, he would not hit vital points. The hero was focused, understanding that, however, this did not mean that he would be given a break, and if he wanted to hit, then there was only one option. Ju swung, intending to deliver a direct blow. The protagonist dodged the attack. He looked at his wounded hand and exhaled. He looked away at the opponent and froze. The fist was clenched and approaching the target. The blow hit the mage's body. The blue-eyed one grinned, making sounds of discontent. He stepped back, making a dash. The wizard held a fiery sword in front of him and looked pleased, asking that he was able to react at such speed. Hale lowered his hand and said that he trained a lot in close combat. The fighter's hand was engulfed in flames, and he said that this is for sure. The hero stood in front of his opponent and thought that he specialized in close combat and was inclined to analyze the enemy, adapting to him, and then noted that this enemy is not simple. Blue-eyed looked away and said that the future was really scary, because the third circle magician already had such fighting skills. Fire appeared in his hand and he was about to say something. Ju raised it and said that he would fight seriously. Magic appeared above the arena and he called for a rain of fire. The protagonist took his hand and said that this was the privilege of the fifth circle of checkmate. The magician of the fifth circle of magic spread his hands and called for an area destruction spell. The opponent opened his mouth and said that there were no spells in the third circle that could block, and then asked how he was going to counter this. MC stood in front of the opponent, thinking that the fight would end there, but did not finish. His eyes shone and he concentrated. Magic circles appeared at his chest and noted that his victory. Water appeared in Hale's hands and he called for resonance. The shells crashed into the water shield. Ju raised his hands and thought that the magic of the third circle was incapable, but did not finish. People watched the battle and a column of dust rose in the arena. Adela opened her mouth wide and said that the fire rain and the water shield collided, to which Sunchan said that nothing could be seen and asked what was going on. Kim put his hand on his temple and thought that the water shield was definitely a third stage spell, but the effectiveness was at the level of the fourth and above. Inhyuk raised his head and was silently meaningful. Ju covered his face with his hand and thought that he could not see anything, because in such a fog he should not see anything either, and asked where he struck from now. The blue-eyed man looked to the side, while a silhouette appeared in the fog behind him. The eye acquired a yellow light and ordered the divine eyes to open. The spirits of mana were there, and he thought that although he could not see it, the mana was guiding him. The silhouette blurred, while Hale thought that the scarlet mana of the flaming sword. The foot stood on the toe. The fifth circle mage looked to the side. He struck and said that he got it. The hero rushed to attack, summoning a light spear. The opponent looked confused, thinking about how he managed to get so close, and noted that he rather needed an absolute shield and immediately noted that it was too risky, because he broke it once. The spear was approaching the uli and he thought about what to do in such a case. The guy's divine eye was shining, and he thought that this was yellow mana. The wizard spread his arms and holograms appeared in front of him. Huge boulders soared up and he summoned an earthen shield. Hale held the projectile in front of him and thought that he would stop him before he built a wall. The hero hit the floor and the stones flew to the sides. The blue-haired man covered his face with his hand and made a strange sound. His fist was clenched and engulfed in flames. The protagonist swung, preparing to strike. Ju formed mana in front of him and thought that he was fast. The guy's golden eye looked ahead and he thought about the blue mana. He made an attack and blood gushed out while he thought it was a water cutter. There was an explosion and the enemy called a blast wave. The opponent was approaching the enemy who was using a water shield. A column of dust rose in the arena. The mage of the fifth circle of mana covered himself with his hand and thought that he again could not see his opponent. The blue-eyed man covered himself with his hand and thought that this was starting to get boring. The dark-haired man raised his hands with fire and thought that it was time to put an end to his tricks. Hale put his hand on the floor and stood in a stance. He smiled, thinking that thanks to his divine eyes he sees the essence of spells, and told himself that he just needs to listen to the voice of mana. Elena directed her hand towards the hero, and was told that at that moment magic would cease to be magic. The hero lunged and circles of mana appeared on his hands. The blue-eyed man grinned and noticed that his spell was dissipating. The protagonist held mana circles in his hands and said that it was dangerous to think that victory was already in the bag. A whirlwind rose above the arena and the guy called for a storm circus. The woman extended her hand forward and said that the duel was over. MC stood in front of the loser, and the referee said that Shin Hale was winning. The hero looked tired, thinking that he was exhausted. Kim was sitting in the locker room and saying that it was a great match. The guy closed the door and said meaningfully. The fair-haired man appeared in front of the student and said that he looked and did not believe his eyes. He spread his hands and said that he kept thinking why the interlocutor did this or that, but it turned out that all this was preparation for zeroing out the enemy, and noted that he felt like he was watching a carefully calibrated chess game, and the memories alone gave him goosebumps. The Lord put his hand down and asked what kind of spell it was, and that final storm circus, noting that it was the magic of the fourth circle and had overcome the limitations of memorization. MC looked away and asked if he would believe him if he said he had modified memorization. Kim looked away and said that he definitely would not, noting that he might have believed it before the third circle. The man spread his hands and said that the fourth circle was a completely different matter and that he had not only overcome the weaknesses of memorization, but had completely gotten rid of them. The overlord showed a finger and said that there were too many contradictions. Hale smiled and said meaningfully. He remembered how he had struck and said that the activation speed of spells was close to instantaneous, and what's more, the form of spells themselves, breaking all ideas about it. The boss of the magic tower became serious and said that finally, the nullification of enemy spells, asking what kind of magic he was using. The hero frowned and looked away. He stood in front of the agent and tried to find words. The action took place in the blue magic tower. People were sitting in Kim's office. John looked away, saying that the magical engineer squad for the Olympics was leaving tomorrow. The man held a cup in his hands and said that now they needed to settle things with the contractors so that their business relations would not suffer. He put the glass on the table. The lord looked at the secretary and asked what she thought, to which she asked again. He showed his hand and asked if he would really take gold at the upcoming Olympics. The woman was calm, saying that she was not entirely sure that it was possible. The boss folded his hands and said that she had said yesterday that the guy would not even see a bronze medal, to which he replied that everything had changed, asking if that was true. The man smiled and asked that she thought so too and wasn't it amazing. The hand pressed the hologram of the keyboard. The dark-haired woman concentrated and said that it was impressive. Kim closed his eyes, saying that she was so carried away that she even forgot about the refereeing, to which she asked him to stop teasing. The overlord looked down and said that he still did not understand what kind of magic he had. Zhang looked away and asked that he had not used the Scarlet Eye from the very beginning of the match, to which he replied that he had. He remembered how he broke through the dust, and it was said that even so, the boss could not understand. People were watching the fight and the man said that part of the view was completely blocked by fog and asked if this was part of the plan to not reveal the magic, noting that it was even scary. Kim put his hand on his temple and said that he knew for sure that he somehow destroyed the magic formula of Inferno. Magic circles appeared in front of Ju, while he asked how exactly and said that he had no idea how he managed it. John looked down, thinking that even the Scarlet Eye, one of the top 3 detection spells in existence, did not help to understand and did not understand what kind of magic it was. The blonde-haired man put his hand on his jaw and said that it worried him so much that he immediately interrogated the guy after the match. Hale stood in front of the agent and said that it did not matter. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he remembered what he himself said, saying that any mage has the right to his magical secrets. The red-eyed man smiled, saying that he could not say about his magic. Kim closed his eyes and said that he called it a secret, like, let him figure it out himself. The secretary looked away from the interlocutor and asked if there was a possibility that it was something illegal. The yellow-eyed man was calm, saying that it was definitely not so, because the mana flows and the magical structure were too pure for that. He took the tablet and said that the only thing they managed to find out was only part of it, but he didn't finish. The overlord stood in front of the hero while he asked if they would believe him if he said that he modified the memorization. The boss moved his hand aside and said that it wasn't modified magic at all, saying that in any case, the upcoming Olympics were going to be exciting. Kim tilted his head and asked if they would bring snacks. Zhang smiled incredulously. The houses were going up and she asked if this overtime was paid. The action took place in the dorm. There was a phone on the table with the alarm on. Hale looked at the smartphone and said that his whole body ached. He got out of bed, thinking that he had slept for more than 8 hours and assumed that he had used resonance and destruction at once, and in connection with this, fatigue does not go away so easily, and with this approach, he will not be able to cast magic for some time. The cloak lay on the chair, neatly folded, while he thought that even the teacher's cape does not save, and this is a big problem and from now on he needs to be more careful. The hero sat on the bed and looked at the floor. He put his hand on his forehead and moved it to the side. A message from his father appeared on the smartphone. In-hyuk stood with his back turned and wrote in the message that he was very tired in the last fight, and it was time to take a break for health reasons, asking to ask for a couple of days off and get himself in order. The protagonist read the message with a tired look. The guy stood in front of the guy, while he thought that after yesterday's fight, Dad left without saying a word. The man calmly left, while he thought that the parent was dissatisfied with something. A smile appeared on MC's face, and he thought that this was a relief. The book opened and he asked that he had gained a little trust, noting that the most interesting is yet to come, because there was not much time left before the Olympics. Mimir looked ahead and asked the successor how the fight went. Hale showed his finger up and said that of course he won, noting that it was easy, to which she asked again, saying that his face looked like he was about to faint. The hero put his hand on his side and said that it was not that easy and if something went wrong, he would have lost, and moreover, thanks to the information of the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower, he had a serious advantage, so even the victory did not bring him satisfaction. The protagonist showed 4 fingers and asked the owner to give him as many books as he needed, noting that he was especially interested in knowledge about the 4th circle of infinity, the circle of expansion. The blonde extended her hand forward and said that they would move on to the 4th magic circle of infinity and expansion. The books flew over the room while she said that only for the successor, she collected the most useful literature and asked him to read every single volume. Hale stood next to a mountain of books. The action took place in the Obelisk Academy. The man stood in front of people and asked them to present the material learned from chapters 5 through 10, highlighting the features of interactive magic, and then hand in the answers. If they carefully studied the materials, this would not be difficult for them. The pen touched the screen. The red-eyed man looked to the side and thought about the expansion circle. The stylist drew a line while he thought that this circle was fundamentally different from all the previous ones. The mana circles were in space, while he listed the circles he knew before and said that they formed a structure resembling a flower. The pen drew an additional line. The protagonist sat in front of the tablet, thinking that the expansion ring was built around those 3, stabilizing their rotation in a closed space, and due to the alignment of the 3 infinity circles, magical efficiency increases. The magic circles were next to MC and he thought that as soon as the structure stabilized, many of the shortcomings would immediately be eliminated. The flow of magic passed through his hands, and he thought that such as mental load of calculations. Circles passed through Hale's chest, while he thought that also the number, duration of resonances. He covered himself with his hands, saying that there were still residual effects of resonances, and as for destruction, it was much easier and with fewer consequences for the body. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he thought that even the divine eye would become easier to use. Mana circles were drawn on the tablet, while he said that only because the type of this magic circle was fundamentally different, weaving it would not be easy. He remembered how he sat in the Mimiri book, thinking that this was the most problematic, and according to the records he read in the library, it took at least a year to form. Hale looked up and said that it was always like this, namely that the more circles, the slower the progress. He looked out the window, thinking that it was still a lot, and he did not have that much time. The action took place in the internal training ground of the academy. The hero stood in front of his friends and said that there were 5 minutes left. Sunchan was having a hard time with the load. Adela looked ahead and kept a meaningful silence. The protagonist picked up his smartphone and said that there was a 10-minute break. The blonde guy was lying on the carpet and said that he was going to die, to which she asked if he was okay. She leaned over and asked her to hold on. The comrade opened his eyes wide and asked again. The girl smiled and asked if they hadn't promised to give it their all. The guy froze and made a strange sound. He remembered how on the night after the battle with Sayuk MC, he held his hand on his neck and said that he had just finished the battle, was dead tired, asking to come another time. Sunchan pointed his finger and asked what he was talking about, and if it wasn't him who demanded to continue training every day no matter how tired they were, saying that he was quoting his words. Adela put her hand on his jaw and said that she thought it was too much and suggested that they rest today and continue tomorrow, to which he refused. Hale pointed his finger, that forcing himself to reach for something was real training and skipping it was sloppy work. The hero stood in front of the yellow-eyed man and asked if that was true or if it didn't concern him anymore. The protagonist looked ahead and looked angry. MC closed his eyes and apologized, saying that he had gotten lazy and said that there was no point in giving up what he himself had simply advocated, and noted that they would increase the intensity from tomorrow and suggested that they go train. Sunchan closed his eyes and asked him to rest. Hale entered the room and said that they were starting from the very beginning and now they would study everything step by step, while the victim asked to save him, to which she wished him peace. Clouds floated above the city. The blonde man walked next to his girlfriend and said that a genius is a genius, even if he is his friend, to which she replied that he is amazing. The yellow-eyed man raised an eyebrow and said that he is crazy and the opponent gave him the right to the first move, but he discarded the one thought out in advance and immediately gave a new, winning one. Sunchan lowered his head, while she nodded. The guy looked away and asked if Hale was like this even as a child. The blue-eyed girl drank milk and said that he was quite naive then. The comrade stood next to the girl and asked if he was mentally immature. She remembered the hero holding the cup while she said that he was overly optimistic, overestimating his own capabilities. Tears appeared on Adela's face, and she said that she was not without sin. The blonde smiled, thinking that, to be honest, she even liked it. The mana circles were in the protagonist, and she thought that now his magic fascinated her even more than before. Sunchan lowered his head and asked that their Mr. Perfection had such a period, to which she replied that it was before entering the Obelisk Academy. The guy lowered his head and said that it turns out, incompatibility with artificial intelligence, and asked that this is not a curse at all but a blessing. Adela looked away and asked again. The guy held his hand out in her direction and asked her not to misunderstand and noted that he didn't mean it in a bad way, asking if she knew how it was, saying that in comics and movies geniuses were often too arrogant. Hale looked ahead and thought that he believed that arrogance only hindered their progress. But he certainly wouldn't say that about the hero, and that incident, the recognition of unfitness, had greatly affected him. The blue-haired girl held in her hands, asking what he wanted to say, that because the guy had tasted defeat, that he had become such perfection as he is now. The fair-haired man walked ahead and said that that was exactly it. That is, that's what he thought, although the protagonist would hardly like such speeches. The yellow-eyed man raised his head and said that one way or another, he had found his way, so it was safe to say that he was doing well now. Adela froze and fell into a stupor. The comrade closed his eyes and suggested that they try their best. The friends followed MC while he said that they needed to prove that they could keep up with him. He raised his hand and said that they would prepare for the Olympics properly. The blue-eyed girl narrowed her eyes, offering to work together. The guy was lying on the floor and said that it was all like that. Sunchan looked away and asked again. Hale held out a bottle, saying that he was a good boy. The blonde guy closed his eyes and asked what the carrot and stick were. He took the bottle while the hero asked when he had ever used the stick, saying that he had only given the carrot, to which he thanked him. Adela drank banana milk and smiled. The protagonist raised his hand, telling his friend that it was time to return to training, to which she agreed. It was calm and sunny in the Obelisk Academy. On the indoor training ground, a long-haired guy was trying to catch his breath. The hero pointed behind him and called Adela and apologized for distracting him during the break and asked her to go with him. The blue-eyed girl turned around and asked with a little surprise if he wanted something. They went outside and went into the shade. The protagonist looked at her with a little concern and said that when the team roster was approved, he would like to review their schedule. He held a tablet in his hands and said that starting tomorrow, they were officially allowed to skip classes. He put his hand to his chin and said that although their academy had a great training ground, he thought 8 hours of training would not be enough. Then the guy handed over the tablet and said that it would be different now. Many windows appeared and he said that they would have meetings to discuss strategy from the very morning, but she was wildly surprised after that. The brown-eyed man frowned and said that everything was so and they would review the recordings of past Olympiads and analyze them. He looked closely at the beauty and said that they also needed to familiarize themselves with this year's innovations and look for opportunities in them, to which the blue-eyed woman said that it sounded great and asked why he was telling this only to her. Then he remembered their tired comrade and said that he thought that physical exercise would be enough for their friend for now, and he doubted that he was now able to perceive information. Then he looked in front of him and imagined the woman behind the equipment, and said that if we talk about what concerns the participants of other countries, then Zhang from the Blue Magic Tower has already taken over the analysis. Then he took his hand away and said that they were starting tomorrow and they should not forget, but he was asked to wait. The girl was embarrassed and said that they would of course cope with developing the strategy themselves, and asked if he thought that the third years would obediently follow this. And then the black-haired man smiled. He proudly raised his head and said that this could be settled. Much time passed and the next day the trio gathered on the training field. The yellow-eyed man looked at the others with a dissatisfied look and asked why they were not nervous at all. But the hero looked at him in surprise and said that he was absolutely calm, and the blue-eyed woman asked with incomprehension what the reasons for this could be. Then the tailed man became even more alarmed and asked if they really did not understand that all the other participants were third years and said that they themselves knew this awkward feeling of a chasm between them. But then the black-haired one put his hands on his hips and said that he only felt awkward from the word senior, and the white-haired one said that she didn't care, and the guy didn't understand them. But then Adela folded her arms across her chest and proudly said that they were the best. But then the red-haired one appeared and said that she was even more self-confident than she expected. The short-haired one stood among her comrades with her hands on her hips at the top of the stairs. Xianhua looked at them with a soft smile. Jiansuk was furious and clenched his teeth. Heian put her finger in front of herself and with a slight smile. Then she took her hand away and asked the blonde to repeat what she said, but she did not understand the meaning of the question. The short-haired one came up with displeasure and said that she was the best, and asked her to repeat. But then the blue-eyed girl raised her eyebrows and said that if her opponent wanted to hear it again, then so be it, and repeated that no third year was her equal. The tailed one was horrified at that moment and screamed, saying that his colleague did not want to offend them and began to ask for forgiveness. After that, he approached the white-haired one and asked if she had gone crazy, to which the beauty told him that this was just a statement of fact, but Sun Chan immediately asked why he was so openly pissing them off. He immediately covered her mouth with his hand and asked the hero not to join in, but he said that he had never even thought of that. He smiled villainously and said that his senior comrades had finally come as he had expected. He scared the tailed one even more with the words that he wanted to arrange a training match between their teams. The protagonist turned his attention to his opponents and, having looked at everyone, thought that he was apologizing to them, but a full-fledged team simply needed to establish equality. He moved his hand aside and began to wait. The silver-haired man looked at him with a smile and asked if he had understood him correctly. Then he arrogantly lowered his head and asked if a 3-on-3 match would suit them. And then the red-haired one decided to join in and turning around, shouted that she was going to go, because it was better to cut off the daring shoots as early as possible. And then the hero smiled softly, closing his eyes and said that everything was wrong. He looked ahead with a menacing smile and said that he would like all the third years to come out and make a match of 3 against 7. Then everyone was in complete shock when they heard this. And the poor-tailed one gave up the ghost, and even the blonde was very surprised. And then Xianhua tilted his head to the side and asked what he was trying to achieve. Afterwards, he frowned and said that with his character, it was impossible to provoke without reason and there was probably some kind of catch. This was said by the second son of a noble family. Hale raised his head and thought that he had met him a couple of times in his youth and his attentive and calm personality had not gone anywhere. He spread his arms and asked with a smile what he thought they had planned, because he was simply offering a sparring match so that no one would have any doubts about their skills. But then the bespectacled man ran out and called him an arrogant scoundrel. He sat down in a low stance and asked if he was going to measure his skills with them. But then the silver-haired man put his hand to his chin and said that he understood everything and that he was apparently going to demonstrate the difference in strength in order to seize the lead. The red-haired woman became even more furious. Ji-in-suk leaned over him and asked if this was his plan and ordered him to lay it out. But the hero looked at him sternly and said nothing. And then Hien pointed her finger at him and shouted that there should be a limit to all arrogance, and that adults' patience is not limitless either. She continued to rage and said that even if she and Adela were talented, they should understand when to stop in front of their elders. Then she raised her head arrogantly and said angrily that she could be stronger one-on-one. The short-haired girl moved her hand away, pointing at her comrades and asked how they could stand up to 7 and asked if they were making fun of them, no matter how strong they were. Suddenly, they pointed a finger at the unfortunate Sun-chan and said that they would never be able to cope with a number twice as large as theirs with such a burden. Then he became even more scared and asked again if he had heard correctly. The blue-eyed girl frowned and said nothing. The protagonist was also dissatisfied and moved his head away. The scoundrel pompously raised her hand to her face and said that she was giving them one last chance, and if they apologized now, they would get away with it. Xianhua smiled arrogantly and said that this was really too much. And then the hero began to take a breath. Then he raised his eyebrows in irritation and said that this chatter was very annoying. The silver-haired man immediately smiled softly and meaningfully remained silent. And then the tailed one looked at Hale tearfully and asked what he was doing. But he did not listen to him and distracted his hand, saying that, frankly speaking, only their opponents were a burden and it was time to shut up and fight. Then he smiled with an even more arrogant look and affectionately called them old men. The sky was clear. The tense situation was getting worse. The bespectacled man grabbed his head and said that he didn't want to spoil the atmosphere from the very beginning and tried to smooth things over, but it all made him angry. Then he turned around and asked if Xianhua was okay with everything. He said sternly that it was. Then Ji-in-suk smiled cheekily and said that he agreed to the conditions, and said that it would be boring to leave everything like this. He turned around and said that if he wins, then they will stick to the strategy, he said, but if he loses, but then he was interrupted. The hero looked at him with an arrogant look and said that he agreed and would do so. Then the blue-haired man put his hands on his hips and said that he didn't even have time to voice what would happen in case of defeat, but he was immediately told that it didn't matter. Then he extended his hand and said with a smile that he agreed even to be expelled, because it was not destined to happen anyway. Then the silver-haired man became worried with a smile, while everyone was in shock. The red-haired woman became even more furious and cursed at him. The protagonist pulled his hand back with his finger outstretched and said that he had one condition. He pointed his finger to the side and said that if he won, he needed something. The blue-eyed woman was surprised to hear this. The black-haired man surprised Sun-chan by saying that she would have to apologize for calling him useless. The action moved to the battle arena of the Obelisk Academy. A notification came out about the installation of the Field of the Night Mountain. Hale began to warm up and asked her comrades about their readiness. While the enemy team was discussing the action plan, it was announced that there were 5 minutes left before the start of the siege battle and everyone needed to take positions. It would be a match of 3 against 7 and the simplified siege battle mode was set according to international standards. Each team has a base and a team flag is placed on it, which the enemy team must capture. The tailed one pouted and looked at the leader with anxiety. The brown-eyed man looked at him and asked if everything was okay. He immediately looked away and asked if it was worth going so far. After that, he stood up from his seat with displeasure and asked why it was necessary to provoke the elders and why it was necessary to heat up the relationship by turning it personal. He remembered the faces of their opponents and said that he thought that people were ready to follow him anyway. But then the hero said with a serious look that he would not simply follow orders and that they must obey without question. Then he put his hands on his hips and said that he himself understood perfectly well what kind of battle he would now begin, to which he asked if such methods would only create discord and resentment. The tailed one tensed up and looked away. Then the protagonist smiled arrogantly and said that let it be so, it suited him. Then he spread his arms to the sides, taking the flag in his hands and thought that if they were simply suppressed by superiority in strength, then what kind of resentment could there be, to which he immediately said that he had asked in vain. At that moment, the red-haired girl got mad and said how much Hale annoyed her, since he so brazenly declared that he would accept any bet, because he would not lose anyway, and insulted him. But then the silver-haired man raised his hand and told her to be quiet, because there were only 5 minutes left before the start, and she tried to calm down. But right after that, the short-haired girl got even more mad and said that nothing of the sort, and wondered why she should apologize for calling him useless. She raised her hand up and shouted a question about why she should apologize for the truth. After that, Xianwu closed his eyes and said with displeasure that he would like to bring the guys to their senses, but there is no time for this. Then the bespectacled man put his hands in his pockets and said that this is also true. He adjusted his glasses and thought that it was true, because even he had a hard time staying calm now, because it was simply impossible, and then he would need to use at least anger. He smiled and thought that anger made him throw out his strength to the maximum, and it was the best incentive to perform. The blue-haired man looked up at the sky and heard a loud call to get ready. At that moment, Heian took a deep breath while Sunshine held his chest. The silver-haired man looked menacingly ahead while Adela was absolutely calm. The count reached 1. Jiansuk smiled slyly, looking to the side when the call to start sounded. The hero was also absolutely serious. The enemy team broke away and ran in different directions with a smile on their faces. At that moment, the protagonist put his hands on his hips and turned to his comrade and said that he was counting on him. The yellow-eyed man tensed up and meaningfully remained silent. 5 minutes later, there was absolute silence. The red-haired girl sat on a tree and looked away. She noticed the flag and notified her people about it, and then the blue-haired one asked her about who was guarding it. The short-haired girl smiled evilly and said that she only saw something useless. While she was looking at Sunshine, the leader asked her how this could be and asked if there was someone in ambush. She hid and said that she did not see a single hint of movement, and she was immediately asked to be on the alert. The smart man with glasses put his hand to his head and said that they could use him as bait, and they answered him, saying that they would act carefully. And then the scoundrel jumped down, asking the tailed one if he was guarding the flag alone. She stood in a proud pose and called him an empty shell. And then the handsome man lowered his head and said that he knew it would be like this. Then the woman made a displeased face and asked if he knew that she would come first. He looked at her with concern and said that it was so. She began to come closer and asked how he knew that. The yellow-eyed man became even more worried and said that the hero said that the gorilla would come first. In his memories, the black-haired man raised his finger up and said that he was told that Heian would immediately go on the attack. He lowered his head and said that because of her explosive temper, no one would trust her with protection. The red-haired woman, listening to this, lowered her head and asked if she was being deliberately irritated and said that even knowing that she would come, only he was left to protect. She immediately stretched out her hand in front of her using magic and aggressively said that they were just arrogant upstarts. The girl immediately used aimed fire. At that moment, the tailed one brought his hands together and prepared to defend himself. An explosion of incredible power occurred. The scoundrel spread her arms and said that someone like him would never be able to block it. But then she was shocked. In Sunchan's memory, the hero turned around and told him to remember that his role in this battle was the most important and asked if he would retreat after being slandered. Yellow-eyed put a shield in front of himself and thought that of course this was not the case, since if it came to that, then holding back was not in his intentions. The red-haired one was horrified and said that she had blocked it. Hale in his memories folded his arms across his chest and loudly called him, saying that he probably considered himself a DD, but in this game his role was not in this, and said that he was a natural-born tank. The tailed one himself was in complete shock and asked how this was possible. He immediately imagined the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower and asked if he knew that all magicians have a predisposition to a certain element, and said that he had a predisposition to the attribute of water. Then he imagined James from the Red Magic Tower and said that he, on the contrary, was predisposed to the attribute of fire. Then he imagined Heian and said that she also wielded fire, and his predisposition was to reduce the cost of spells and increase their power and effectiveness. The hero's eye lit up and he said that he saw in him a predisposition to attributeless magic, or more precisely, to defensive magic. At that moment, the yellow-eyed man stood with his arms spread and created a shield. In front of him were many layers of defensive magic. The villain was furious and gritted her teeth, saying that he was always hanging around his friends. She put her hand in front of her and asked if he had already decided that he fit in with them and said that compared to these two, he was just a worthless secondary character. Then the tailed one closed his eyes and thought with displeasure about what was starting again, and said that he already knew that he was not their equal. But then he smiled and said that there was still another point. He looked at her with a satisfied smile, and said that if this was all her power, then he would be able to calmly hold the flag. Then the blue-eyed one got even more furious and insulted him. Suddenly, 2 sixes jumped out from behind her. They all ran together, and Heian screamed at him not to act tough. She jumped, and taking her hand away, said that she would slam this trash can shut and drive it into the ground. She raised her flaming fist and got angry using an explosive punch. But the shield calmly withstood it. Yellow Eyes lowered his head and tensed up. And the scandalous woman kept trying. She looked at her fist and thought about what was wrong with this shield and wondered why it was so strong. She looked at the shield she had created and thought that it looked like third-tier magic, but she had never seen anything like it before. The support mages began to charge their spells, and she thought that there were 3 of them here, and if they all attacked together, it would not hold up. She smiled again and thought that this fight would be theirs. Yellow Eyes stood calmly and began to count, calling out the numbers 16 and 66. Then, when the opponents began to approach him, he continued, calling out the numbers 13 and 25. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up. One of the attackers turned around sharply and noticed something with alarm. A bird from the wind suddenly flew past the mages. Then it quickly soared into the air. The short-haired woman sat down on the ground and, noticing the smoke, thought that it was a wind spear and wondered where it came from. Sun Chan was still calm and said the number 16 and 77. And then the mean woman suddenly looked up and, thinking about the hero, told everyone to be careful. She tensed up and introduced the protagonist, saying that this upstart was sitting somewhere in ambush nearby. They quickly started looking around and searching for him, but then the score was 21 and 83. One of the low-ranking mages was hit by a magic arrow right in the back. The blue-eyed one got furious and turned around to realize the situation. She immediately imagined Adela and thought that it was her moonlight strike. Hien spread her arms to the side, seeing many spells, and shouted to her that all 3 were here and they needed support, and she was immediately asked if she was joking. The bespectacled one was very worried and tensely asked who was in front of him. The hero was standing there with his partner. The blue-haired one tensed up and froze. That couple was standing right in front of him and did not move. He immediately imagined 3 more of his comrades and thought that because of all this confusion, 2 more came out to support Hien, and this confused all their cards. The black-haired man looked up carefully, and seeing a column of smoke said that it seemed that Sun Chan was holding up well there. The nasty woman dodged the shots and told the leader to hurry up, because everyone was here and she couldn't calculate the trajectory of the spells, and then asked what was going on. But he just stood with his arms spread near the flag. The silver-haired man put his hand to his ear and asked him where exactly the protagonist was now, and then asked where they should go. Then the blue-eyed man gritted his teeth and said that those 2 were right in front of him. Hale and Adela stood motionless, and the red-haired woman indignantly screamed that they were attacking her right now, and then screamed and asked what he had done. But then the hero pulled his hand away and proudly asked why they were wasting time and suggested finishing it faster. The bespectacled man said with an uncertain smile that he was deceived again as a minor, and thought that if there was only Hale here, he would be able to buy time, but against 2 at once. Then he looked closely at the blonde. Then the blue-haired man tensed up even more and thought that this situation was already. Jian-suk looked at them carefully and thought that it smelled like a trap with a tiger and a dragon. Then he clenched his teeth tightly. Then the hero quickly raised his hand and used magic, saying that in this fight. At that moment, Adela silently took her hand away, releasing the light, and he immediately continued, saying that they had won. The silver-haired man ran as fast as he could and called for the bespectacled man. At that moment, the protagonist was already holding a flag in his hands, next to their defeated ally. The reinforcements were completely shocked by what they saw. The blue-haired man raised his hands up and said that he felt like a fool and gave up. At the same moment, near the opposite flag, there were many bodies. The red-haired girl tried to catch her breath and covered her eyes with her hand, shouting curses. A victory notice appeared above the flag. Then Sun Chan folded his arms with wild joy and shouted loudly. After a friendly match at the academy. Obelisk conference room. The protagonist and his team were standing next to each other. The third years were sitting at the tables in front of them. The defeated opponents were looking at the brunette with attention. The girl exhaled in irritation. She hit Jian-suk and was indignant that he had let them take the flag. The bespectacled man raised an eyebrow and suggested that she tried to hold it against this duo solo, and she exclaimed that she should have at least held out until Xianwu returned. The interlocutor waved his hand and reminded her that she was the one who gave false information about the opponent's positions. Hien looked away and muttered that it was impossible for both Hale and Adela to be there. Xianwu turned to them and asked them not to swear out of emotion, adding that it was not about them. The protagonist team was standing at the board, and the blonde said that the opponent was simply better. Hyomin leaned on his hand and glanced sideways at them. Taesik and Hannah awkwardly looked away. Jaesok closed his eyes. Hien gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in displeasure. The bespectacled man frowned and pouted. Their leader furrowed his brows and asked how the heroes pulled off that trick. Hale put his hand on his chest and offered to explain the most curious parts. The young man remembered his friend and said that, firstly, Sun Chan really defended the flag alone. The girl jumped up and asked if the guy really owned the blonde's signature wind spears and moonlight. The brunette looked at her and replied that no, and all the spells that fooled them were created by him. Jian-suk widened his eyes and reminded him that the hero was right in front of him. How could the spells have flown all the way from there? Hale created a shining sphere on his hand and replied that that was exactly how it happened. The third year stared in shock at the moonlight strike. Hien stood up and exclaimed that this was a unique spell of the entire family. Did Adela reveal the formula to him for the sake of victory? The protagonist held the magic in his hands, answering that no one told him anything, and he himself deciphered the basis of the spell through analysis. Xianwu touched his chin and asked if this was possible. The young man pointed to his golden irises and said that his eyes already see through magic formulas. The interlocutors stared at him in amazement, not believing that he had already acquired mystical eyes. The hero waved his hands and said that he really deciphered the moon spell himself, and also, since the start of the match, he placed magic shells along the base. He turned to his comrade and asked him to demonstrate. Sun Quan closed his eyes and said 1 to 2. Gusts of wind immediately appeared in the air. The third years followed them with their eyes in surprise. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist clenched his fist and dispelled the magic. The boy frowned and said that these wandering projectiles only needed to be given a direction, and they would hit at an unlimited range. He remembered his fight with the Fifth Circle Mage and thought that this was an advanced version of the combo he used back then in the Blue Magic Tower. Hyman raised an eyebrow and asked if it was possible to aim accurately with these. His friend sweated and added that those projectiles flew straight at them with amazing accuracy. Sun Quan looked at them and explained that it was all about the numbers he had voiced earlier. Xianwu squinted and assumed that they were coordinates. Heo raised his head and replied that the first digit denoted the ordinal number of the projectile, and the second the angle at which it should fly relative to the plane. The boy stood at the board, talking about the magical development that he shared with Adela and Sun Quan. His friend stood nearby, not interrupting. The listener sat and listened, but the hero, of course, kept silent about Rei's style. The clock was approaching night. The sky was gradually darkening. The brunette made a hand gesture and said that this was all he was willing to reveal about his unique magic, so he expected understanding. The third years, who were now also aware of his abilities, frowned thoughtfully, although they were in the same boat for the duration of the Olympics, so a small excursion would greatly facilitate the young man's work and help convince the upperclassmen. Heo raised a finger, and once again voiced that his goal was the gold medal. Hien silently crossed her arms. The protagonist frowned and noted that for this he needed their unconditional cooperation, and this friendly match was supposed to clearly demonstrate the effectiveness of his strategies. The brunette closed his eyes and apologized for his harsh words earlier. He bowed and asked them to follow his instructions. Hien looked closely at the student. He looked resolutely at the third years and promised to make them all champions in return. Xianwu carefully studied the young man. The girl leaned on her hand. She sweated and muttered that she wasn't thrilled, but she agreed with him, surprising her friend. She turned to Hannah and asked why she was surprised, and Hannah replied that she was fickle. The other girl stood up and said that she was just accepting defeat honestly, and their part of the deal was to obey. So what could she do, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to represent the national team. She walked up to Sun Quan. The girl extended her hand with a smile and apologized for calling him useless, because his defensive abilities were quite impressive. The guy grinned happily. He sheepishly took her hand and exclaimed that her fire magic was incredible. Obelisk Academy, main building. There were many people in the cafeteria. The protagonist sat down at the table and praised his friends for doing a great job in the battle with the third years. The brunette smiled and added that before they got down to working on the strategy for the competition, he wanted to ask for a small favor. The other guys looked at him questioningly. Hale narrowed his eyes and asked to train in the evening without him, because he needed to work on something. The blonde took a sip of banana milk and asked if he was really going to work on his mana circulation or something. The guy grinned and said that he was on the verge of an epiphany, although it was just an excuse. The friends widened their eyes and asked if he was already on the threshold of the fifth circle. The protagonist presented the book and thought that he couldn't tell these two about the Rei style yet. He visualized himself among the energy and remembered that, although he presented his differences as modified magic, the power of the third circle of the Archmage was equivalent to the fourth circle of standard interactive magic. The boy sweated and thought that it would take him longer to reach the fourth circle of the Rei style, and he should take care of the excuse of enlightenment in advance. Sun Quan exchanged glances with the girl and noted that his friend was talking nonsense about the fifth circle at 18, and she replied that if he really succeeded, it would be the first case in the world. Her eyes lit up, full of faith without a shadow of a doubt. Hale smiled awkwardly and said that this was the reason he would not be able to attend evening training for a while. Adela folded her hands and said that they understood everything, and if the boy wanted, he could stop attending them altogether. His friend grinned and added that the hero could stop coming from tomorrow. It was no problem. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that they were a bit too happy about this. The chandeliers were burning in the dining room, and the hero said that they did not need to worry, because he would regularly measure their physical indicators. The stars were shining in the sky. The light was on in the office of the head of the House of Magicians. The man looked at the tablet and muttered that, as expected, the octagon horn, the catastrophe heart and the Leviathan eye were outrageously expensive materials. The protagonist frowned when his father asked why he needed them, and replied that they were necessary for his magical progress. He remembered the book by Mimiri, from which he got a hint on how to reach the fourth circle. The young man was sitting on the couch opposite the girl. He sighed and asked if there were any books with more understandable explanations about the expansion circle. The interlocutor closed her eyes and answered negatively. The student glanced at her, unsure if the blonde was even interested in helping him, and decided to read another book. He accidentally touched the stack. One of the manuscripts fell to the floor. The brunette squinted and read the title. He picked up a textbook on potion making. Hale flipped through the pages, noticing that the book was quite old. Where did Mimir get them from? Suddenly, his eyes widened. The girl shuddered and asked what it was. The boy grinned and said that, as expected from Mimir's help, the transition would be quite possible with this. The moon disappeared behind the clouds. The young man imagined the bottle and thought that if he had a potion that could absorb a huge supply of mana, the period of energy accumulation for the formation of the expansion circle would be significantly shortened. Hale stood in front of his father, saying that he was already on the threshold of enlightenment, and the man clarified whether he had really approached the fifth circle. The student frowned and lied that he had, adding that these ingredients were necessary to make a breakthrough. He imagined the materials and thought that he could obtain most of them himself, but the rare ones, which were only sold in specialized markets, he would be able to get only thanks to his father's influence. In-hyuk narrowed his eyes and remained silent. The protagonist looked at him patiently. The leader rubbed his temple and concluded that the guy was not lying and needed the materials for a potion, after which he asked where his son got the recipe from, since he had never seen such a formula before. Hale frowned and replied that he found it in an ancient book. The man raised an eyebrow and agreed to get the ingredients if it was true. The young man smiled and thanked him. He looked at his parent in surprise, who muttered that first there was an ancient relic cloak, and now an ancient potion. In-hyuk grinned and noted that he had no idea what was going on in his head, but the guy was lucky. The hero pressed his lips together tensely. The car drove along an empty road, and the student remembered that after that, his father began asking him about magic, the spells that the brunette used in the duel with Ju. He imagined the face of the leader and noticed that he even repeated the questions of the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower exactly. But of course, the hero did not open up to him either. Hale leaned back in his seat, thinking that the man might have suspected something, although the robe and the ancient potion left many questions, one way or another. It was night outside, and the hero thought that perhaps he would soon have to talk to his father frankly about his strength. The next day, the market of monster attributes. The young man walked down the street in a cap. He glanced at one of the merchants who offered him red slime extract. There were magic items on the counters, and the student thought that he should be extremely careful when buying attributes. A woman with a smile showed off a fresh cobalt skin. Hale walked forward, and around him the sellers were actively calling out customers, and the guy thought that unless you are a veteran of the trade, it is incredibly difficult to understand a quality product, because there are a lot of scammers here. The woman grabbed him by the sleeve and asked if he wanted some Saint Latine web. She showed him the box and said that it was a very rare component. The young man mockingly raised an eyebrow and asked since when the web of the unicorn became Saint Latine web. The interlocutor sweated and objected that it was real, and there was no need to slander. The guy squinted and asked where the characteristic glow was. The saleswoman frowned and said that it glowed. Didn't he see it? The brunette grinned and said that it glowed because of the powder that she mixed in. He turned around and added that it was a great trick, and it probably wasn't easy to make such a mixture, and the saleswoman drove him away with displeasure. The hero walked on, realizing that he was a perfect target for scammers. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought that he had just memorized all 40,000 attribute characteristics from open sources, and could definitely tell the real ones from the fake ones. Hale frowned and decided that there was no point in underestimating his brain power. There were many people around. The guy imagined the book and remembered that he had come to buy ingredients for making an ancient elixir. He stomped forward, realizing that it was not so easy to tell the real attributes from the fake ones. The student glanced sideways at the glowing stone in the hands of one of the merchants, and thought that there were many scammers among them, so he would have to be on his guard during any purchase. Hale remembered how he had seen through the saleswoman's trick with a smile. After that, he walked on, when suddenly someone called out to him. The old man leaned on his cane and noted that the guy had pretty good eyes for such a young man. The protagonist looked at him questioningly. The stranger closed his eyes and said that this was a real hotbed for scammers. He came closer and added that he would be glad to help, but this shop was protected by a powerful organization. The brunette smiled and noted that anyone who fell for such an obvious lie was a fool himself. The old man grinned and said that the young man was a merry fellow. He narrowed his eyes and offered the student to look into his shop, to which he readily agreed, especially if he had black bull horns. The interlocutor patted him on the back and replied that they had just been delivered yesterday. They approached the door, and the old man asked them to wait while he brought out the goods. He disappeared inside. Hale looked intently in that direction. After a while, the old man held out a glowing horn. He smiled and said that it was a flawless S-class, and the purity was more than 90%. The pressure gauge showed 94%. The protagonist looked at him indifferently. The salesman stood opposite him, saying that the young man was very lucky and was ready to give it away for only 27 million won. The man narrowed his eyes and added that this attribute costs an average of 30 million at the market. Hale grinned menacingly and asked since when the horn of an African bull became the horn of a black bull. The interlocutor's eyes widened in shock. The young man remembered the saleswoman, and noted that it was not surprising that the scoundrel could afford to foist off a fake like that. He imagined the old man, who, like a replacement charlatan, was ready to work on the victim after the first failure, but you couldn't take him like that. The salesman froze, and the hero demanded not to waste his time and show him the normal product. Hale adjusted his cap and added that, of course, if there was one. The old man lowered his head. The cane fell to the ground. He put his hands behind his back and groaned. The student calmly watched him. The man straightened up with a smile and noted that the young man was no pushover. The merchant approached the door and sincerely apologized for this, after which he invited the boy in. The lights of the night city were on. The man in the car looked at the receipt for the transfer of funds from the old man's shop on the tablet. Sukhyun frowned and informed the gentleman that an impressive payment had just been made on his son's card. The head looked out the window and replied that this was most likely a purchase of attributes, and he agreed to this. The interlocutor looked at him and asked why the student suddenly needed such a thing, and the brunette explained that his son was working on an ancient elixir. The spy stared at the tablet, muttering that this was something unusual again, and yet the price was not small, and it was necessary to make sure that the product was of high quality. Inhyuk closed his eyes and said that this was not necessary, because the boy knew all the features of the attributes by heart when he was 5 years old. He turned to his subordinate and added that he couldn't raise a child to be an idiot who couldn't tell a fake from the real thing. The man crossed his legs and asked how things were going with the octagon horn, to which he was told that a preliminary contract had already been signed and that the price was currently being actively discussed. The chief presented the material and thought that the time needed to import it across the border was about a week. He snapped his fingers, activating silence, and clarified that it was about the internal investigation he had ordered earlier. Sukhyun frowned and replied that a thorough investigation was in progress, but it was already obvious that someone was in cahoots with the Black Magic Tower. The man recalled a pile of documents and said that he had intentionally leaked some information regarding the report on this incident and had found traces of falsification. The spy looked at the gentleman and added that he still hadn't figured out who was behind it. He remembered the interrogation room and said that the suspects had been narrowed down to those with access to high-ranking family documents, and although the investigation was still ongoing, no significant evidence had been found. Sukhyun frowned and said that everyone was spotlessly clean, without a single stain. The leader leaned on his hand and noted that, therefore, no evidence against the background of impeccable cleanliness. That in itself was evidence. The interlocutor looked at him carefully. Inhyuk chuckled and said that if they had cleaned up after themselves like that, there was no point in further investigation, and all that remained was to wait until the traitor himself contacted the Black Magic Tower, and they had to be prepared for that. The stars shone above the city. The Mimiri book swung open. The protagonist put the box on the table and muttered that he was very tired, and the girl noted that he had still done a lot of work collecting it. She looked at the book and said that there were only 3 ingredients left, and it would be possible to make an elixir. On the page was a diagram and a recipe for a mana blessing potion, which, after being absorbed, increases synchronization, allowing the body to absorb much more energy than usual. And the young man thought that with this he would be able to cover at least most of the mana needed to create an expansion circle. Mimir looked at the successor and asked when the remaining ingredients would arrive, to which the hero replied that he had written to his father on the way here, and he had said that within a week. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the girl exclaimed that this was perfect for the timing of the Olympiad, but the brunette said that even if they managed to make the elixir, he would not be able to take it right away. The hero pointed to the page and explained that, according to the book, the potion should be taken in a place with a high concentration of mana. The brunette imagined himself with his eyes closed, adding that he must sit and accelerate his circles for everything to work out. The blonde looked at the guy and asked if he had a suitable place in mind. Hale straightened up and answered in the affirmative, telling him that it was Bangyang Island. He visualized the place, remembering that according to research, this is the island with the highest concentration of mana in the country, and it is currently even increasing. Mimir smiled and exclaimed that this is great, so when will they start? The interlocutor grinned and replied that he has a plan for this. A surprised cry was heard in the academy building. The students looked at the protagonist with delight. Hale smiled and said that they will hold a training camp on Bangyang Island. He raised his hand and added that it will be 5 nights and 6 days of special training in a magical place, because he asked the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower to assist, so this is a limited offer. The hero introduced Kim and asked the students to thoroughly prepare for the trip. He hugged the blonde and exclaimed that it sounds very fun and incredible. Shienwood took out his phone and noted that there was a lot of preparation to be done, and Sunchan asked if they couldn't just go and have fun. The other man glanced at him and reminded him that the Lord of the Blue Tower himself was organizing it, so there was no need to relax. Hale smiled and noted with relief that the atmosphere was finally conducive. The students were standing in the office, and the boy noticed that the tension between the 2nd and 3rd years had completely disappeared, and even he felt better. Earlier, the brunette had drawn diagrams on the board and calmly discussed the training schedule with them. The young man grinned and thought that with the support of the Blue Magic Tower, it was easier to gain their trust. The boy turned and remembered that he had to visit the tower for individual mana testing, so let everyone get ready. The sun was shining over the academy, and everyone else noted with annoyance that it was stressful. The headquarters of the Blue Magic Tower. Zhang smiled and said that they were waiting for them, then introduced herself as the assistant to the leader. The hero and his team were standing in front of her. The woman pointed to the side and asked everyone who had come to measure their mana indicators to follow her. The brunette looked at her questioningly when she said that the Lord asked him to come to his office. There were chandeliers hanging in the corridor of the tower. There was tea on the table in Kim's office. The man smiled and asked how things were going with training. The hero looked at him and said that everything was fine, and also thanked him for helping with it. The blonde narrowed his eyes and asked if there were any problems within the team. Hale grinned and assured that there was nothing of the sort, and although they were still a little awkward, they were easily establishing relationships. The Lord crossed his arms and said that he was glad to hear this, so the hero could continue in the same spirit. The brunette put his hand on his chest and separately thanked him for their trips to Bangyang Island. The man sat down at the table and said that renting it was not such a big deal. Kim smiled and said that the guy probably already guessed why he called him. The protagonist's eyes widened and suggested that it was about the artifact. The Lord made a hand gesture and confirmed, asking the boy to imprint his unique mana on the item. Hale introduced the various treasures and remembered that imprinting was the action of the sorcerer leaving his unique mana code obtained through testing to personalize it, and it also optimizes the device to the owner's mana indicators. The rest of the team, who were with the secretary, were just undergoing testing, where the code needed to create a mana imprint is displayed. The blonde looked at the hero and said that he would like to finish before they left for the training camp, and the boy replied that any time after 8 o'clock in the evening would be fine. Hale frowned and suggested that the artifact's completion was just around the corner. The Lord smiled and said that it would be ready in 2 or 3 weeks, and it would definitely be finished by the time of the Olympiad. The sky above the dormitory darkened. There was an open book on the table. The protagonist and Mimir were sitting in the subspace. The student closed another textbook and asked to pass him the next one. The girl activated the mana on her fingertip and nodded. A book flew off the shelf. It flew smoothly into the hero's hands. The blonde smiled and said that this was the next one on the program, after which she asked how things were going, whether the guy was ready. The successor raised his head and clarified whether they were talking about the expansion ring or the Olympiad, and the interlocutor answered that they were both. Hale rubbed his chin and said that preparations for the competition were progressing as usual, but things with the circle were still the same. The girl looked at him and asked if it was really that hard to weave his base, and the brunette explained that he understood everything theoretically, but the problem was only a colossal lack of mana volumes. Mimir conjured a bottle and guessed that he urgently needed a mana elixir. The guy frowned and nodded. He looked away and added that, fortunately, the ingredients would arrive soon, and customs were not so strict this time. The hero introduced his father and suggested that these changes may have occurred under his influence. The young man smiled tensely, hoping that he was wrong. The girl laughed and exclaimed that the successor was such a lucky man. The moon was shining in the sky, and a sphere was sparkling on the Blue Magic Tower. The next night, the protagonist came to the lab, and the Lord praised him. He put his hand in his pocket and asked how the boy was doing with the testing, since it was his first time going through something like this. The brunette touched his chin and replied that the test itself was quite simple, but it lasted a long time, and it was exhausting. Kim grinned and said that the student actually finished it quickly, in just an hour, when it usually took 8. The guy's eyes widened in confusion. The interlocutor handed the assistant a tablet and added that calling this test simple was truly incredible. He imagined a human silhouette and thought that, in essence, it was a simple rotation of mana in circles, but keeping the radius deviation within 0.3% was not such an easy task. The protagonist grinned and thought that such a test would seem simple only to someone like him, who had masterfully mastered the second test. The Lord looked at the graph and said that the test results would be accurate, and the young man could not worry about the artifact, which would be just right, because with such a level one could quite easily count on a masterpiece. The student scratched the back of his head and replied that this was too much. Kim presented the yellow decoration and said that the Magic Tower had developed an S-rank, 4th-tier artifact called the Imperial Ring, naturally, as a result of combining several elements. He narrowed his eyes and added that the guys would not be as powerful. The blonde remembered the crystal, because the artifact for Hale was made of elemental stones, containing 4 basic elements. The ruler turned to the hero and explained that this is why the charm would be combined, but given the versatility of its applications, it would be no worse. The young man smiled in amazement, realizing that his artifact would be almost S-rank and 4th tier.